As you can tell, lighting is better. Um, I went on ahead and got some professional lights, some soft boxes. I'll be messing around with the lighting. I am waiting for. I got an XLR mic. I got an XLR mic. I got an XLR output device, and then we got a new microphone with a new arm and a new webcam on its way. Those will be here on Saturday. But for now, we have professional lighting with my piece of shit webcam, and the new webcam will be here. So it looks a little bit better, I hope. Quality seems tremendously better. What is up, Aaron? What do you think of the quality? We went on ahead and ordered all new everything. Everything. The lights had overnight shipping, which is the only reason I have them right now. I'm not sad about it though because it fucking helps tremendously. Like, look at how drastic this shit changes things. Look at how drastic of a difference that is. That's one light on. Both of them. It's like such a drastic change. It is such a drastic change. They are easy on my eyes. I got soft boxes. So they have a cover on them. So I got my key light over here and the other one over there. I was up until fucking 6 a.m. studying this shit. It took me till 6 a.m. to get it set up this way. I was working at it. Average American atheist. Yes, I'm an average American atheist. Yeah, so super excited about that. Big ups to the big dono yesterday. She was absolutely phenomenal. What is up, Loken? Pop out that chat, and then we also need to get this chat on screen. Nope. That. There we go. All right. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. Different song, but still works. All right. Yeah, if you're wanting to hop up with one comment, you can convince me. Awesome. User is wanting to hop up first. If you guys want to hop in, you can request, and we will get you in after I let my dog out. Until you suppress your ego, you'll never meet God. That's a horrible thing. So your God's going to send me to hell because I have an ego. What a great God. You worship a piece of shit. Odin is outside. Your response answered my statement. Yeah, because Jeffrey Dahmer, who gave his life to Jesus before he died, is going to be in heaven. I have never done those things, and yet I'm going to hell because I have an ego. You have a horrible God. Oh, yeah, I got the sass, girl. Thank you. My kitten is Odin. That's awesome. That's my doggy's name. He's a beautiful blue-haired pit. All right, we're gonna let user in. See what he's got for us today. The mic will be coming on Saturday, by the way, guys. How's it going, user?
Good. How are you?
Doing all right, brother. You're over the age of 18, right?
Yeah, I'm 27.
27. You're getting up there, man. I'm kidding. Which God do you believe in, brother?
How old are you?
I'm 25, brother.
25. Mid-20s.
Jesus. Yeah. What you got for me today, brother?
Well, I'm a Christian, but I'm curious about what you meant when you were talking about Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah, he supposedly gave his life right before he died.
Mm-hmm.
Even had a pastor come and forgive him of his sins or whatever. Or, like, I don't know if it was Catholic or what it was, but He ended up
Yeah.
speaking to a preacher.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I need to fit this a little bit more.
So, like, what about it? Or are you busy doing something right now?
What about it? That is what about it. Someone said I'm gonna go to hell because of my ego, but a man that slaughtered and raped people is gonna go to heaven.
Yeah. So, like, what's your issue with that?
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Yeah.
My morals are
So,
better than your God's morals. I'm more moral than your God.
your morals. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's talk about morals. Where do you get your morals
Yeah, let's
from?
talk about morals. Mine are subjective. What are yours?
Objective. And you're gonna say,
Wonderful.
oh no, they're subjective
So it's
because
okay
they come
to
from personal being.
so it's okay to rip open the pregnant women's wombs.
Sorry, say that again.
It's okay to rip open pregnant women's wombs.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Wonderful. Let me get you your Bible that you've never read. And it's okay to maul 42
I've read
children
the Bible.
alive for calling someone bald. It's okay to.
Okay. You're referring to his judgment.
Oh, yeah, I'm referring judgment, if you want to call it that. It's unjust. How do I know that? Because in Genesis 1, after we ate from the apple, God said they've become like us, knowing right from wrong. So we know to the same extent that God does right from wrong in accordance with your Bible. So if I feel something's wrong, in accordance to God's own words, it's correct.
Those are the words of Paul, correct?
Those are the words of Moses, if you believe Moses wrote it.
Mm.
It also says the infallible word of God. It is God inspired and God breathed. I mean, I'm the one that reads the Bible. I would hope that you have read your Bible. I grew up as a Christian. My dad is a pastor. I preached my entire life until one question came up to me. Why do I believe in the resurrection of Jesus Christ? And I went and studied it and realized there's no justification to believe it. That's when I started deconstructing. And then I also read the parts where God was fucking disgusting. He's a horrible, genocidal, misogynistic, evil person.
But these are just your opinion.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It's my subjective opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no such thing as objective.
whatever-
The only thing objective in this world is math. Period. Nothing else in this world is objective. Absolutely nothing.
Are we having this conversation right now?
Yeah, subjectively. Maybe it's a fucking hallucination. I don't have any justification to believe that.
Couldn't you say that about math also?
Yeah, 100%, but there's no justification to believe it. So what do you have to justify belief in a God? What
Yeah.
evidence?
So I mean, when we talk about God being moral, right, or in your words, evil,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I would
Obviously,
never
would think-
slaughter kids. Egypt, he
but-
took away Pharaoh's free will, and then he slaughtered kids.
Yeah. So I guess why do you have this assumption that we're owed?
Why do you
anything?
think it's okay to slaughter kids? Trying to
Why are you
shift the
answering
burden
my
of
question?
proof.
Or the question.
Why are you pivoting from the question? Does that
I'm
question
not-
make you
I'm not
uncomfortable? Does your God slaughtering kids make you uncomfortable? It should. You should feel like a
I
piece of
literally
shit for
don't.
condoning and defending that.
So
You should
I
feel
actually don't-
disgusting.
So I don't think there's an issue with it if he's bringing.
There's no
an
issue with
internal
slaughtering
message.
kids. Wonderful. I'm going to move on to someone who hopefully has a little bit of a brain. You fucking disgusting piece of shit. That's what you are. He never slaughtered kids? Wow, you've never read the Bible. How do I justify that? Yeah, he's a disgusting piece of shit in my subjective moral opinion. I feel like I'm washed out right now. I should fix that a little bit. Let's turn. Let's turn that brightness just ever so slightly down. I mean, slightly. Let's see how that looks. That looks better. Okay, less washed out. Cool. All right, we got some other guests. Pope. I can't pronounce your name. Sorry. What's up, Cumin?
Hey, so I'm 24. I live in America. And then are you a gay theist or you're just an atheist?
What the hell is a gay theist?
Well, in my opinion, if you're homosexual, you're gonna gay cope. So if you're not gonna gay cope, then
So you're just scared of gay people, Are you still in the
No, no, no. I'm
closet
not scared of gay
or
people. I'll talk to gay people. I'm
no?
just
You sound
asking.
like you're scared of gay people though.
Are you playing background music or something? Or...
No.
Anyways, I was just checking. Okay, so you're not gay, all right, but you're an atheist,
Maybe I
correct?
am. What's the problem with that?
Oh, I just wanted to see if you were gonna cope about it. I was just wondering.
I mean, I'm straight, but there's nothing wrong with being gay.
Okay, perfect. I was just checking.
Yeah, so you're
So,
scared of
anyways,
gay
you
people.
say, have you ever heard the tag argument run?
Have you ever used your brain before? Yeah, I've used the tag
Yeah,
argument.
once or twice. You know that argument?
Of course.
Okay. So how does that not
What's your
refute your
version?
entire worldview?
It doesn't. There's no evidence.
How?
It's
How?
not
Give me an
logically
argument for
sound.
how it doesn't.
I don't have to. Provide me your version of the tag. Which do you want to use?
What do you mean which?
There's multiple different versions.
It's just what you want to focus on. I'll
You want
focus
to
on
use the
morality.
basic
You think
syllogism?
morality is subjective?
That's not tag. Let's get it.
Really? You don't presuppose a whole
Tag is the
bunch of things when you
transcendental.
even make a...
Yeah, I presuppose axioms. You presuppose an unproven claim. So let's get the
Yeah,
tag
you
argument
presuppose
syllogism.
math with no justification, correct?
Dude, I just said that we presuppose axioms.
Can you justify those axioms?
They don't need to be. You know what an
Oh,
axiom
so
is?
I don't have to justify God then, right?
No, yeah, but if axioms aren't true, then
No,
all
yeah,
things
but
fall apart.
no, yeah, but right?
Yeah, I just explained it. What'd I say?
Okay, so if axioms aren't true, then all things fall apart. That's my argument for God. Thank you.
If axioms aren't true,
Appreciate
then
you.
all things fall apart. That
It's
has
been
nothing to do
real.
with
It's
God.
been real. It's been fun. It ain't been real fun because you just proved my point. So
That
thank you.
has nothing to do with God.
You said we have axioms. We don't have to justify them. I can say the same thing in a debate. Good job.
Well, again, if axioms aren't true, then all math, all physics, all things fall apart.
Yeah,
All
if
laws of
God's
nature
not
fall
real,
apart.
you can't do sentences. So thank
Prove
you.
it.
I just did. We just said the exact same thing. You
No,
actually
we
just
didn't.
granted me my argument.
You don't even know what an axiom is, do you? What is an axiom?
Yeah, axiom's the foundational belief of a worldview.
What is an axiom? That's not what an axiom is.
An axiom is a foundational belief of a worldview. You hold math as an
What
axiom.
do you give me? Give me a definition
You
of an
hold
axiom.
math as an axiom.
No, math is not an axiom.
Really?
You're really stupid.
Really? So you said in your
Math?
worldview, math is the only thing that exists. You don't have to justify, right?
No, I did not say that.
Okay. What
It's
did you say
objective,
about math?
but you can prove. Like if I say 2 + 2 is 5, I can prove that that's false and that it's 4. It's objective,
Okay.
and you can prove that it's objective because it's based in axiomatic principles. Axioms
Yeah. Can you
are
prove axioms
nature.
don't need to be justified?
Yeah, that's the definition of an axiom.
Oh, so the
They are
definition of
things we
God is I
take
don't
for
have to justify
granted.
him.
They are self-evident truths.
Yeah. So you don't have to justify self-evident truths.
I
Neither
mean,
do
you
I.
can call God an axiom, but he's not an axiom.
He's a being that grounds all of reality. That's an axiom.
That's a claim.
Okay. So are your axioms. They're all claims.
No, they're not.
Really? They're not. What are your axioms?
Again, if an axiom isn't true, math falls apart. We
Okay,
know
if
axioms
God
are
isn't
true.
real, math falls apart.
Prove it.
You prove it. You don't have to justify your axioms. I'm not justifying mine.
You don't know what an axiom is, dude.
Brother, are we being
God
serious?
is
You
not
left
an
Christianity without knowing epistemology? That's insane.
You don't know epistemology. Give me a
Listen to
logically sound
yourself.
argument. Give me an epistemologically sound argument for God's existence.
X is a necessary precondition of Y. Y therefore X.
That's not epistemology. Demonstrate that for me.
That's not a cohesive argument.
Well, that doesn't have a demonstration of God.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. It's begging the question.
Okay, how about this as a
God is X,
demonstration of
right?
God? You and I both presuppose logic because you claim math is objective.
I don't
So if
presuppose
math is
logic.
objective, what?
No, I don't believe logic is always true.
Really? You don't believe math presupposes logic?
No,
So the number 2 can be the number 3, and 2 plus 2
dude,
can still
math
equal
is
4?
built on axiomatic principles, same as logic. But
Oh,
logic is
interesting.
it's the process to know if we're thinking correctly, basically.
Oh,
All it
logic is
is.
a
So like,
description.
so think
Okay.
about this. So like, if I say Socrates
Can you answer my
is
question
a
about 2 and
man,
3?
all men are mortal, therefore Socrates is mortal. All the premises are proven true beyond reasonable doubt, and the conclusion follows suit. Now, if I said I have a cat, all cats are black, therefore my cat is black, We're missing some demonstrable data. So
What's a cat?
we don't
bro?
know if all cats are black. You know
What's
what
a
a cat
cat?
is.
It's not a tree, right?
Right. Yeah, that's
Okay,
biology.
so it presupposes the law of identity. Thank you.
No, it proves itself.
Like, what are we doing?
Logic is based on axiomatic principles. So the principles that help build logic are axioms, which ground it,
What
but
is-
logic itself is not an axiom. Math itself is not an axiom.
You said it's the only thing that's objective.
Give
and
me the
unchanging.
definition of axiom again.
In your worldview, an axiom.
Give
is
me
an
the demonstration
unjustified,
of
simple
axiom.
claim.
Give me the definition of axiom. I'm not going to continue
In your
until you can
worldview, an
tell me
axiom
what.
is an unjustified fundamental claim.
I've never said math is an axiom, Dweller. What? I said
You
it's built on
literally said
axiomatic
that.
principles. No, false. What I said was it's built
Okay,
on
so the
axiomatic
grounding of
principles.
math is axioms, correct?
It's built upon axiomatic principles.
Okay, so the grounding of math is axiomatic principles.
The principles are axiomatic, yes.
Yeah, so that's what I just said. So you're being belligerent on purpose.
No, you just
So
said that math
when
is
you
an
use
axiom.
math,
That's
it
untrue.
presupposes
Math is
when
not
you
an
use math.
axiom. Math is not an axiom. It is built
Okay.
with axiomatic principles. It is not
Okay.
an axiom.
Okay. All right, I'll concede that. So, anyways, 2
So
plus
2
2
plus
equals
2
4.
can be proven. So how do you demonstrate
Okay.
and prove God?
So what I'm saying is that
So
you have
2
to
plus
presuppose the
2
number
can be
2 is
proven
not 3. I know you want
false.
to kick me.
So
you're just
you
running,
can
but the number
presuppose.
2, I know you want to
Well,
kick
not
me, bro. Breathe.
presuppose. So
I know, breathe.
you can prove
So
2
the number
plus
2 is
2.
not the number 3.
How do you
and it
prove
can't be,
God?
correct?
You can prove 2
I-
plus 2. How do you prove
I
God?
prove God by the absurdity of the contrary. Listen to yourself.
Prove there is no God.
How would I prove a negative?
Oh,
Negative. How would I
look
prove
at you,
that?
dumbass. You just proved yourself wrong. Goodbye. That's funny. He just literally debunked himself with one sentence. That's hilarious. Johnny, you want to hop up here, brother? What's up, man?
Nothing much. Won't be able to stay long. I gotta sleep
Rude.
at some point.
You haven't slept yet, dude? Damn.
No, I got off at like 10. That
Alright.
was so. To summarize that, he started off with a homophobic
Yeah.
mindset.
And then he
And
failed
then-
his moral argument.
Now,
And then he failed his math argument. And then he debunked himself.
yeah. And for all the people in the chat, math itself is not an axiom. Math contains axioms.
They don't know what an axiom. He literally couldn't give me the definition of an axiom.
Yeah, no.
He
But-
doesn't know what an axiom is. They don't know what axioms are. I do have 3 more people that want to hop in. If you want to deal with the next Phil bro, a Phil bro wants to hop up.
Sure.
You like your philosophy?
I
What's up,
Guess who's
Howard?
here? What's up, my
up?
friends? How are we doing today?
Hey man, you over the age of
Don't
18?
mind the things I was saying in the comments. Those were just to get me up here. That's all.
I wasn't reading. them.
that's
Awesome, awesome.
What were you
Where's the
saying?
topic? Oh, there is
Now
no
we're in.
evidence for God. I was.
you
Let me know
already
when you
have
guys
it
are ready.
figured out on a
Wasn't
good
paying
foot.
attention.
Johnny B. You're an atheist. I'll take it.
Nope.
I am not.
Oh wow, sorry about that. Patiently waiting, by the way.
Yeah. So,
Oh,
what?
are you going to be asking me the questions, Johnny?
Yeah.
Johnny boy. All right, Johnny boy. Let's get it. Come on.
Which God do you believe in? Knowledge.
Which one? The
Yeah.
Most High one.
Oh, you're a Muslim.
The
Cool.
Most High.
the
So
most
how do
Muslim.
you
You
how do
believe
you
in the same
defend the
ones as I
Quran
do.
saying
Tell
that the
them.
moon was split in
Well,
two?
for both of you to ask me, simultaneously the questions,
Well, why do you believe that the
idiotic
moon
for
was
you to
split in two?
Why do I believe of things that I never said? Because you're saying
You just said you believe in the one true God, and the Quran says that Allah is the one true God.
that's your perspective, bud.
That's what the
No,
Quran
that's
says. It's not my
what the
perspective.
book
I don't
says.
care what the Quran says. I don't.
Oh, so
I
you're
don't
not
go
a
by
Muslim.
the Quran
What are
says.
you? Which
I
God do
never
you
said
believe
I
in?
was. You said
Yeah, you said you
the
believe in the
God
one
that I
true
believe
God.
in is the
Which
ancient
God do you
days,
believe in?
if I may say.
Which God do you believe in?
God of Israel, by the way. God of Israel.
You're a Christian.
The Israel God.
I hate to tell
There you
you,
go.
that's also the god of Islam.
Yeah, they're both the Abrahamic God that
You
was
wanna
made
bet?
in
You wanna
500
bet?
BC. Yeah, there's
You wanna
45.
bet that,
There's
that you're
45.
incorrect about that?
There's 45,000 denominations of Christianity.
I'm pretty sure they are. Probably more than that.
45,000, and then
Right.
there's
So,
like tens of thousands of
so
interpretations.
do you
of
want to
those.
bet me that
I don't.
the
I
God of
want you to
is?
provide evidence.
Oh,
for
okay,
your
go ahead.
God.
Well, what kind of evidence do you have of proving that what you're saying is true about me worshiping those gods?
Well,
I was
we're going off
making fun of
assumptions.
You were just going off of assumptions, right?
Yeah, I was making fun of you
Yes.
for refusing
Okay,
to
so
give,
I'm
tell me
just
which
going
God
off
you
of
believe in.
assumptions
So,
too.
what evidence do you have for your God?
The evidence that I have from my God would be spirituality. If I
How do you
could
know
say.
that there's a spiritual realm?
Well, easily. If you look at something, right now, this may apply to almost everyone. If you look at something, is it true or not that your heart feels that?
Feelings are a chemical reaction in the brain.
Chemical reactions are in the brain.
Yeah.
So visually, right? You're looking at something, right?
Bro, quit smacking your lips. That's fucking annoying.
Sorry about that, Johnny, bro. I know that probably turns you on, Johnny, but you don't have to bring that into perspective right now. I'll definitely
Dude, stop at humming. Just give us your evidence
The
for God.
humming part? All right. Was that a Cracker Barrel cup, by the way?
No, it's a D&D. Check that out. Pretty fun.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that cool?
Oh, I didn't see the draft. I did not see the
Yeah,
draft.
bro. The handle's a fucking dragon.
That's pretty cool.
I know,
Yeah,
right?
that's pretty cool. But yeah, back to my rebuttaling. I would say that as above, so below. I study neurology, neuroscience, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know, weird, right?
Yeah.
I would
Which
say
university?
Our central nerve system.
Which university?
Which university?
Yeah.
I live in Gainesville, University of Florida.
Are you going for a
Oh, okay.
major?
Don't say the
master?
Gators suck, bro. Please,
What
bro.
are you
Don't say
going
that.
for?
Well,
So you know that emotions are a chemical reaction.
Emotions would be your soul.
no. Emotions are literally a chemical
That's a
reaction.
claim. How are emotions the soul? How do you prove a soul?
Because when you look up the word soul, it says your essence. When you look up the word essence and dig deep into that, but it comes up to what you're saying.
When you look up soul, it tells you its essence.
Yeah.
Soul definition. You might not be wrong on that one. A spiritual or
Might not,
immaterial
might not.
part of a human being or animal regarded as immortal.
That's all you see on yours?
Yeah, that's Oxford.
That's the Oxford dictionary.
There is the second
Wow.
one is emotional or intellectual energy or intensity, especially as revealed in a work of art or an
Can we go with the emotion? Can we work with the emotion part?
The emotional
Yeah.
one is wait, what?
Yeah,
That's
let's work with the
what
emotion
I'm
part.
So what part of emotion do you want to talk about?
No, none whatsoever. I'm
But
just
you
giving
said
the
emotions are
basis
your
about me
soul.
claiming that soul is your emotion.
So your brain is a soul?
Is it?
Well, we know that emotions are chemical reactions, and you said that emotions are a soul,
When you
so
say
that means the
chemical reaction,
brain
you
is
mean
a
like-
soul.
You mean like we have a scientific lab in our brains and they're like, splitting particles in our brains?
Well, there's chemicals responsible for the neurological reaction that we
Right,
see.
that's why we have neurotransmitters, right?
Yeah. So
Right.
What does serotonin do to the brain?
Epinephrine, serotonin,
It
adrenaline.
clogs. I would say melatonin versus what's the word that you said? Serotonin? Whatever. What's it?
Serotonin?
There we go. Serotonin. I would say the difference with that would be melatonin.
What do you think serotonin does?
Obviously not the same thing melatonin does.
Well, what does melatonin do?
Chemical.
Would that not be the opposite?
Serotonin and melatonin. The only
Don't
difference is
Google it, bro.
one increases your blood pressure, the other decreases your blood pressure.
Oh wow. That was just a guess.
No, that's what the scientific literature has to
Oh
say.
no, I'm saying that was just a guess about me saying it. One is the opposite of the other.
No, because everything else about
Did you not
them.
just say one is a higher and the other is a lower? Did you not just say that?
Okay, that's
So
like comparing.
wouldn't that classify as being opposite?
So, serotonin is What regulates mood, sleep,
Hold up.
digestion,
I
appetite,
thought
sexual desire,
you
and blood
said
clotting?
you were going to school for this.
Yeah, you're the one that's giving me all the information.
You don't know?
Well, which one of my answers were incorrect so far?
So far, all of them.
All of them? Wow.
Yes.
Okay. Well, since you are, the A student about it, please do continue.
The burden of proof is on you, bud, not on me.
Well,
Go ahead,
I'm
continue.
here to prove my cause. I'm just trying to prove that there is a God.
Yes.
Well, you
spirit.
haven't proven that there's a soul
Making a
yet.
positive claim.
I know, right? Because maybe you guys are not like listening. You know the tag team thing. It doesn't work that way.
You
Well,
still haven't
you
provided
just
any
talking
evidence for a
circles
soul.
and not ever
Right?
making
You're
an
talking and
actual
he's
claim.
talking. It's like weird as fuck, and I'm like, okay, trying to be cordial.
Have I talked over Johnny?
Yeah,
yet?
absolutely.
Like right now, look at it. Can you guys like take turns?
We have been.
We
Right.
absolutely have been. He talks, I talk, you talk. You've
And
actually
then
talked
you guys
over
both
both of
talk.
them.
No,
But besides
where's the
that
evidence
fact,
for a soul?
I'm just looking at
You're
the fact.
talking over me right now. So your point
Oh,
being,
I'm so sorry about that, Johnny D. Sorry about that.
Where's the evidence for a soul?
I would say consciousness, but
That's in the
it's
brain.
consciousness. That's in the what?
The brain.
The consciousness is in the brain. So, say for instance, you get hit really hard in your stomach and you lose all the air inside of you. What happens to you?
You go to a doctor.
You go to you are unconscious, but unconscious. Would you agree or not?
What do you think happens
I-
when
I'm-
your brain doesn't get oxygen?
Right. So, anyways,
Yeah,
there's a difference
you
between
pass
conscious
the
and
fuck out.
unconscious, right?
That's what happens
Right.
when your brain doesn't have
Definitely do
oxygen.
pass
Your
the fuck
brain
out.
needs oxygen or it's gonna
Oh.
die.
Right. So, what about the child? Hold on, bro. Can I
So,
like, finish talking?
How do you prove a soul?
Like, okay, let me prove it to you without being interrupted. Say for
Dude,
instance,
stop
right?
crying like a little bitch. Just fucking provide the evidence.
Man, okay, just fucking sit back and listen. You have
I've
a
been
placenta, you
listening,
have
but
a
if you're gonna try and take control, I'm
Make
gonna
your
put you
point
back in
clear.
Stop acting like a
place.
bitch now. Look, I can step back and just continue talking and respect what you're saying, but
Why are you
you're
whining
still
right
emo-
now instead of providing evidence?
because you're still acting like a bitch.
Why are you whining right now instead of providing evidence?
Okay, so the placenta, right? You know the placenta where the child is, right?
Placenta is not
You're
a soul.
submerged in water, right? And I would consider it to
No,
be
it's amniotic fluid, not water.
unconscious.
Wrong.
Would be my bet. So by you being unconscious,
placenta is not a
within the
soul.
placenta. I'm sorry. What was that?
The placenta is not a soul. Where's your evidence for a soul?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Maybe if I get to finish speaking and I get to the end of my
Well, if you're
sentence,
talking about a placenta, I'm gonna make sure you know that that's not evidence for a soul.
well, thank you for the correction before I was finished. Just keep in mind.
I'll call you out whenever the fuck I feel like it, dude. Even if I'm in the wrong, it's my show. I have all the power. I'm being nice and allowing you to talk, but if you want to keep on being a sassy little crybaby, I'm gonna call you out.
Sassy. I'm definitely sassy, but the crybaby was definitely not me.
So where's your evidence for a soul?
So like I was saying, right? Consciousness would be my evidence. Proving it though,
The brain.
about looking at something.
So the
and
brain is
feeling
evidence
it.
for God.
Your pineal gland.
How
to
is
be
the
exact.
evidence proof? How is the brain evidence for God?
Your pineal glands. You
How
have a
is
third eye.
the brain? There's no third eye. We do have a pineal gland.
There's no third eye. Well, some people don't have a third eye because they don't have,
What is
There's not a
the
third.
evidence that
like
there is a God?
You are like a
How is the
repetitive,
brain
recessive genes,
Evidence for
if I
a
may say.
God.
You say what now?
How is the brain
Besides you,
evidence
that's
for a
what you-
God?
The evidence for a God would be consciousness, the breath of life,
Again, how is the brain evidence for a God?
because the brain is where your cerebrum is, where your front lobe of connection is with through your pineal.
How does
through
that
your
point to a God?
peripheral vision?
Why doesn't it point to magical
That
unicorns that
is
made the
not
universe?
correct.
Oh, yeah, of course. Do you know what dopamine is?
How does
is released in your
dopamine
brain when
point to
you're
a God?
it helps you to I would say visualize it, if I may say.
No,
the
dopamine-
dopamine doesn't do that at all. So how does dopamine
What does dopamine
evidence
do, if
for
I
a
may
God?
ask?
Dopamine is a depressant.
What does it do, sir?
It's a depressant.
dopamine, the same thing that is formed in your brain and releases when you're sleeping. That dopamine I'm talking about, not the one you buy on the street.
Dude, I have dopamine in my brain every time I put a Zen patch in.
Whatever. What is that? What's a Zen patch?
So right now I'm gonna put this
Also-
Zen in my mouth, and it's gonna give me
Uh-huh.
dopamine.
Let me see. Oh wow.
Ka-chow,
Is
dopamine.
is that like tobacco? Not tobacco, but like nicotine.
little on one.
Nicotine
Yeah.
patch. Oh, okay.
So
cool.
dopamine is a monoamine. I can't pronounce that
So
neurotransmitter and
you're
It
basically getting the off the
acts
street.
as a chemical messenger between nerve cells, influencing both brain and body functions, which is going to be the reward and pleasure. So it helps you
Right,
have
there we go.
enjoyment, motivation, and focus.
But you're not doing it regularly. You're forcing it upon yourself by taking supplements, right?
Oh,
So
so I would like
You
to
said
correct
sell that. No, who
missed
cares,
that.
right?
how does this
Well,
have
obviously,
anything
well,
to do with
well,
God?
It's not a depressant, it's a
Experience,
suppressant.
real thing.
So, what is your point about dopamine and the pineal gland? Which, by the way, can you name what 3 chemicals are released from pineal gland?
Oh, absolutely not, sir. Absolutely not. I
thought
can't
you
do
were
that.
studying
I can still
neuroscience.
stick to the topic. There is no evidence for God, which I'm trying to prove to you.
I thought you were at
That's
college
weird.
studying neuroscience,
No, I only went to Sunday school and studied that.
but you
Only
just
on
said that you were
Sundays.
studying neuroscience,
You're right.
and you said that you were going
Was.
to a university in your hometown.
That
or
was
whatever.
that was in the past. That was in the past. Like when I said that like 10 minutes ago, that was 10
So
minutes ago.
what school did you get your degree in?
Which school did I get my degree in?
So like I'm uneducated, and I admit it.
Oh, really?
Whenever someone asks me how I know something, I am honest, unlike you, and I just say books. I don't say I'm studying
too.
it, because that implies going to a college or a university.
Yeah, just take it. No, knock the fact that I mentioned anything about any universities.
Did you know lying's a sin?
Do you know that you have to believe in a God to believe in a lie is a sin?
I'm pointing out your worldview and critiquing
worldview.
your
So my
actions
worldview-
against your
my
worldview.
worldview
You
wouldn't
believe
matter
God
to
is
you.
real. You also believe sin is real, and you also believe sin is the reason for hell. And you just
Which
lied,
is-
which
that
is
is
a
something.
sin. You're a liar. You're very dishonest.
Right.
So
How
you've
you-
brought up brains.
This is
You've brought up
fascinating.
the pineal gland. You've brought up
Uh-huh.
souls. You haven't provided
Uh-huh.
any evidence for God at all.
I
You
haven't
run in
provided
circles and
any
ramble.
whatsoever.
No, you just keep
Whatsoever.
on talking about the brain as if the brain is proof of
Right,
God.
that's weird, right? Right. Okay. What kind of physical evidence while living in a spiritual realm would you like me to
How do you
present to
prove a spiritual realm?
How do I prove a spiritual realm? Okay, so apart from the things that I were asking that I didn't get an answer from about looking at something
How
and
do you
feeling it,
prove a spiritual
kicking
realm?
something and feeling it as well.
How do you prove a spiritual realm?
This isn't even fun at this point. It's like talking to a first grader about
It's like
life.
talking to a
You
brick
gave him
wall,
first
actually.
grader? I would have said kindergarten.
Kindergarten? I would at least thought you would have gave me elementary, bro. Come on,
Not elementary, because 4-year-olds can learn
at least
about
my
this
elements.
stuff.
Give me that.
Like, these are basic things.
Oh, okay.
Come on, man.
Basic-
You've seen
basic
Young
things that-
Sheldon.
Basic things that you should know, right? That you don't know, right?
Well,
I got
You
I
haven't
got
demonstrated you knowing anything.
Well,
Okay,
obviously, I know that there is a God, and for you to say that there isn't a God,
I didn't say there is no
that-
God. I said, how do you know that there is a God, and how do you prove that?
Oh wow. Oh,
There
wow.
could be a God. I don't deny that.
Gnostic.
There
You're not
could
an
al-
atheist, then, bud.
What's the definition of atheist?
An atheist full out say that there isn't a God.
False. So the definition of
yeah.
atheist, so A is Greek
Yeah, go
for
ahead.
without or lack of, and then theist means belief in God or God. So with all words in the English language, when you have an A in front of it, it's usually going to be a lack of or without. Like amoral is lacking morality, asexual is lacking sexuality. So atheist is a lacking of a belief in God or gods, and theism is a belief thought. Gnosticism is a knowledge thought. So if you're Gnostic, it means you know or you know there is not. If you're agnostic, because A means lack of, remember? So if you're agnostic,
Wow.
you don't know if there is or is not.
Did you guys have like
So
a
atheist
formal
is just a
meeting
lack
coming
of
to work on
belief
your
in
own?
God or gods.
no, it's called a dictionary. It's
A dictionary,
everybody
right?
agrees what
So
this
look, what if
means.
I said that I'm a human, right? And you look in the dictionary, right?
Notice how he
What word-
pivots
what human
instead
would
of
you be
saying,
looking
"Oh, I
for?
didn't know that." Have you noticed how he can't say
Well,
that at all?
that's
Like he's
I wouldn't
incapable of saying he
care
doesn't know
not
something.
to know that
I need to
because
order some new
knowing about
nicotine.
atheism is stupidity for me.
DoorDash.
That's like a lack of brain cells.
Nicotine.
But the humans, though, if I said that I was a human, right? You understand me?
Johnny,
If I
sorry,
said I
it's
was a
really hard to
human?
hear you. His mic, like,
I said,
Sorry about that.
this is going nowhere quick. He literally
that's valid.
at the
You have
start
yourself
of
a shit day.
it said, at the start of it, he literally said he didn't believe anything he was saying in the chat. He just wanted to get up, so he's just attention seeking.
Oh, I didn't catch that. He was literally trolling.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's get in Bruh. We'll get in Bruh. He's next in line. I was wondering why he was so circular. What's up, Bruh?
Hello.
Hey, you over the age of 18?
Yes.
Wonderful. Which year were you born?
2003.
What's your sign?
Taurus.
No.
What are your
What does
pronouns?
Taurus mean? He, him.
Somebody born in 2003. That was way too quick of an answer for what's your sign.
Hey, I know my sign right off the dome.
Yeah, but you aren't that quick to respond.
Oh, I was trying to. I don't know all the signs. I only know my sign. Place order. Nicotine. Boom.
Bro,
What?
how much nicotine are you burning through?
I go through a pack of these every day and a half.
That's because you're using knockoffs.
I don't like the Zins. They don't taste good. This one tastes like a fucking cappuccino,
Which
dude.
ones have you tried?
I have the coffee flavor.
Oh, that's funny. You use nicotine for the flavor.
No. I definitely do it for the nicotine. I want the flavor. I'm not. If there was only tobacco flavored things, no, I'd still would. Let's get Kel in here. Yeah, it tastes like a cappuccino. That's what these taste like. So I'm drinking my cappuccino,
Is it
and then I'm.
an actual cappuccino or like Starbucks cappuccino?
Oh, it's like.
Because nobody that's ever had actual cappuccino thinks Starbucks cappuccinos are good.
It's like a stupidly sweet cappuccino. Yeah.
Okay, so Starbucks.
Yeah. Let's get Kel in here.
I like the cool mint zones.
I don't know. You're
Hey,
crazy.
But also
What's
some
up, Kel?
balls.
How you doing?
Hey man, you over the
Alright,
age
how
of
about
18?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Which God do you
2006.
believe in, brother?
Honestly, I was raised in a Christian household, but I don't really believe. Yeah, I'm in between right now, but
You
it's
heathen.
kind of a question. It's more brief for you.
Sure.
What are your thoughts on near-death experiences?
Yeah. Well, what do you think about that? I want to walk it through with
Or
you.
the scientific.
I'm just curious as to. I know people believe in a higher power, and it's hard to believe that because the argument is scientific
Okay.
versus
Let's.
spirituality.
So Johnny's not an atheist. He's pagan. So here's what we'll do.
Okay.
I'll give you my reasoning, and then Johnny, if you want to share your beliefs.
Well, so I have my personal experience, and then I have what science says about it.
Go for it. You
Okay.
take over.
Okay, so which would you like first, Kel?
Your personal experience.
Okay, so my personal experience. Have you ever done any hallucinogens?
Allegedly.
Yes, allegedly.
Okay. Have you had a near-death experience?
Not myself,
Okay.
not per se, but
As somebody who has done both,
yeah.
I couldn't tell you the difference.
Okay. That's a fair take. I'm just curious as to like, I know about a case, Pam Reynolds. I don't know if you heard about that.
Pam
1991
Reynolds?
from Georgia. Yes, sir.
I'll look it up.
1991 from. She had a near-death experience. It was, I believe, cardiac arrest. She had a brain surgery, and she claimed that after the surgery, she had seen her surgery happening from above.
Yeah.
Now,
So out of body experience is a really common phenomenon.
so later into detail, she brings up the afterlife and claiming that she's seen a higher power.
Sure.
I'm
Johnny, you're
just-
still wanting to.
I'm just curious as to if obviously she can't be with us, but if somebody were to come in with that and have proof, I guess for
Yes.
themselves, they can't really make you prove it, but
Yeah. So after my first one, because unfortunately I've had multiple.
I'm sorry to
Oh.
hear that.
Oh no, it made me who I am, and I survived. So that's what matters.
It's amazing.
So I only had an out of body during the first one. Okay. And after having that, I dove into it. I looked into, because I thought I was going insane.
Yeah.
Basically, like, you weren't actually seeing anything.
Okay.
It's so first
Is-
off, when your heart stops, the very first chemical, the second your heart stops, that floods your body, is neuroadrenaline.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
And what does
And
it do?
it is a wild biological chemical. We can kind of reproduce it with adrenaline
Okay.
artificially, but you can't reproduce it exactly. And so that floods your body. Like, you have something like 800 times the normal amount right after your heart stops versus
Okay.
any other period of your life. And
Alright.
one of the side effects is it blocks off your optical nerve.
Okay.
So so from other things that we know, when people suddenly lose their vision and sudden either whether that's permanent or temporary, you still see things.
Okay, so that would be mainly out of adrenaline, I guess, of like
Well, no, it's because your brain is so used to and so dependent on patterns. If there's nothing to see, your mind makes up shit. And most of the time, it's like dreams. Everything in your dream you've seen before, just not necessarily in that order, or like it takes things from everything you've ever experienced and pieces it together.
okay, so it's more so like I guess a hallucination. I wouldn't know necessarily what to.
Yeah, so
Equally.
it's
Another chemical that's flooded is DMT.
yeah, which so it's a hallucination, but it's hallucination on such a deep level, like you are so saturated with it that, like, if you were to take that amount of artificial hallucinogen, you would overdose.
Okay. All right.
Which
Yeah.
it-
No. I was
it
mine's
doesn't
short
matter.
and brief. It wasn't. I'm not too knowledgeable. I was
here's-
just curious.
So all of the controlled studies they've done on NDEs have turned up null. None of them. So like what they've learned is that your subconscious is fucking powerful, right? So like when you walk into a room, like when someone goes into a doctor's office or whatever, they're not consciously noticing everything, but they do subconsciously notice everything, and it's stored in their memory. So then they go into their NDE experience, they wake up or come out of their body or whatever, and then they're able to, when they wake up, they're like, yeah, this happened, and this happened. Well, why is that? It's because they already saw everything. Well, yeah, this was in the room and this was in the room. But when people in controlled studies, they put an item behind them, 100% of them were not able to say what that item was.
Makes sense. I listen. This argument is it's spiritual versus scientific. It's obviously not
I don't
being
believe
able to
it's
prove to
spiritual
other.
at all.
Well,
You
so
don't believe-
I would like to.
another big
You-
thing So
I don't know quite what I'm not very. I grew up with like religious parents. They weren't super religious, but I myself am not religious at all.
So
I mean,
And
there's
from a
nothing wrong
religious
with it. Like,
standpoint,
again, I would love to believe in the supernatural. I would fucking love
yeah,
it. I just don't have any justified reason to do it.
and that's that I can absolutely understand.
yeah.
I feel like
So
that's also personal because I know a lot of people who have had certain instances. I mean, you could call it like luck.
Oh, I've seen things growing up. Like I had a lot of hallucinations growing up. I was in religious psychosis my entire life.
Oh, okay.
But the thing is, when you actually study, I'm uneducated, but when you
Yeah.
do study neurology to any degree, those things start making sense. Like for instance, I would see quote unquote demons all the time and have dreams that would quote unquote come true, whatever.
Yeah.
And then when you start studying why people see these things, it makes a lot of sense. Your brain is a pattern recognition machine, and if there's not a completed pattern, your brain makes one.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well,
now, to give you the religious side of it, so like
Nerd.
what my books say about it is like when you are dying or having a near death experience, so dying,
yeah.
it's you are seeing everything you have ever done, and you are being you're essentially judging yourself.
Now, there's the only, there's a lot of I guess that everybody's had their own experience. Not necessarily everybody's seen something from their life. Some people have claimed to have been in heaven or whatever in hell. It's gone the opposite way.
I've seen heaven and I've
there's
seen hell in dreams.
it's I just it I don't quite know where I'm going with this. I mean, I feel like if you don't mind me asking, what religion or
I
what
grew
are
up as a Messianic Jew, which is a fancy word for a Christian.
okay.
I grew up Methodist. I am now a Norse pagan.
North. Okay, all right. And if I may ask, what do you believe happens after death? Do you just believe we go to the ground and
Um,
that's that, or do
I'm
you have?
torn between the two because there's what my religion says, and then there's what I have the evidence for.
Okay.
What the evidence for is you become worm dirt or worm food. But what my
Yeah.
religion says is there's multiple paths. Like, it really just depends on one, what you wanted while you were living, and two, how you were while you were living.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah,
And
so we know
to an
that
extent,
consciousness is in
how
the
you
brain.
die.
You turn off the brain, you turn off consciousness. There's no evidence for consciousness going anywhere. Well, here's what we know. We
I just
know
sorry, I
that
don't
there's
mean to
four
interrupt.
dimensions: height, length, width, and time. We don't have any evidence of some supernatural realm. To believe in it, sure, but there's no evidence to justify that belief.
Absolutely, but at the end of the day, it's how can you go into the like? I mean, obviously, you can go into the brain of a dead person, but the yeah, that's a
Yeah,
I guess
consciousness
there's no
is
argument for that.
majority in the frontal lobe.
Yes, but you can't necessarily think. You can't necessarily see what this person was thinking, or
No, that's true, but
and
again, it's like, how do I explain this one?
I mean, I understand scientifically they just go to
So
the ground.
it's
That's that.
hallucinations. We know it's hallucinations. Whether there would be something to observe if consciousness was universal, for instance. There would be something to tell us that. Something. I don't know what that something would be, but there would be something to show us or point to us, hey, there's more than we're thinking. We need to study this. There would be something. A question would be raised. And
Yeah.
no matter how philosophically you look at it, there's questions of what is qualia, for instance. But the question of is consciousness in the brain is answered. The answer is yes. So, for instance, people that are still alive but are brain dead have no consciousness. And that we can observe and test using MRI machines. fMRI, if I'm correct. I might be wrong on that, but
Say it
using
one more
MRI
time.
machines, we're able to literally tell if someone is conscious or not.
It's not just MRI, but yeah, that's the primary diagnosis.
Yeah, there's a few tools.
That's
See, that's the
the
cool thing about
first
science
step to
is
that, right?
you don't have just
The more
one way.
accurate tool.
You
would be a
try
CAT
to
scan.
prove it wrong. That the purpose of science is basically just over and over and this is an absolute straw man, but just absolutely over and over and over trying to prove things wrong.
Sorry, somebody just came in. But I'm not gonna hold up everybody else. I appreciate you guys answering that.
Yeah, you're good, brother. You have yourself a good day. I appreciate you.
You as well.
Thank you for
Thank
having
you.
an intelligent conversation with us.
That was a good conversation. I do appreciate that, kid.
All right.
Man himself.
Well,
is a
before you
leader.
get your next guest up, I'll leave the live on, but I'm going to bed.
Weakling. My nicotine is here, so I'll be back anyway.
All right, I'll wait till you get back. So while he's doing that, somebody was at me. I don't know if you're still here. But if you got a question, I'm happy to respond now. Appreciate it, Ultra. I ask you a question. First Dumps, what question do you want me to ask you? If stars aren't evidence, what are they? They are balls of gas millions of miles away. And actually, most of the time, what we see, the stars we see, don't actually exist anymore. It's just their light hasn't reached us. It's how light speed works. Well, Forrest, you haven't explained anything, so what about those ones?
I'm gonna get Odin
Those
in,
ones
and then
what?
we'll get the next person.
What was that? Well, you can give a synopsis. If you can't summarize your argument, you don't have an argument. No, I'm asking you to summarize it. There's a difference. Yeah, well, no, so the light hasn't reached us yet. So, the distance they are away, the light is still hitting us. You won't know if it's. I'm bad at explaining it. So, light travels at the speed of light. Okay. If you are farther away than what the speed of light allows you to instantaneously see, technically speaking, you are seeing into the past. No, that's not time travel. It's everything you interact with on a daily basis is within light speed.
All right, sorry about that, guys. Got my stuff, and then I got Odin in, and then I got another cup of coffee.
When you look into a light, that has nothing. Once again, you are within the range of light. Light does not instantly hit Like,
What
as
is
soon
it?
as something happens, you don't instantly process it.
What kind of coffee? Oh, just regular coffee. Just a regular
Alright.
Folger blend. All right, let's get
Forrest
Force
Gump
Dumps.
sounds like he would have a
Yeah, let's see what he's got.
interesting, but I will let
Hey
you.
guys,
Hey,
how
how's
are
it
you
going,
doing today?
Forrest?
It's
Hey,
going
man.
fantastic.
You over the age of 18, brother?
Oh, so much over that I have. Let me see. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3. I have 4 children over the
Nice.
age of 18.
Oh,
So
I would not have thought that from your voice. You
I'm
sound like
old.
my age.
I'm not that old. Thank you. I hope you guys are having a great day.
You as well, brother.
So
Which,
yeah. So
before we start, which God do you believe in?
Ooh,
Oh, really?
I believe in the we, basically. I
Okay.
believe in the energy. I believe in the scalar dimensionality relationships of all things. And I would love to explain it to you guys if you'll give me just a few minutes.
Sure, I'll give you a
Because you were
minute and a
just talking about it. Okay, so you were just talking, John, about how when you look at a star, you're seeing in the past, correct?
Not literally.
Never can see anything in the present. When you look at something in your hand, you're actually seeing it slightly into the past.
Well, no. So when we look at light, it's
Yes.
because light takes so long to get to us.
Right. But the light has to bounce off of something then to your eye to have the potential to be perceived. I'm not talking about what happens in your brain. I'm speaking
Yes.
purely
I mean,
mathematics.
yeah, technically, yeah.
Purely mathematics.
But it's so fast. It's
But this is but instantaneous says who? I'm not talking about the
Science.
perception of the mind. No, this is not science because science is deterministic. Deterministically, I'm not discussing what happens in your brain. I'm simply talking
You
about
just said,
the
you know
measurable
that your
time
eyeballs
between
are
the
your
hand.
brain, right?
And again, I'm not talking about the eyeball. I'm talking about the potential to be perceived. Let's just talk
What
about
is
the
perception?
mathematical number. The potential to be. I'm not talking about perception. I'm talking about the potential to be perceived. So I'm saying that the light hits off of something in your hand, goes up to your eye, and you perceive it. And you have the potential to be perceived so that we don't have to talk about what happens after that, right? I'm just talking about numbers. And so when you look into outer space at a star that's 10 million light years away, you're seeing it as it was 10 million years ago, correct?
No.
Okay, then how? The light took 10 million
I
years,
mean, that's an
10
extreme
million
strong.
light years away.
You're not
No, it's
seeing
not
the
actually.
past.
On
You are seeing the
paper-
past.
Not
On
in that
paper, you are
sense.
correct. The issue with on paper is it doesn't account for spatial variations.
Or, as I put it, scalar dimensionality. The scalar dimensionality, the scalar relationship of the perceived object and the object being perceived. It doesn't matter whether it's a living thing on either end. They have scalar relationships to each other in a space-time. It is a space-time relationship that we can calculate by the speed of light, and each object you would consider, as you just both acknowledged, that your local C is local to you, and it's always local, always C local to you. But when you look at a star, it should be a smear, should it not? If the light has traveled there, why is a star not a smear? Because it should be.
Shouldn't
It should.
be a
Why is it a pot? Why could it be a dot? This is Einstein. By the way, I'm simply quoting Einstein. This is
Einstein's dead.
Einstein's last book.
He's old. He's dead. His works are a little
Okay,
outdated.
but
That's why we
why
quantum.
is a star not a dot?
You know that everything Einstein said wasn't like law, right?
I'm
He
not
was a
saying that
man
it's
that
law. I'm
was
saying
smart.
it's a good. It is a very interesting point, though, and it's
That's
true that according to the current model,
First of all, you're
that
reading it wrong.
it shouldn't be that. I'm got. I
It wouldn't be a
I'm not
smear.
appealing
If
to
we're
my
observing
authority, but I
light,
do have several degrees in this.
I
So
don't
I
care what your
might have a
degrees
little
are.
bit of knowledge. Well, I mean, I'm trying to explain it to you. Okay, all right, hold on. Let me switch gears a little bit.
No, hold
So
up.
do you know what
hold
the
up.
quantum is?
Shut
Hold
up for a second.
let Johnny.
Sure.
Okay. Using that logic, laser pointers could
Yes.
not function.
In what way? Why?
because light is directed to a
Mhm.
focal point.
Yes.
Okay. Wait.
So they share the same scalar axis.
Yes.
Everything's axial. It's an axial
So
relationship.
you're asking why it doesn't smear. When you look at
Well,
it
why
through
does
different
when you look at a
means,
star, why
it
wouldn't it be? It
does.
should be.
But to our focal point, it doesn't. It's a
Very
matter
good.
of perspective.
Exactly. Perfect. So exactly. Thank you, John. It's exactly the conclusion I was leading you to. Yes. So we agree. This is my argument, by the way. All right. Let me explain the Big Bang and the quantum
But you were
event
just
horizon.
arguing against that.
I was arguing that so that we could all come to the same agreement. It's my rhetorical teaching style. I'm
You're
sorry that it.
arguing in bad faith.
No,
That's
in the
literally
purpose of showing that the perspective is what matters. It is it is a
Dependent on context.
methodology in order to get you to get to the conclusion, so that you can't say I disagree, because I went ahead and disagreed. So see how it's a rhetorical method. I'm not being a jerk. I swear to you guys, I'm a nice guy. You guys are nice guys. You're super smart.
I'm
That's
not
why I
a nice
wanted to
guy.
come in and talk to you guys. I'm not. It's my methodology. Now, just hear me out, because this is the fun part.
okay.
The
Your
big
methodology shows points of sociopathic behavior.
okay, it's deliberate, by the way. This purposeful. It has a purpose.
You can't purposefully or intentionally check boxes on the sociopathic.
Okay. Well, can we
Belief
talk about
system.
science? Was
Well,
I rude to you guys?
I mean,
Was I hateful or anything?
here's my deal, brother.
Could you just
What's
would you
my
want to hear out
prompts?
I don't know. What does it say? I'm getting there, but I'm trying to establish my argument first.
Well,
I
just
will
skip
get
the
there, I
whole
promise.
argument and get
We
to the
don't
point.
believe in a
Like, if
singular.
I want to prove
There's
anything to
how,
you,
why
it
would I
doesn't
be
take
able to?
it doesn't take an
Why would I
essay
try to
for me
run
to
before I
provide
walk?
evidence for oxygen. I can just go look up the fucking chemical compounds. I can explain how it works, etc. I don't
My
have to tell
model,
stories.
the 10. So what I'm saying is that
No, go
every
ahead.
single
Finish
thing
that
is
thought.
an scalar. You are a dot, and outside of you is every possible perception.
I'm not.
You
a
have
dot, I'm a human
scalar
being.
axial relationships to every possible perspective that you could possibly have. Okay?
What do you mean
And
by
that
scalar
every other
perspective?
person has this too.
Okay,
And when you
can't
interact with each
scale.
other,
You can't scale an axis. The axis
yes, you
is
can.
the
But you have to
scalar.
have a base 2 non-Euclidean geometry, where you have shadow, you have a move in the
Is the
one
Earth the
direction of
center of
one
the
axis, and
universe?
you have a shadow mover, and you calculate the torsions as a balance as
Yeah,
they
the
turn.
axis is the scale.
That's the
So
9 dimension. Well, no, it's no, it's multiple scalars. It's not. Both factors are taken into event. I consider both. No, there's no binary in my system. Binary does not exist. My
well, no.
binary, I automatically put an observer, a hidden observer, between right and wrong, and I calculate that
What is
in
this
a
hidden
base
observer?
2. The hidden observer is if there was an observer there,
Yeah, your brain.
as if I
Consciousness.
calculated in the mathematics.
The observer
And
would
so
be
I
your
start at base
consciousness.
2, and I calculate both decisions that might possibly be made. And I also do this with physical relationships
Okay,
of
base
non-living
2
things.
can still be
And
proven or disproven with binary. So you're
no,
just overcomplicating.
it's just saying that I refuse to acknowledge solipsism. You're basically saying, well, I refuse to acknowledge your position, but it doesn't take away the position. If you can't hear the tree falling in the woods, it doesn't mean that it doesn't make noise. It means there's not a third party that's in between you that can hear you and both and say, no, it did. Do you hear what I'm saying? Does
Well,
that make
no.
sense?
If I can't hear the tree fall, then it doesn't matter.
Well, that's not the point. The question is,
No,
that's a
that
straw man.
is
That's
the point.
that is a no. That's not the. What does it say? Does the tree make noise? It's not. Do I
The
care?
tree does
You
make
don't
noise.
have to care. No one's asking you if you care. That's not the question. Is does it make
Yes,
noise?
is
And
the
the fact
answer.
is that it does.
Well,
Yeah.
then
Wait, Johnny, you're saying no?
that's
Am I missing
no.
something here? I'm lost as
Yeah, the
fuck.
hidden. What you're missing is that
I'm so fucking
you
confused.
agree with me. If you the quantum, if you look in a microscope, All right, when you look at a jet flying across the sky,
How does
it looks like
quantum
it's moving
prove
fast or
God,
slow.
dude?
You have to.
He's
I
he's
have to
word
establish
soup.
this argument first.
No, you don't.
If you look at
What's
a
the
jet
point?
flying out,
Say the
I-
point, and
if
then
you
if I need you to explain,
the
then you
point
can
is
explain.
that I've developed a 10 throttled geometrical finite map that works to explain the infinite universe in any direction
No, you can't.
that you apply it to.
Submit it
And do
to
you
a
want to
peer
see it?
review and get
I'll
it
turn
peer
on my
reviewed
camera.
by your
Yeah.
peers.
Okay,
We're
How
gonna leave
am
it
I
at
going
that.
to do
This
that?
dude's
I
just
can
running
show.
in circles. Good God.
Yeah.
Dude's a
He's
lawnmower.
word souping it.
I'm not here to chat about your quantum. I'm here to talk about God. If the conversation of God happens to require philosophical arguments over quantum, sure. But I don't give a fuck about your model.
Is it peer reviewed? I'm happy to take a
Yeah,
look at it.
if your
It's
fucking
peer
model
reviewed.
is so amazingly proving some sort of extraterrestrial transcendental being, fucking send it in, dude. Get it reviewed. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a physicist. I couldn't care less.
All right, that used up the last of
CERN
my
model is
tolerance
perfect.
threshold.
This
So-
dude's crazy. It's good, Jamie.
Y'all have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll try to hop in tomorrow.
Valid. You have a good one, brother.
Take it easy. Oh, fuck.
You guys got me all alone now. Now you need coffee. Relatable as hell. I am super excited for this new webcam to come in, by the way. It's a 4K webcam, and then the microphone, I got an actual XLR. I did dynamic microphone, but it's an XLR, and I got a CSL, I think is what it's called, sound mixer, and it's got 4 buttons for program 4 of the buttons for sounds and whatnot. So I can do a "you're a dumbass" button. That would be fun. Or we can do a crying baby for when they start crying. That'd be fun. Yeah, we got as you can tell, the lighting's all better. We got 2 softbox lights, and coming on Saturday is an XLR dynamic microphone, stand, and mixer, and a 4K camera. Yeah, here, let me tell you exactly. Got the 4K camera, XLR mic. Stop music. Why did that start? And then, yeah, got a bunch of stuff coming. Appreciate all the gifts and donations. Everything's going back into the stream, so spent way too much money yesterday. I was up till 6 in the morning trying to set up these lights as well. I showed Aaron this already, but here's what it looks like when one of the lights isn't on. Look at how bad it is. That's right. That's right. That's right. We got some nice lighting. All right. Let's check out YouTube. How you guys doing? Congrats, Cody. Go get him, Tiger. Yeah. We're going to come into the 21st century. Go, Cody. Yeah, thank you, Chixie. Super excited for all this stuff coming. And I'm excited about the quality. I mean, even with my piece of crap camera that I have, just the lighting alone makes it so much better. Make sure you get some blue filter lenses. These are blue filter lenses. They're just 12 years old. And this is the lighting on warm though. Like it looks a little different if I change it. What is up, Bosmer? Let's get Asa in here. Hey, what is up, yeah, guys?
Hey. Do you remember me? Do you remember me from yesterday?
I remember. Yep.
Sorry.
What
I'm
is up?
Feeling impulsive.
Feeling impulsive. I
Yeah,
believe that's
sorry.
a podcast by Logan Paul.
Okay.
That was a joke.
Okay. So, you're atheist?
Yes.
I've lots of people for being agnostic over atheist. Why not agnostic? Are you at least spiritual?
Okay. First, are you over the age of 18? Okay. Do you believe in a God?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you consider yourself religious?
No.
Okay. So Gnosticism is knowledge. Theism is belief. So if the Greek of a means without or lack of. So if you're amoral, asexual, you're lacking morals, lacking sexuality. So atheist, theist means belief in God or gods. Add an a in front of there and it becomes lacking a belief in God or gods. Gnosticism is you know something is true or not. Agnostic is you do not know. So technically I would be an agnostic atheist.
I watched your video. You're a pastor's kid?
Yeah, my dad is a pastor.
Damn.
Yeah, so I still got my Biblia here.
That means all I've met pastors as parents. They're not good parents.
I wouldn't say he was a bad dad. I had a good relationship with him. I didn't have any issues with the church. The problem came when I started questioning things.
Oh shit. I'm bored, sorry. Just decided to come up here. How long did it take you to get rid of your Christian beliefs?
Let's see. I was preaching, was talking about Jesus and the resurrection. That night, I went and studied it, realized there was no justification for a belief, dropped it that night. So, 24 hours.
Huh. Have you studied other religions?
Not heavily. Not heavily.
Lol, what is this guest? Okay, whatever. Alright, bye guys.
You have a good one. Secondhand blushing. She's cute. That was cute. Are you blushing? Am I? You know what I do need? A fucking haircut. She's a fan. Yeah. Now we can see you blush in HD. This is not even fucking high quality. Hell yeah. You need to let her go because she's got some serious issues. Oh, you've seen this one? Evolution without a creator and Big Bang is the same as nothing created everything. No, it's not. I've got 3 months without a haircut. Yeah, this is the longest I've gone without a haircut in like 6 years, dude. It's bad. That's what I used to, Glebus, I used to do that for Christmas. Instead of celebrating regular Christmas, I would just make a birthday cake for Jesus. That's what I did growing up. Some people think they're better than God. I am better than the biblical God, 100%. No, I cut off the majority of... Okay, so my life has completely, drastically changed. All of my worldviews have completely, drastically changed. My entire family that I grew up with is completely conservative, completely Christian. I am not that anymore. So I have a completely different outlook on life in general. So when all that you do is talk about your religion or talk about politics, if I don't agree, then it's very hard to spend time with you. So no, I do not spend time with them anymore. I cut basically everybody off except for my mother. Not that my dad's a bad person, not that I had a bad relationship with him, but I'm not going to spend time with people that I just fight 24/7. Still be held together. I hear that my mom's away too. Still be held together. What do you mean by still be held together? pretty hard to be less moral than Yahweh, but American Christians are certainly trying their best to outdo it. You haven't disproven the Bible. Genesis 1, day 1, the earth was made. In Genesis 1:16, day 4, the sun was made. That's been debunked. The earth is younger than the sun. So there's your debunking of the Bible for the day. Much more peaceful that way. Yeah, there's obviously a lot more to the story that maybe I'll get to if I actually end up as a big creator or something. But were you also conservative? Yes, I was MAGA. I was an absolute pathetic piece of shit. But my infallible book didn't actually mean it that way. Yeah, it's their favorite argument. Life doesn't come from non-life. How would you explain that? Actually, it can. Too much personal info. Yeah, I'm not gonna go super in depth into things I don't have any bad thoughts about my dad at all. There were certain things that I was unable to be around. If that makes things make a little bit more sense, but there's nothing wrong with him. I suspect there's a civilization that existed with higher cognitive bandwidth. That's a little ridiculous, but I'd love to hear you out. Is there a link to chat? Sure, we can get a link up. Where did it go? I need to freaking save it. There it is. Okay. Enable that. Oops. There we go. Link to call in. All right, there's the link to call in over on YouTube. It's at the top. It is pinned. I pray for you. All right, cool. Go pray for the people suffering in Gaza. Ha! Praying for people without their consent is also rude. Matthew, learn to respect people's boundaries. Hell yeah. It's odd to argue with people who you can't disprove. We don't care about your problems, Matthew. Don't slop them over onto us. Yeah. Don't care. Don't be a prapist. Alright, we got over on YouTube, we got Cass in here. Let's get you. Alright, how's it going, Cass?
Hey, mate, you alright?
Hey, doing alright, brother. You over the age of 18?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. Which God do you believe in?
Christian God.
Wonderful. Why should I?
Well, I think there's a couple of sort of unanswerable questions, or
Sure.
answerable questions, but, you know, they're, I wouldn't say it's like physical evidence, but more so like when you have these questions, they demand
Well,
an
what kind of a
answer.
world do we live in?
Well, it's a physical world, yeah, but
Yes. So I
we
would need
have-
physical evidence to prove something physical. That's how that works.
Okay, sure. I mean, like, we can take it that way if you like. I thought, and this probably leads on, I heard you talking about consciousness earlier, and I thought that maybe,
Yeah, it's in the
I don't
brain.
know if the other...
That's a physical thing.
Yeah, for sure. But I think that when we're talking about consciousness, we're not talking about necessarily, or we shouldn't be talking about necessarily like what I would describe as consciousness, right? Would be like the perceiver of your emotions and experiences.
Sure, it's going to
and
be your
things like that.
consciousness, which is your brain. It's in the frontal lobe.
Sure, but that consciousness, right? Like what we're talking about there is the alteration of the experiences, right?
It's going to
So,
be in
like,
your
the thing that
consciousness
actually
is in your
experiences
brain.
it.
What are you trying to get at?
Well, like,
You're basically
you
trying a
are-
roundabout way to say that consciousness is not your brain.
no, I can imagine that your consciousness is in your brain. Yes, I can imagine that. As far as I know, we haven't found exactly the part of your brain. I understand
Frontal
it's in the frontal lobe somewhere, but like, as far as I know, we haven't found exactly the part of the brain that's responsible.
No, what
for
we don't know
experiencing
is
consciousness.
qualia. That is the
Sure.
hard problem of consciousness. The easy problem of consciousness is, where is it? It's in the brain.
Sure, but I guess the point I'm making is like what we experience and perceive,
Qualia.
right? It is experienced by something, right?
That is, it's in the brain.
Okay, yeah. And what?
I'm not a philosopher, brother.
Sure. Okay. But I think that that's sort of like, if you're making a very modest argument for God, right? Like, and you have to make a modest argument for God, because what, I'm going to open my window and there's God outside. Like, obviously that isn't going to be true. You have to make a modest argument. If you're going to make a modest argument for God, it has to be in these fine details, right?
I mean, would you find it ridiculous if I told you that there's a unicorn living in my backyard?
Yeah, I would find that ridiculous.
And you would ask for proof? Yeah. You're telling me a unicorn exists. I need some proof of that. That's a ridiculous claim.
Sure, but you know, if for example there was a question that could only be answered with either a unicorn exists or it doesn't, then you know you've presented me. There's a word for it, I can't remember it, but you've presented me.
But there's no justification to believe that it does exist. I can't disprove unicorns. They're metaphysical.
Okay,
but there's no justification to believe that they are real. So because of absolutely zero evidence and zero justification to believe in them, we say they aren't. We might be wrong.
Yeah. Okay, I probably agree, but especially I'd agree in this case because the question isn't being asked. But I would say that, okay, let's take something like, do you know the argument, like, why is there something rather than nothing?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so yeah, okay, I mean, that's a good point, right? And I think that it kind of, you know, it's irrelevant, maybe nothing doesn't exist, whatever, but
nothing doesn't
I would
exist.
say
if nothing existed, it would be something.
That's a good answer. I mean, I don't have a retort for that. But what I'm saying is you take a question like that, right? It demands an answer, right? Like it's not an unanswerable question. And answering these questions is going to lead you to a standpoint. It's going to lead you to a belief, right? And I guess like a question that I would ask you on the consciousness point of view is like, you are perceiving things, right? Like you're perceiving emotions, you're perceiving experiences, you're perceiving all of these things, right? And then that's consciousness.
Well, emotions are just chemical reactions. You perceive them thanks to consciousness in the brain.
Yeah, for sure. Exactly, that's what I'm arguing, right? My argument would be that nothing else but human beings has consciousness.
Cool, prove it.
I think that a good argument for that would be the fact that
you know that fish have consciousness and elephants have consciousness.
No, they don't.
They do. What do you think
they experience emotion, or they have emotion. Well,
what determines
again,
something to be conscious or not? They have levels of consciousness, yes. They have past, present, and future perspective and possibility of interaction. They also think for themselves. Some animals also can recognize themselves in mirrors and know that they exist. That is consciousness. Sure, dolphins, smart as shit, dude. They make fucking music. You know that a lot of fish make fucking music? They have complex communication. You know this, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, they're smart as shit. They're conscious. They have brains.
I would say that doesn't mean that they're conscious, right?
What do you think consciousness is?
Consciousness is the internal perceiver of the emotions.
Wonderful. Elephants are conscious. Thank you for proving the point. They have a brain. They know that they exist. They have complex emotions. They have complex communication skills. They use tools. They have memory. They love people. They hate people. They're conscious.
Do elephants discuss the
Yes.
possibility of a god? You think elephants discuss?
Well, probably not. God is a man-made concept.
Do you think elephants?
God is a man-made concept. Why would gods need to talk about that? Maybe they will one day. Give them another billion years, and they probably will.
I mean,
talking about a metaphysical thing does not tell you if you're conscious or not. They perceive time, past, present, and future. They grow. They have memories. They have emotions. They have communication. Who cares if they do or do not believe in some sort of a deity? Who cares? It's not relevant to them. It's only relevant to us because we have absolutely dominated everything and we're fucking bored and we fear the unknown. In nature, they just know life and death is part of fucking life. As humans, we're incapable of just accepting that fact. So yes, they are conscious. Having a question about existentialism does not mean you're conscious or not conscious. That has nothing to do with consciousness at all. If you would like to say that elephants aren't conscious because they don't believe in God, you need to very, very acutely define consciousness.
Okay. So I'll make a couple of points. Firstly, I think that consciousness again is the internal perceiver of your.
What the
emotions.
fuck do you mean by that? You've said that 4 times
Okay,
now.
Okay, so let's take it down to like what like. Okay, there's this book on this. It's called The Case Against Reality, and it's a really good book. I'm not sure if you've read it before, but it says that the point that the writer is trying to make is that we cannot trust our perceptions completely. The only thing that we can trust is that we are perceiving it, right? This is like the
Yeah, I don't
the-
accept
the
Cartesian
rock that-
epistemology.
Okay, but like
That's stupid. You know how I know I exist? Because all the fucking evidence supports that I exist. So yes, I know what is real. I know what is reality. I know what is truth. Why? Because I can fucking test it.
okay, yeah.
A
but
unicorn
again,
is not
justifies
fucking
what
real.
you're experiencing.
So how does this point into what you're defining as consciousness?
Well, I would say that the thing that we have identified there, and I disagree with this idea, by the way. I think that the physical world.
Then
is
don't
real,
say
I
it.
think that science is
I don't
real.
care.
But
If you
I
don't
think
agree
the
with
thing
it,
that
don't
we've
say it.
identified, No. I think the thing that we've identified there as what would be this idea of the only thing that's real that I disagree with is consciousness, the perceiver of these things. Whether these things
You are the perceiver of these things.
literally
Why do you
happening.
keep on saying the as if there's some magical little man living inside of your head telling you
Yeah.
things?
Well, it's directly connected. to
You're
your
acting
body,
like this
right?
is some
This
unknown magical phantom. No,
No,
you
no.
are conscious. Your brain is conscious. Consciousness is in the brain. You are conscious because your brain is conscious. Your MRI machines can tell you that.
Okay, but there is something that is intaking this information.
Yeah, your
In the
brain, dude.
we're
It's neurons.
receiving it.
It's neural.
So when
It's
we-
neural pathways. It's electrical transmissions.
Okay, so the example I guess would be with an MRI machine, right? Like if
I don't
we
care about an example.
are-
What's the point? You're like dilly-dallying.
Well, I
Get
think
to the
that
point.
it's
Fuck
important
the
to think it's
explanation.
semantics.
Get to the point, and if I don't understand it, then explain it. I don't need to go in fucking 45-minute circles when you have no clue what you're talking about.
Okay, no, I don't think that's fair. But okay, so
I don't care.
My point was, right, the fact that we're having this conversation, right, about God, about we can have a conversation about politics or whatever. Elephants don't have that, right? And I think that the reason that elephants
You don't think they have
that-
hierarchies? Are you stupid? You are
No,
very...
I think that they don't discuss politics. I think
Yeah,
that
they
don't have
probably
political
do. They
opinions.
have their own communication. They have complex communication. They're not going to
That's
sit there
not true.
with a fucking cigar in their mouth and go, "What did you think about what John did yesterday?" They're not going to do that. But they have their own form of communication. They have their own form of hierarchies.
That's not. I don't know about elephants in particular, but monkeys, for example, so like apes.
Monkeys
they have-
abso-fucking-lutely vote people. Or vote monkeys. Are you stupid? They have a fucking leader. Dolphins have a fucking... Are you stupid? You are beyond ignorant. None of this has anything to do with consciousness either.
Google the longest thing ever said by a monkey. It's like
Said? Yeah, no shit, you idiot. They have a different form of communication, you dumbass. You dumbass. They have different types of communication.
No.
Is someone that only speaks in ALS not fucking conscious because they don't communicate the way you want them to communicate, you dumbass?
No.
Is someone that speaks in ALS, is someone that uses ALS for communication not fucking conscious to you? Because you're saying because they're not able to communicate in a way you think is true, they're not conscious. That's horseshit.
No, that's not fair because we could say the same about French, for example, right? I don't speak
Yeah,
French.
correct.
Obviously,
That's what you're doing. They are
they-
talking,
No,
animals
no,
are talking
no,
in a
it's
different
not.
language, and you're saying they aren't conscious because it's not the correct language.
No, it's not. Because what I'm saying is we have like a monkey who supposedly is speaking.
Who is able to communicate.
Complex complications. We've taught them sign language so that.
Yeah, we have
can
taught them to be able to use your language. Are they now conscious?
No, because the longest
What
thing
makes
they were
something
able to say-
conscious?
it-
You
I
are,
think it's the
you're,
internal perceiving.
you have yourself a really bad day. Just, good God. Jesus fucking Christ. I've explained it so many times. I'm not running in circles with you. Edward, according to him, Helen Keller was not conscious. Monkeys and elephants are not conscious because they can't fucking debate politics. The fuck is wrong with you, you idiot? Use your brain. I don't think you're conscious. You're not conscious. You're dumber than some of those animals. Dolphins are smarter than you, dude. They don't talk politics, therefore they're not conscious. What the fuck kind of stupid ass thinking is that? That was so stupid. All right, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. You must be so proud. Absolutely proud. Absolutely proud I'm not indoctrinated. I think I've had it with Matthew. Oh, Evan, thank you.
Second.
What is oh, somebody on the theater. Did you get a green screen? Not technically. I'll show you what's behind me. So I've run into a problem. Set it up, but this webcam is not high enough quality to fill a screen. So I have to have this one on instead.
Actually, I was on the pisser, but
Hear that
yeah,
last
also
guy
that
about
glass guy.
consciousness? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, elephants are some of the most conscious creatures. Like, they're some of the most self-reflective creatures. They are the most empathetic creature in the entire world. Also,
Crows.
I don't know why. What? Crows. Oh, crows and ravens. Absolute, like, crazy levels of intelligence.
I love
They
crows.
hold grudges. They hold
God, I love
lifetime
Odin.
grudges.
More than
hold
lifetime, bro. They
grudges.
teach it to their fucking offspring.
Literally
You fuck with a
generational
crow, you're fucked for the rest of your life.
Dude, I have a couple of crows I like see, and I give them like McDonald's chips.
Dude,
from
that
time
is
to
a
time,
dream of
and they
mine
just-
to befriend a crow.
And they just like follow my car from time to time. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
guys. they're
Odin,
probably gonna
send
get
me a
sad
crow
when
to
I'm being
befriend,
rude.
Odin.
Yeah, or a raven. Ravens are cooler. Ravens are huge too.
That would scare me.
Yeah, ravens are like the size of like a small bald eagle. Nah, not that big.
Which apparently isn't even
Relatively.
America's.
It is now.
They changed it.
They changed it this year or last year.
I was taught growing up that it was our animal.
It isn't. It wasn't. Yeah.
I know, we got lied to. The
I think.
stutter! The American education system sucks.
Yeah. I'm glad I grew up in Massachusetts.
Oh, dude, yeah, great fucking education. They gotta go have dinner, and you ain't gonna share. You gotta leave to eat dinner.
Also, I don't know why he's talking about the longest sentence ever said by a monkey or an ape. I mean, I don't know if you're talking about Coco, because Coco the gorilla, one of her longest sentences was literally her going into an existential crisis about dying.
Really? That's crazy.
Like she's like saying like, is Coco going to die? Coco's scared of death.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Why
Yeah.
is my camera lagging like that?
Because she knew that. She actually said, I am scared to die. She didn't say Coco is scared.
Oh, I should
She said,
probably get
"I."
another monitor too, shouldn't I?
Also, elephants do communicate when like the matriarch dies, and they need to find a new matriarch. They do communicate. Like it's a day-long thing. You know, they're pretty cool. They're really smart. I want to work with some. Haven't gotten the chance to. What?
It keeps lagging. I'm trying to figure out.
Looks fine to me.
There's like a slight freeze. I have another camera coming. I have a new mic coming. XLR mic. I have an XLR mixer. A sound mixer coming. I have a new webcam coming, a 4K webcam. This webcam's 720. The 4K will be here. All of those are coming on Saturday. I just got overnight shipping for the ring lights, or the softbox lighting that I have.
Nice. Damn, we don't have anyone in.
Yeah, Saturday's gonna be.
Anyone in the box?
Nope,
No
no
one in
one's
the
in
box,
the
I'm
box.
guessing.
They gave up pretty quickly today.
Damn. Might want to restart the live.
I don't know if it's just because I'm small or if it's because I actually said
I
something.
think because we don't have because usually like by this time you have like 60K likes.
Well, we're also missing some of the people that used to spam like too. We're gonna get Stillage in
Yeah.
here. Like I'm not a big
Ew.
person, so having
What's going
consistent viewers is not expected. Yo, Edward, thank you for the hat and mustache. What is up, brother? Stillage? You over the age of 18, brother?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Which god do you believe in?
And it's still OG. I don't want to get anything mixed up. I'm not trying to create anything here. Is what I'm saying.
Which god do you believe in, brother?
I believe in Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior.
Okay. What's your best evidence or argument for that?
You guys kind of helped me because I have the consciousness. We don't see it, but somehow we still believe it.
We can see
I
it
guess
in
that's
an
kinda
MRI
how-
machine.
What's that?
We can
You
see it
see
in
it
an
in
MRI
an
machine.
MRI.
It's measurable.
It's measurable.
Yep.
Okay. How
Yeah.
so?
MRI machine.
It's not exactly like purely physical. You can't touch it, but you also can't touch light.
Can't touch
you know?
fucking air.
Well, you
Okay.
can.
Oh,
You
You see
can't
the
touch
effects
light.
of these things. Photons you
Okay.
can't fucking catch,
Hey.
but you can observe. We can observe consciousness. Yes, it's in the brain. What's your point? How does this connect to God?
I feel like you guys already proved it because even though you can't see air, you still believe in it. Just
You can
like
see the
wind,
effects.
just
Yeah,
Just
like
we
but
just
we
fucking
can
explain that.
test
Are you
it.
incapable of paying attention?
No, yeah, I
We
heard
can
what
test
you
it.
said. You said
Yeah,
air,
can you
right?
see the
That's what you
effects of
said.
Yeah,
air?
we can test it though. We
Okay.
can test it exists. We
Can you
can
see the
see the
effects of
actual
air?
molecules.
Are
We
you
can see
are
the
you testing
molecules
it?
too.
Are you testing it right now, or are you just
No, but
angry?
I trust the science, and also I know that the molecular structure of air exists. I also know how atmospheres form, because I have to do that. Because I'm, what?
I would say from my point of view, since you asked for theists only and our opinion, I'm saying it's opinion.
Then it's
our
not true.
proof is that
I don't care about
that is not
opinions. I care
true.
about facts. Your feelings
Okay,
don't
so
do anything
that's
and don't mean.
so you already made up. So you already made up your mind is what I'm asking.
Do my opinions change reality?
I don't know. It seems like you're living a pretty good one already.
Do my
Do you like it
opinions
so far?
dictate facts?
I don't know. It seems like you're pretty.
So,
you're pretty
my
well
op-
off knowing.
No, I'm uneducated. Does my opinion on
okay.
my favorite color
Is that
dictate whether
measurable?
that's the
Is
best
your
color?
uneducation measurable?
Yeah, I have no credentials.
Really?
I do.
That's unfortunate. Okay.
Yeah.
It's
I'm going
unfortunate.
to
What's your
Princeton,
credentials?
Yeah.
My credentials?
Yeah. What's your education? You just said it's unfortunate. To be uneducated.
I'm just like you guys, or
Damn, that's
maybe just like
unfortunate.
you. Yeah, it's
But yeah.
unfortunate. Yeah.
Also, we don't have a mindset. If you provide us evidence,
I have nothing against believing in a
Um,
God. There's just no justified reason to believe in a God.
I'm saying that what I believe in and what has been recorded over the test of time, which has tested it all, because we're still talking about the man
Norse
today, his
paganism.
name is
Yes,
Jesus
you're
Christ.
right.
It has been recorded, and
Hinduism,
many books
Buddhism.
have been written
so is
about him.
Muhammad. So
Many
has
Hinduism.
eyewitnesses, tangible
Hinduism.
so
witnesses.
is Muhammad.
He also
Muhammad.
existed.
Yeah.
He also
Hinduism.
Yeah.
existed.
He has
Muslim,
contemporary witnesses,
Buddhists,
actually.
they all have the same.
So
shit
does
you
Jesus
do.
Christ.
No, he
And so
doesn't.
No,
he,
Jesus has
I'm one
zero
of them.
contemporary evidence.
I'm one of them.
No.
When did you see Jesus?
I've seen him.
Yeah, what's he look like?
When?
He's pretty awesome.
What's he look like?
Pretty awesome. He's tall. Good
He wouldn't
looking
have been
because he
that tall.
doesn't.
How tall were
Huh?
people in Bethlehem? In
Like 5'6". It's
Yeah,
Middle
he
East,
wouldn't
so
have been.
5'6".
So you believe they exist, even though you haven't seen them for yourself.
I know that Bethlehem exists. All evidence supports the existence of Bethlehem. No evidence supports the existence of your God.
And also, we have archaeological evidence showing how tall people were back then. The average height was like 5'6".
So you believe that the world was populated before we came, even though you haven't seen it, but you've seen
I've
fossils
seen them.
and
Yeah,
and
fossils
words from
test them.
books.
I'm a paleontology student. Yeah.
All I'm saying is that I believe certain textbooks, just like how you guys believe
The
certain
average,
textbooks.
the average
No,
height
but I
was
see the evidence.
5'1" to 5'5".
Jurassic Park doesn't count, by the way.
The average height was 5'1" to 5'5", so no, Jesus is not tall. So I would highly recommend getting your hallucinations checked by a psychologist.
It wasn't just me though. I mean,
It was
lot
a
of people said he was
hallucination
tall.
because I don't care what the Western civilization of dumbasses depict a Middle Eastern guy to look like. He wasn't white. He didn't
Oh.
have blonde hair, and he did not have blue eyes. Are you stupid?
I never said he had blonde. I never said he was blonde. I
Good,
never
but you said
had
he was
blue
tall.
eyes.
The average height over there is 5'1" to 5'5". To
Mhm.
put that into perspective, here in America, it's going to be about 5'10"-ish. I'm 6'4", but
Mhm.
Jesus would have
I'm
been the
5'10".
equivalent of like 7'5". If he was 5'10" back then, that would have been like the equivalent of like 7'5", 7'4", something fucking redonkulous.
Yeah. And just saying, also, other interpretations of the Bible that like say like he's tall. Other interpretations say that he's actually quite short.
Mhm.
That he was like an average height man. Or
So
even
you had
below
an
average.
hallucination. Which psychologist have
So you
went to
believe?
talk
So
to?
you believe that? You
Which
believe those-
psychologist? Yeah, based on
Well,
evidence. What psychologist have you went to talk to about
those
your
texts that you read that
hallucinations?
he was short?
Yeah, so it's based on
I
evidence.
don't believe he even existed. But
Well,
across,
but you have
the Bible,
We have
but
evidence
you
of
have searched
people
it
in
up. You
Bethlehem.
have searched.
We have
for
evidence for
yourself,
people in
right?
Bethlehem. We have evidence
according
for
to the
people in
Bible, he
Bethlehem.
was also short.
So, did
According
you
to the
talk
Bible, he
to a
was also tall.
psychologist about your hallucinations?
What's
yet?
the average height of today's person?
Average height worldwide for a man is like 5'8", 5'6". For women's like 5'4". But that includes Southeast Asia, which has a lot of very, very short people.
Dude was
But
just a
in
troll.
America, it's about 5'10" for a man. Okay.
Just a troll. I know you want to teach, but you got to
Yeah.
remember 80% of these people don't want to learn. They just want to
Yeah, true.
fucking preach.
True. Well, he wasn't preaching, but yeah.
Based on the Abrahamic writings, he would have been looking and would have been similar to the same height of the people of the valley. Yes.
Yeah. So he's average height. Because some accounts, some interpretations actually say, I forget what the guy, who's the guy who was like, they were trying to like all get like a look at Jesus, and like one of them like climbs into a tree, trying to get a look at him. I forget. I remember like watching a video on that, and about how the guy, and that can actually be seen as like Jesus actually might have been actually quite short, and he was trying to get a better look at him because everyone else was taller than him.
Oh, to further add, Chixie, we have a 2025 citation re-debunking the Shroud of Turin.
Oh yeah.
2025 of like I want to say October or maybe September, somewhere around then.
Mhm.
I don't know how I feel about Jesus' existence. I'm kind of agnostic to that idea because
I think there
mythicism.
was probably a guy called Jesus, but there was also probably another guy called Jesus and another guy called Jesus. It was a very common name back in the day.
Mythicism
I
makes
know.
sense, and I cannot. Any scrutiny I've tried towards mythicism, I have not been able to poke holes in it. Does that mean it's wrong? No, I'm uneducated, so maybe I'm missing something. So I'm still studying that. I don't really have an opinion. Obviously, scholar consensus is that Jesus did existed, but
It did existed.
yeah, proper English. That's what you get with an American
English.
school system.
Tacitus
I'll-
tactics fighting.
I'll probably be a mythicist in the next year or two.
What
I'm
is
still pondering.
mythicism?
Mythicism is believing that Jesus and Paul did not exist.
Mm.
It's been deemed as
It's,
mythicism. It's kind of like
it's what,
conspiracy-esque.
Yeah. I haven't studied Paul enough, but Jesus, I could see that at least the biblical Jesus didn't exist. I don't at all believe that the actual biblical Jesus, man born. Yeah, and probably was a guy called Jesus, probably a couple guys called Jesus, who eventually got compiled into the biblical Jesus. Probably
We're gonna
some
start calling
maybe
still OG. We're
preachers.
gonna start calling him silly now.
Silly, no.
And
Yeah,
yeah, we're still talking about him today. Yeah, I still talk about
Let's
Vishnu
talk
on
about
a
Genghis
daily
Khan,
basis,
and he
so
was real, but we're also talking about
does me talking
Achilles,
about
and he
Vishnu mean
wasn't.
Vishnu's real? I bring up Zeus every single day too. Does that mean Zeus is real? No. Talking about someone
also-
doesn't mean they're real.
We also talk about Achilles like a lot. He wasn't real. What about Shaquille O'Neal? You have proof of him existing, both video and that he's still alive.
I meet Jesus every day on the subway. Buddy, nope, you gotta wait. It's not time to go out yet.
Tried like potty train him.
Yeah, I've been, so when I first got him from the shelter, I took him out 3 times a day for potty specifically, not including training and whatnot.
Yeah.
But he wants to go outside every 5 minutes, but he doesn't like to be alone. So usually what I do is when I'm off stream, I'll go out there and play guitar and let him play, or I'll play with him and train with him. But when I let him go outside, when I'm sitting here streaming, 5 minutes later, he's barking.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna actually have to. I'm realizing that because I'm driving. I'm gonna have to get to New Jersey, well, to Massachusetts actually, for Christmas. I'm gonna have to drive.
oh shit,
The
Yule's coming
drive's
up.
38 hours.
I'm excited for that.
It's 38 hours to my parents' house in the car because I'm moving there. Well, I'm moving to New Jersey, so
There's plenty of evidence for God calling Emlo. I know Johnny's right next to me. We're gonna have to go out sometime.
on a date.
Yeah, on a date. Isn't Johnny married?
I don't know.
I think Johnny has a girlfriend.
Yeah.
I am honestly getting to a point where I actually have no interest in a girlfriend. I never thought I would get to this point before. It's very interesting.
Like me when I was 14.
Well, my whole entire life I always wanted to get married and whatnot. Now it's like, because like I've talked to a few ladies. I just can't. It's not. How do I say this without sounding like an asshole?
You are an asshole, dude.
Well, like I genuinely don't want to. I don't mean it in a mean way. It's just not stimulating. Is that a good way to say it? Am I gay? No. I'm
Yeah,
straight.
it's not engaging.
Yeah, it's not like I don't like you can only talk to so many people like, hey, how are you doing? What are your hobbies before it gets, like, okay, what are your hobbies? Wonderful. You like to do this? Okay. It's like Indifferent. Yeah, sure. That's a good way to describe it. Yeah.
Yeah. I get that.
I don't know. I don't want to talk about, or I don't want to have to pull and pry. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's fucking talk about the in depths. Let's talk about the unknown things. A lot of
Just
people
get a
don't like
rub of
genuine
you.
connections anymore. Yeah, it seems to just be very, I don't know. It's only like one-sided. So, join a book club. I am going to. Once I get my car fixed up, I'm 100% going to join a book club. You got a new camera, brother? No, I got lighting so far. So I got 2
It
professional
looks a lot
softbox
better.
lightings. Yeah, I've been doing this all day just because it's fucking fun. Boop. This is only with one of them. If I turn the other one off, it looks even worse. Yeah, super awesome. I can also different types of lighting. Freaking awesome. I have
The
brightness.
heavenly glow.
Yeah, it's fucking. I love it. Add a little bit of a shadow. Add a little bit of that cinematic. I'm coming for you. Get rid of it.
What the fuck
I
was-
love life. Yeah, Nate, I can see that. I do have a 4K webcam on its way. I'm sure there's a nice girl waiting. She's there, even though you haven't seen her yet. Yeah, women exist. Congratulations. There's evidence for that. You guys have
Alright,
had
Bruce, I'm coming up.
your bad reputation. Oh shoot, I don't have that screen open. There we go. I think I should probably order a monitor as well.
Damn, fudging.
I laughed so hard when I saw it in my gallery. Yeah, dude, I saw that last night because you sent me something last night, and I looked that up. I'm like, you are women conscious? Women are way more conscious than men.
Yeah.
God, dude, you know what I really
Just as
hate?
conscious.
I really
There's
hate
a
how
lot
people
more.
are like, if women disappeared, nothing would happen. If men disappeared, everything would fall to shit.
If both disappeared, everything would fall shit. Like, if either disappeared, I should say.
It's ridiculous.
You know, women prop up the STEM field currently. You know,
Cats should rule. Agreed.
your vaccines and stuff. Your medicine.
I used to be an atheist. I used to be a Christian. Then I grew up. I stopped believing in Santa. The laws of logic. So there is a creator. Laws of logic has nothing to do with God. Can't wait for the new mic. The dynamic mic is going to get rid of a lot of the sideways sounds.
Is it still Hanukkah? What about Hanukkah? And Kwanzaa?
I did Hanukkah growing up. That's what we celebrated. I wasn't allowed to believe in Santa growing up. It was satanic.
What? Like, he's based off the Christian saint.
I wasn't allowed to do. I wasn't allowed to believe in Santa. I wasn't allowed to celebrate Halloween.
That makes sense.
Like, we would sneak out and do Halloween stuff. Like, we would like get together and like have sleepovers or whatever and sneak out. But I mean, I was full blown, guys. Yeah, Aaron understands exactly how I grew up. Completely 100% in the thick of it. Yeah, Halloween is I celebrate Samhain, but it is my all-time absolute favorite holiday.
Infinite regress, Nate? I don't know.
There's nothing necessarily wrong with infinite regress. Obviously, we can't really comprehend it super well, but it doesn't
At
break any
all.
laws necessarily. You should enjoy this year. You deserve it. I don't know what I'm gonna do for Yule. I've been doing some very mild rituals lately.
My family practices Yule, but also basically just like Christmas. We have a Yule log instead of a Christmas tree, you know?
Love that.
My mom also makes the cake. The
Nate, but you
Yule
would
log.
be able to. So a timeline being infinite, you can still go second by second in that timeline. So yes, it is. What would Jesus do? And then go pray about it. Yep, literally. Literally, if I had any questions, it was here's your Bible, son. Go in your room and don't come out until you have the answer. You've been here multiple times, Ronnie. Then I had a belly button ring, and her daughter saw, and she was so angry and told me I was going to hell. Jesus.
That's crazy. I celebrated Yule, but it was just synonymous with Christmas too.
Yeah.
So yeah.
What's up, Ravi? How you doing, brother?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to drive 38 hours.
I got my belly pierced for Jesus. Amen, sister.
I have to drive 30 hours. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, you said it about 35 times, give or take.
I said it about 3 actually, but I'm like, I'm trying to figure out like, okay, how do I make sure the dog's all good, make sure I have all the food. I'm thinking stuff over.
I love you. 484 subscribers on YouTube. Everyone watching right now, hit that subscriber button. We're super close to 500.
Oh, qualified's here.
Well, if qualified's here, that means Kiki and Deathless are bound to join eventually. Autumn is now the new troll as well.
Autumn.
I don't,
on YouTube?
dude. You know what the Phil Bros don't seem to understand about me is I genuinely am willing to have a philosophical debate, but the thing is, they always say the same argument, and then when I say how does this make sense, they say it makes sense because it makes sense. They don't. It's like I genuinely want to have the conversation, but every time I bring up a fallacy, they're like, "Nope, it's not a fallacy because I said so." It's like, what? What? Oh, we have someone on YouTube.
All right.
Emlo. Oh shit. Okay.
Is Emlo
Wonderful.
good?
Wonderful. He's been in chat for a second. Let me get you unmuted, brother. All right. How's it going, Emlo?
Good. How about yourself?
Hey, doing all right, man. You're over the age of 18, right?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. I've liked some of the messages you've been saying. Evan, do you want to hop into this call as well?
Let me see if I.
The link is on the YouTube. I think this guy would have a lot of questions for you as well.
Nice. Yeah, just coming up here because your chat wants me to, get on.
Yeah, I haven't been
this
reading it
conversation with you guys.
too much, but I saw a couple of your thoughts. So you're a Christian, right?
Yes, I am.
Right. I saw a couple of your thoughts. Okay, Evan.
Okay, I think I have to leave this call.
No, just
I
mute
have
the
to
stream.
leave this call.
Or
stream?
mute. Like you can just.
I think I have to leave this stream and then.
Oh,
go-
yep, yeah.
Yeah. I'll
Are you
be
asking
back.
how tall I am? 6'4".
That's pretty tall.
Yeah.
Could have been a basketball player.
I do enjoy basketball. It's one of the only sports I like. I prefer skateboarding though. I'm not a sport fan like at all. I've never enjoyed them. They're kind of just a big waste of time to me.
Yeah, but it sounds like both of those sports are pretty athletic, basketball and skateboarding.
Skateboarding, absolutely, I love. I enjoy skateboarding and I enjoy weightlifting, but I never really considered skateboarding as a sport. I know it is, but I never really considered it to be one. All right, is that Evan? Let me unmute you, brother. Okay, Emlo, are you able to hear? Oh, shit. Sorry, my bad. All right, talk.
Yeah, I'm here.
I can hear you, Emlo. Can you hear me?
Let me turn you up.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, talk
Cool.
again, Evan.
All right.
Okay, wonderful. Sweet. What do you got for us today, Emlo?
Well, I mean, for my evidence of God would be more towards I don't know if you guys take this as evidence, but metaphysics, which is also a science, which I start off with the laws of logic. I'm sorry?
Metaphysics is philosophy.
philosophy is basically science. Well,
No,
science comes
No.
they're
from philosophy.
completely distinct, brother.
Philosophical
science. You,
concepts
you
can become science if they're explored through science, but metaphysics specifically is not scientific. It's
Yeah,
like
there's a
unicorn. It's
philosophy
it's
of science, but metaphysics is not science. Science is testing and demonstrating the things in our reality.
yeah.
correct, but without testing those things, you need reason, which reason comes from the laws of logic, which would be
Right.
also using metaphysics
Right.
to
You can
describe
use
what
you can make
is.
up metaphysical thoughts and concepts, but if you want to prove them to be true or not, that requires science, which is a different field. Science is
Well,
not
the
metaphysics. They're
science
not the
can't
same thing.
science
Do they
can't
work
find the laws
together?
of logic.
Sure. The laws of logic,
Well,
physics, and math are all foundationally supported and based on the principles of axioms. Philosophy is not.
Well, it depends
Philosophy
on-
is just
well, it depends
metaphysics
on what
are
are the laws of
just
logic.
abstract concepts. If you want them to, so for instance, if I say, if a unicorn existed, what color would it be? Is a metaphysical thought. If I said unicorns do exist, they are black, that's an empirical claim. That it doesn't. You can't metaphysically prove it. You have to scientifically demonstrate it. So they're two completely distinct things. Metaphysics is not proof of anything. They're just thought concepts. You have to prove the thought concept if you want it to be true.
well, now you're talking about the law of identity, because if you're talking about a unicorn, you would have to point out what you're describing, not metaphysically.
Right, you would have to
You
demonstrate
would
that
have,
it
you would be
exists.
using an animal, which is already would be using logic, would be the law
Let's
of
use
identity,
leprechauns.
which
You
is
would
not
have to
man-made.
demonstrate that they exist. If I said leprechauns are real, you have no reason to take that as true, and you're going to disbelieve it until I prove it.
No, I would use logic to disprove it, not
You can't
my belief.
disprove leprechauns right now.
Well, I wouldn't need to prove a negative. You would have to prove that leprechauns exist.
Okay, there you go. So you understand the burden of proof. So what's your argument then?
Well, I'm showing that the laws of logic are knowledge, that man discovered it, so we found it, not man-made.
No, they're
like the
based
law of
on
identity is not man-made.
axiomatic principles.
It's
Like
ab-
math
it's
is
objective truth.
man-made, but what math is formed from is not man-made. It was discovered.
Correct. So where did that come from?
Axioms. I've already answered that.
Well,
I'm
what
gonna let
would
my
be
dog out,
axioms?
Evan. You have fun at with this one. He's hardcore
Okay. Well, yeah. Axioms are self-evident truths. 2 plus 2
Well,
will
but how do you
always be 4.
self-evident math without man? Without man, how do you self-evident?
2 plus they're based in axioms.
But before humans, math would exist, right? 2 plus
Math
2 will always be
technic-
4.
Well, you don't need humans to know 2 things and another 2 things.
Here, let me
are
end this
4
really
things.
quick. Do you want to have an actual
Well,
conversation,
no,
or do you
no,
want to have a
And
4-hour-long
symbols
Philbro
are
discussion?
man-made, but those do exist in nature. 2 sticks and
I'm
two
sorry,
and 2
can-
other sticks will be 4 sticks. I mean, monkeys
Emlo, do
can
you want to have an
exist.
actual conversation, or do you just want to do a philosophical loophole of circularity?
Well, when we're talking about God, we can't really talk about like him physically where he's at, like a
Wonderful.
house
So
or-
he's metaphysical
like
and
you're-
he's not
like you're
true.
saying.
Congratulations, you just cooked yourself.
Well, no, because I was telling you would have to
Are
find
unicorns
knowledge,
metaphysical?
which-
Are unicorns metaphysical?
But who came up with the knowledge?
Are
of
unicorns
unicorns?
metaphysical?
No.
Yes,
Yeah.
they by literal definition are. They're a mythological creature. They have no evidence for them. They are
Myth-
metaphysical.
Correct. I don't think the laws of logic are.
We're not talking
Are
logic right
myths.
now. Stop pivoting. Unicorns are metaphysical.
Well,
Your
we're
God
not
is
talking logic,
metaphysical
then we're
too,
talking
right?
imagination.
Is your God metaphysical?
We're just talking imagination.
Is your God
Imagination would be
metaphysical?
illogical.
Is your God metaphysical?
And transcendental would be both.
Well, that's a claim. Is your God metaphysical? Because
So
check
now
this
you
out. Check
guys-
this out. Unicorns transcend all things, and they created the universe. Prove me wrong.
Well, metaphysics could also describe.
No.
the world.
Unicorns are transcendental and created all things. Unicorns are God. Prove me wrong.
Well, no, that would be your claim. to-
Unicorns are
Unicorns
exactly
knowledge.
good boy. So now you're making up your own transcendental horseshit claim that you have to prove. If it's metaphysical, you're not going to be able to
Okay,
prove
but
it.
how
If
did
it's
knowledge-
empirical, then
well,
you
I'm
can
asking
prove
then,
it.
if I'm wrong, how
So
I'm
if
asking
it's
how did you
metaphysical,
learn-
you can not prove it. If it's empirical, you can prove it. The empirical part
Well,
of
you
the
can't
metaphysical
prove- you
claim
can't look for
is
math.
the
Where do you
unicorn
find
making
math?
the universe. The unicorn making
Where
the
do you
universe.
find math?
The unicorn making the universe is the empirical claim. The unicorn may be metaphysical, but there is an empirical claim of this unicorn doing something in our actual world. Your God is a metaphysical claim. or a metaphysical concept with an empirical claim of he made all things. You need to demonstrate that. So how do you demonstrate that?
I determined God that would again be knowledge.
How do you demonstrate your God made things? That's an empirical claim. No, how do you demonstrate that your God made things? It's an empirical claim.
I cannot empirically.
Correct. It's a metaphysical concept. It's an unproven claim. It's a metaphysical concept. Same thing as a unicorn. So there's no justification. So there's no justification for me to believe in unicorns. There's also no justification for me to believe in God because both have the same amount of evidence.
Well, then where did you guys discover math then?
That has nothing to do with the conversation we just had. Stop cowardice pivoting. What you need to do is you're going to stay on point. I'm going to keep you on point. You have no power here. You're not going to pivot. I'm not a Philbro. I'm not a philosopher loser. We're not going to run in fucking circles. This isn't your game. You have a metaphysical claim. God. I had a metaphysical claim. Unicorns. I said unicorns are transcendental and made the universe. You said I have to prove that. I am now telling you your claim God made the universe. Prove that. And then you pivot like a fucking coward. Prove it or fuck off.
Well, you're asking me to prove it.
Wonderful. You can't prove it. Thank you. Fuck off.
Did he leave?
No, I kicked him.
Because he brought up evolution. I was about to.
He doesn't want to be taught, Evan.
Okay. Well, I think I can mute this stream and then mute myself also on the stream and then join the TikTok.
He tried coming back. Yeah, Emlo, you're not welcome anymore. You're just going to run in circles without any evidence. I'll give you another chance if you actually want to provide evidence instead of running around like a fucking Philbro circular bitch.
Yeah, and also if you want to talk about evolution and you want to actually have a genuine learning conversation, which I doubt, I will teach you. Because you said evolution. You mentioned it when we were talking about metaphysical concepts. But evolution is not a metaphysical concept.
Have you bought a new microphone? This is my old microphone. I just reset it up to where it's closer to my face. I do have a microphone on its way. I will be receiving 3 new gadgets that will be here on Saturday. Let's get Law in here on TikTok. We're going to swap over to TikTok. Emlo can fuck off. Let's get Law in here.
Yo,
what is up, Law?
Yo, I'm doing good. I've been on here for a while and I had a question.
Wonderful. How old are you?
I'm 19, 53106.
Okay, 19. And which God do you believe in?
The Christian belief, Abrahamic, I guess.
Wonderful. What's your best evidence or argument?
So I came up here not to on debate, but kind of debate, but I want you to educate me on something. So you don't believe in a God, obviously, right? But I do. And I don't have a full claim proof there is a God, but I wonder, what is your claim of like the Big Bang of what started it?
What do you think the Big Bang
I'll
is?
deal with this.
Go for it.
Well, Big Bang, first of all, we have evidence of that. It's called the cosmic background radiation. And also we can see the after effect of it. Not just the cosmic background radiation. We can see, using cosmic background radiation, we can see the Planck instant after it began to expand rapidly from a hot, dense state.
Yeah, and what made the cosmic background radiation?
The Big Bang.
So isn't that like somewhat of a paradox where it goes back?
No. The cosmic background radiation is proof of the Big Bang. Just like my fingerprints on a knife would be like just one piece of evidence that I used that knife at one point.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the same thing. The knife is the cosmic background would be the fingerprints of the Big Bang. They're the proof of it that it happened in a much larger sense. You know, we can trace it back all the way to the Planck instant. Planck is the smallest amount of time recordable and the shortest amount of distance we can perceive. You know?
No, I'm following. I get it.
Yeah. So the Big Bang, cosmic background radiation is our proof of Big Bang.
Because
not just that, but we can also use James Webb Telescope and Hubble telescope to see the light from the Big Bang, and many other things. You know.
Yeah, because my like personal belief, science is not wrong, right? We all could agree. And when I talk about God,
Sometimes it
right?
is.
Yeah,
Sometimes it is.
why I believe in God, obviously, is that science is not wrong. Like what you just said. Sure, I don't know too much about it, but I'm gonna trust you, right? It's accurate.
You
But I
shouldn't,
feel
but
like
sure. Yeah.
I feel like that's somewhat of a small paradox in itself, because it's like, sure, it's evidence of the Big Bang, the cosmic background radiation, but I feel like to an extent there has to be somewhat of a creator that caused everything to go in place, right?
No, the cause for the Big Bang was the hot dense state, and it expanded.
Yeah, but before like nothing, right?
But there wasn't nothing. Nothing cannot exist.
So you
Nothing
always
didn't create the universe. The
So
big, the hot dense state was the universe actually, and then
Was
it
it-
expanded. The time and space expanded rapidly, and it still is today. Big Bang's still happening.
Yeah, it's always expanding, it's always growing because of light and speed. Yeah, I
But
get
in
it.
fact, actually, the acceleration of it originally it was accelerating, but that acceleration is slowing down. You know.
Yeah, and
It's
I
not,
guess
it's not speeding up as quickly as normal. You know.
yeah, and I guess what I'm about to say is like paradoxical, but when you go deeper, right?
What do you think a paradox
nothing
is?
comes from the
Nothing did not create the universe. The hot
But-
dense state did. Before that, I don't know. What created the hot dense state? I don't know. We have some ideas: quantum vacuum, quantum field theory, a couple of those, or that it always existed, or that it was from a previous universe. That the like, bubble theory, I'm pretty sure it was
Yeah.
called. Basically,
Could also just be an infinite
crunch.
regress.
Or could just be infinite regress. Could have been multiple universes before that point.
The answer
Could
is
have
we
always
don't know.
existed.
You don't know.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't know.
We don't know.
Evan doesn't know. But there's no justification to believe a God did it.
Yeah. There's no
'Cause-
evidence that something created that.
Because my POV of God is a creator, right? And when we look do the rabbit hole, what created what, keep on going.
If you're gonna go for the creator, I'd say just energy.
Yeah, but energy wasn't a thing when nothing was there, you know?
Oh my
Nothing was
God.
never there.
All right, so the first law
Nothing
of
did not create the universe.
thermodynamics is
The energy has
nothing
always
destroyed.
existed. Yeah, law. Energy has never has always occurred. Energy has always existed. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed.
Yeah, completely
First
agree.
law of thermodynamics. Energy, which is what basically the hot dense state was. It was a hot dense state of energy.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
The singularity is what's not actually a singularity because the
Evan, give him
singularity is
some,
not
give him some
possible.
breathing room.
Sorry. You get what I'm saying, Law?
Yeah, so regardless of my rabbit hole, there's always something, right? It was never nothing.
Yeah, never nothing. Nothing cannot exist. Because if
And
there's
is that-
something to be, that's something.
Is that backed up by science too?
Well, just logical, actually.
But is it
I'd
backed
say.
up by science?
If there's something to point to, and you say that's nothing, there's something to point to. Nothing did not create the universe.
A scientific nothing is not the same thing as the colloquial nothing.
Sure,
If
yeah.
me and you were talking
The-
and we say nothing exists, then we're just saying there's nothing there. But when you look into science, there's always something there. There's energy fields, there's quantum fields, there's matter. There's always something. There is no such thing as nothing. Science doesn't use the same definition of nothing.
Yeah, but nothing technically, if you're going with the scientific definition, well, not definition, but scientific term, where it's basically saying the closest thing to nothing, which is just energy and quantum fields, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I'm asking that to Cody in case he knows.
I'm sorry?
I just say yeah, because like I just say it as like I'm following along.
I'm
Would you ask?
correct me if I'm wrong, if any, you know, but yeah, basically the closest thing to nothing can exist, but nothing, true nothingness cannot.
Yeah, when science is talking about nothingness, it's just talking about a vacuum or fields.
Yeah.
Because from like my standpoint of what I thought was true was nothing created the Big Bang. Like I'm talking about no
No,
energy, like
no,
nothing.
no. The hot dense state created that. What
So-
created the hot dense state could have always existed.
For us to say
Could
that
have been a quantum
something
vacuum.
is a creation,
We don't know.
you have to demonstrate that. So like the problem with the ideology of theism, specifically Christianity, where was my mind going with that? So a tree, it's natural. Why would I say something made it? But a car is not natural, and I have justified reason due to way too much fucking evidence that people make cars, right? A
Yeah.
car could not exist on its own. A tree does. So when it comes to the universe, you have to have a justified reason to say that it is created. How do I know that a car is created? Because there's evidence of people making them, and it's not natural. It's not found in nature. The universe is natural. There's no evidence of an engineer putting the universe together. So there's no justified reason to believe that it had a creator.
Not even like the fine tuning. Like if gravity was any bit lower, we'd all
Not
be
fine-tuned.
like.
Just because it looks and here, let me read to you what the science says about fine tuning. I wrote this down.
I do have just one thing about fine tuning. Is a puddle, is a pothole fine tuned to a puddle?
What do you mean?
For a puddle? No. Just like the universe is not fine tuned for life. The universe, if it was fine tuned for anything, it would be for stars. Stars are very common. Gravity is probably the most
so-
common force.
Yeah.
So the fine-tuning argument is the universe's constants are precisely calibrated to allow for the existence of life. If these constants were even slightly different, life as we know it could not exist. That in and of itself is just a lot of begging the question. So there's an anthropic principle, which is going to be we observe a universe compatible with life because only in such a universe could observers like us exist. So don't forget that there are possibly billions and billions and billions and billions of other failed universes. Okay. You also have what looks fine-tuned may eventually be explained by deeper physical laws. For instance, lightning. We didn't know what it was or how it came to be, so we said it must have been Zeus. For instance, the earth. We thought God had to have made earth. It doesn't make sense. How does it exist? God must have done it. And then we learned about gravity and how gravity and the sun formed Earth and how planets form. How did we observe that? James Webb Telescope is a really big one for that. Also, the fine-tuning when it comes to the probabilities. I'm going to read off. I've got 3 paragraphs here. I don't know if I'm going to read all of them. This is just what I got from. This is going to be NASA, Harvard, and Oxford. Those are my 3 favorites when it comes to cosmology arguments.
Yeah.
The fine-tuning argument often assumes constants could vary freely across all possible values, but science doesn't know the actual probability distribution of constants. Without that, claims of probability are speculative. What that means is we know that a coin is 50-50 because there's 2 sides of it. We can actually measure that out of the whole 100, there's 2 parts, which is a 50. So if we say there's a probability of us, there's a 10% probability of us being here, that would require you to compare it to another world. So what universe have you compared? There isn't, right? We haven't. So there is no probability there. The idea that if constants were slightly different, we wouldn't exist is true in the fact that, yes, if we were right now, if gravity changed, right, then life would cease because we have evolved to be the way that we are to survive this area. Okay, we have survived to be fit for Earth. Earth was not made for us. Okay, we evolved to survive it. To add in, we don't know if constants could have been different or if they are fixed by deeper laws. So all these curiosities of things that we don't know, we could figure out one day. Same with lightning and same with planets' formations. With only one universe, probability is meaningless because there is nothing to compare probability against, which is what I said. The probability numbers scientists have shared, which is what you brought up, how if gravity changed X, Y, and Z amount, So that's actually something called sensitivity analysis. It's not probability. It's sensitivity that if this changes, something catastrophic could happen. It's not a probability percentage of likelihood. Because again, to have a probability percentage of likelihood, you have to have something to compare it to, of which we don't.
Dang, that's actually really you said that pretty excellent. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie, you really laid it down.
So I have nothing against. There's nothing wrong with believing in God. The reason I deconstructed is for the first thought in my head is facts don't give a fuck about my feelings. So when I was first challenged on did Jesus resurrect, I went and studied it and realized I have no reason to justify a belief in that. So I started deconstructing by questioning other things. For instance, Genesis 1 of the Bible, the very first sentence is a lie. How do I know that? Well, in Genesis 1, day 1, God creates the earth. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Then on day 4, in Genesis 1:16, he makes the sun. How do I know it's a lie? We know that planets form thanks to gravity and suns, stars.
Yeah.
So that would mean, by literal definition, our sun, I think it's 1 billion years older than Earth, something like that. The sun is older. So for the Bible to say the sun was made after 3 days after the Earth, it's a straight out lie. And the Holy Bible is supposed to be the infallible Word of God. An all-knowing God would have known we'd figure that out.
Yeah, what's funny is I made a notes about this, about scientists versus the Bible, and some of it's like accurate, like how light came first. They got that right. They got my bad.
Well, yeah, light came first like 300,000 years after the Big Bang started expanding. That's when light came into the universe.
No, he's
because
talking
light
about
speed was-
day 3, day 2. Day 2, it says God said, "Let there be light." Well, what light is that? Can you demonstrate that? No? Then I have no justified reason to believe that. It's just a
Not even the
story.
fact that we could see. Oh, yeah.
Like, think of it this way. Why don't you believe in Zeus?
Why don't I believe in
Zeus, the Greek god Zeus.
Yeah.
Because books
guess
say he's real, and books also say that he did great things. Does that mean it's true?
Yeah. No.
So
Like, not
the
even
Bible is
true.
making a bunch of stories, but we got to look at if they're actually true or not. Just because the book says so doesn't mean it's true. If it was true that every book written was just true, congratulations, Superman exists.
Dang, valid point. I don't have an argument for that. Cannot even lie. Like, logically, I don't have a.
Well, that's the thing as well when it comes to any supernatural claim, and this is why I'm a natural empiricist. There's no such thing as a logically sound argument for anything supernatural, let alone God. I don't believe in a supernatural ghosts, spirits, souls, afterlife. There's no reason, no justified reason to believe in them.
What if you did see a ghost? Like, I guess.
Hallucinations, brother. People have hallucinations on a day-to-day basis.
They're pretty common. Like, people don't realize.
So we have something called pareidolia in our brain, whereas, so like, for instance, you're laying down in bed at night, you look in your corner and you see a face, and then you turn the light on and it's a pile of clothes. Your brain is a pattern recognition machine, and when it sees something that could potentially be something face-like or body-like structure, it makes it look like it. So something that could be a t-shirt that is wrapped up in a circle on a couch. If you're in the dark, the contrast of that shirt could show slightly darker shadows that could ever so slightly resemble what could possibly be a face or eyes, just the eyes. So let's say two eyes seem to form because of contrast bouncing off of the shirt, right? Your brain is going to be like, there has to be something there, and it fills in the rest. So where you only see two contrasted, quote-unquote, eyeballs, your brain goes, there's got to be more, and it makes the rest of it. It makes the nose, it hallucinates for you so that you see it. Why? It's a defensive mechanism.
Yeah, it's a survival tactic, survival mechanism.
when we evolved to being groups, and we started, and we
Thank you,
weren't,
Riverman. I love the lighting too.
and some of us had to protect our group at night. It was advantageous to be able to see things that might not have actually been there, to be just more on alert.
Yeah. How long did it take you to get like all of this like knowledge?
I've been an atheist for almost 3 years now.
Dang, you got some really good arguments.
I read a lot of
And
books.
I've been an atheist my entire life. I just also study. I also just am a paleontology and evolutionary biology student. So
Let me ask you something, Law.
Yeah.
If you go to Harvard, how are you going to learn? How do they teach you things?
By giving you like textbooks, guiding you
Correct.
through it, give you like
Books.
actual
That's it, brother. All the information that we have as a human race is in books and other people. You
Yeah.
can go learn from people in books, and then you test them.
also Harvard puts their lectures up online for free.
Yeah,
You
they
can't get a
if you
degree
go to
or anything.
harvard.edu, they have literally an entire section that says free courses.
Yeah.
I did not know
And you
that.
can also pay
Yeah,
like
so-
$200 to get a certification for it too.
Yeah, I have it open right now. You also got data science. Oh my god.
They have a lot of stuff up there. Like information is free, brother. Libraries free. Now,
Yeah,
if you read a book that is like really life changing or you really enjoyed, buy the physical copy and put it into your library. So like what I plan on having is instead of this green screen backdrop, I'm gonna have my bookshelf with all of my books. That's what I'm gonna have. Because books
Yeah,
are
'cause
very
I'm-
important.
Yeah, I'm trying to seek knowledge, and I've been using like AI, but then I realized like
You can use
Google
AI
Scholar.
if you know what you're
Use
doing.
AI to get sources, but
Yeah.
don't use it to learn. You can use it to get sources. Also use Google Scholar if you're looking for more scientific things.
Yeah, you can use AI to also find out what sources. Like you have Google Scholar for citations of scientific papers. But Google Scholar doesn't have everything. And then there's also like EDU, and there's like 2 or 3 other really popular, trustworthy websites that you go onto those websites, kind of like how you go on Google, and you can type in abiogenesis, and it will have a lot of information on that. Or you can go into one that talks about specifically religions. So you can use AI. I don't know what they're all called. I only use Google Scholar and Harvard, Oxford, and some other places, but you can.
Speaking of
it can tell you
abiogenesis,
what's.
Ravi, you haven't sent me those papers yet. I asked him for some papers on abiogenesis.
No, when I was talking about AI, I used it for literally everything, like in a bad
Sure.
negative
I use
way.
it on a daily basis, brother. Like
Don't use it for art though.
think of like AI has access to all the same things we do. So AI is able to go and read every single manual on psychology, for instance, and then bada bing, bada boom, you have yourself a free psychologist.
Now, should you use it as a psychologist? No,
No.
because they don't have nuance.
But you like if you're struggling and you don't have anyone to go talk to, abso-fucking-lutely.
But there's people you can talk to online.
988. If you guys are struggling, 988.
Yeah.
I think it's 988.
Yeah, because I'm wait, what? 988 help?
Yeah, the
It's a-
helpline.
it's a help.
You can
Yeah.
they're 24/7. You can text or call them and have a conversation with somebody.
But not yeah, I'm actually kind of thankful that you guys got me hooked up on the Scholar Google thing. I never knew about that, and Harvard stuff. Isn't like Harvard like the best school anybody could go to?
It's dependent, brother. Every school has its ups and downs. It really depends
Yeah.
on what you want. Like for instance, Evan's going to Princeton.
Yeah, I'm going next semester, so. Yeah.
I don't know where I'm gonna go to. I'm gonna do electronics, but yeah, I'm glad that I came up
You
to you guys.
electronic what?
I don't know yet. Anything electronic wise.
Like
or,
cyber?
like,
Dude, just do CompTIA.
CompTIA? What the heck is that?
You can get your cybersecurity certifications.
Oh, okay, I see it. Man, dude, you're like well versed in a lot. Like you're kind of really smart.
I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot that has access to libraries.
Well, I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep doing my studies. Thank you. Thank you guys a lot.
Absolutely, brother. You have yourself a good day, all right?
Hello.
You too, man. I'll come back another day if I got more questions.
Good shit.
Alright.
We'll see you then.
Feel like
Yeah,
you're an
CompTIA
atheist.
Network Security. You got your A+ is going to be to help you out with building and fixing computers and
Ball's gonna be an
printers.
atheist by like next week.
Right? I mean, it took
Like,
me
he
one day to
seems-
deconvert from Christianity myself. I think the hardest part for me with Christianity was the fear of hell.
All right, Zan, give us the evidence.
Yeah, let me run to the restroom real quick. Faith is an atrocity. I think it is.
Yeah. Yeah, Ravi, you haven't sent me those papers yet. Now, if you, now, also, I'm just saying about the negative claim. If you say evolution isn't real, there's evidence for evolution. You have to disprove evolution. You do, because that's not a negative claim. Don't worry, Ravi. I'm just pulling you that. I'm pulling your leg. So. Well, no one leave. Everyone join. All right. I can't accept people, but the host can. He's just getting coffee. Oh yeah, no, Ravi, just like take your time. Don't worry. Especially if you're a sick kid. Yeah. Wait. No one leave. Where are the zombies? They're called. It's called cordyceps. Damn. I guess that I'm not that engaging, seeing as people are leaving right now, as we speak. Star. Yeah. Zan, gets up here. Get up here.
I need to go find Odin.
Oh. Odin's left. Atheists in denial. Zan, provide us the evidence. And like, I'm not intellectually dishonest. When someone provides me evidence of something that I did not know about, I accept it. Snowflakes. Snowflakes are proof of snowflakes and crystalline structures forming. It's a crystalline structure. I think snowflakes are actually evidence against the fine-tuning argument. Hexagon. Yeah, it's a crystalline shape because of the. Yeah. Zan, hexagon. Snowflakes aren't proof of God. Snowflakes are proof that the molecular structure of water is most stable when it's frozen in a hexagonal pattern. That's why snowflakes are always 6-sided and sometimes, rarely, 12-sided. Always 12 or always 6. Yeah, snowflakes literally just prove weather.
We're going to restart the TikTok stream.
All right.
We're going to restart the stream, guys. Get some more people to join in. So,
Okay.
hop back in. live. 18 and older. Go live. And also Evan was first. Ha! For the first time ever, Evan is first. All right, we're going to watch our tongue this time. Hopefully, the algorithm will like me for once. That'd be nice. Algorithm gods, I need you. Let's turn the volume let's turn that down a little bit. I feel like I'm a little bit washed out. That adds a little bit of something. There we go. Let's get Evan in here. You made it, bud.
You look fine.
You look fine?
Yeah, I was first.
Stop.
DJ, haha, I made it first.
AI TikTok detection gods proof chaos. That's for sure. Yeah, right? Wait for everyone to get in here. Yeah. Should I get another monitor? It would help because I could have chat like up on the left side and my other stuff on the right. We'll do that eventually. Curious about what this is about.
Oh, thank you for the hand art. I've gotten more gifts than you, Cody, right now. And I sent you 2 gifts already. So.
Lighting does look different. Yes, absolutely does. Got some professional
Yeah,
lighting.
it's not-
Saturday
it's not-
we'll have a new mic, a 4K webcam, and an audio mixer. They will be here on Saturday. Hopefully sooner than Saturday. I have it set to the least amount of stops. I don't think they've even shipped out yet, though, is the problem. I haven't even been charged yet for all the items, which is crazy. I thought that was weird. Because it's showing that it's ordered. It looks like it'll be shipped in the next few hours, but the money has not come out of my account yet. Very interesting.
We're not Gnostic atheists.
Yeah, I'm not a Gnostic.
We'll accept evidence if you provide it. We're agnostic atheists. Or we're, atheists. We're the default position. Agnostic truly just means you know something. You don't know, right? We're agnostic atheists. We don't know if there's a God. We lack a belief in one. That's the 2 things. Agnostic, I don't know if there's a God. Atheist, I lack a belief in one because there's no evidence for one that I have found. There's no justification that I have found. If you'd like to give us that, happy to have a conversation with you. No, he's good engagement. Nah, I decided not to. Well, because you're just being bad faith and not requesting up. But no, you're good engagement, so yeah.
Odin's not ready to come in. He just wanted to play.
We're not gonna mute Zan because Zan's just. I mean, he's being bad faith, but he's not doing anything. He's just adding to the, engagement. So.
I'm out of shape, dude. Oh my goodness. Unwanted
walks.
sponge wants to come up. Dude,
Alright.
I need 2 more.
We have a dog now, so.
Well, I fucked my ankle up, and I still can't feel my leg. Need to go to
Ow.
a doctor eventually. Let's get unwanted sponge.
Eventually, yeah, maybe.
What is up, sponge?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
You over the age of 18?
Huh?
You over the age of 18?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Wonderful. Which god do you believe in?
I think it's irrelevant to the question that there is a God.
Okay,
Well-
cool. So why do you believe the moon was split in 2 like the Quran says?
I'm saying that's irrelevant because I just believe that there's at least a God.
Alright, just
Okay.
general deist then.
I believe that logic itself is something that is not empirical. You cannot prove through sense, touch,
Can you
taste.
provide me one logically sound argument for God?
Yeah, if God is not real, then logic itself would not be possible because logic only
Why is that
exists.
true? Because logic is built on axiomatic principles.
But
Not
logic
God.
exists. Where does logic exist?
Logic is a framework of thinking, but it's built on axiomatic
Which-
principles,
what?
which are axioms of nature.
But
To say
logic-
logic doesn't exist is the same as saying math doesn't exist.
But logic would
Is
exist
math a
if-
physical thing? No, but we need math.
Logic existed before nature, so I don't. That's
No.
irrelevant.
Logic is man-made.
If logic is man-made, then contradictions could be possible because nature can
No.
change.
Logic explains why contradictions aren't possible.
But if it's man-made, then it can
Logic
subject to
tells
change.
you if your thinking is correct or not in accordance with nature.
Did you understand my premise?
I know you're not understanding anything. Logic tells you if your thinking aligns with reality. That's what it's for.
If logic is man-made.
Logic
then it
tells
can
you if what
subject
you're
to
thinking
change.
aligns with reality or not. How does it do that? Axioms.
Again, but if it's human.
So
invention,
again,
then it's
logic
subject to
helps
change.
you know if your thoughts
Logic
align with
cannot
reality or
change,
not.
my friend.
And the way it does that is axioms.
Logic cannot change, my friend. If it's human-made, then it can subject to change.
Information does. So if we get new information that proves
Logic-
logic needs to update, then it would update based on evidence and information.
But again,
If we find out something about gravity not being real and the theory of gravity goes away, then logic will update in accordance. Logic is man-made, but it's based on axioms
contradictions can exist. How do you know what's true?
by testing it with epistemology.
How so?
Well, for instance, here's a logically sound argument. Socrates is a man, all men are mortal, therefore Socrates is mortal. Do you agree that that's sound?
Socrates. Is this like just a hypothetical sentence or something like that, or?
So you don't know logic. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, what I'm saying.
So you're arguing from ignorance right now. That's crazy. So logic, I would highly recommend us not argue about it since you know nothing about it, and you go study it first. But logic does not change based on whether a god does or does not exist. That's like saying unicorns. Logic only exists because unicorns exist.
Logic only exists in a mind.
Logic is bound by the existence of unicorns. Well, that's what you're saying. You're saying logic is only existing because God. Okay, cool. Logic is only existing because unicorns. Prove me wrong.
Mind.
No, prove me wrong.
What?
Logic only exists because of unicorns.
I mean, you have no epistemic justification for
Exactly. So provide me the epistemic justification for your God and logic
Yeah,
being.
logic exists only in mind.
That has
That's
nothing
my
to do with
definition.
God. Your brain
That's
has
my
nothing to do with
definition
God.
of God
Your
is
brain has nothing to
mind.
do with God. Your brain has nothing to do with God. So how do you
My
justify
definition of
God?
a God
So
is
how do you
mind.
justify God?
How can a mind exist outside of a
Because
brain,
logic
dude?
exists in a mind.
How do
The
you
laws of
justify
logic are
God?
universal,
No,
immaterial,
logic exists
unchanging,
because of unicorns.
and they
Unicorns
are
are the one true
necessary.
God. Unicorns exist and made the universe. And that's why logic exists. Kind of a silly fucking claim, isn't it?
You're just spouting that out.
Yes, you are. I'm literally saying what you're saying back to you with a different word. Instead of God, I'm saying unicorn. Unicorns only logic exists because unicorns exist, and without unicorns, logic would not exist. That's literally what you just said. That is a claim without any fucking justification. I can't justify that. Neither can you. Can you justify God and logic?
I mean, unicorns are something that was made in
They're
physics
metaphysical, same as your God. So how do you justify your God and logic?
by the transcendental argument.
Justify it. Unicorns transcend laws. No, unicorns transcend laws. So they just do exist. They made the universe, and they are the reason logic works. Do you see how silly your argument is?
Again, I'm just saying.
I'm showing you your quote unquote logic. You don't even know what logic is or how it works. Do you have a logically sound syllogism for God?
I already argued my whole.
You haven't argued anything. I literally debunked your argument by changing the word God to unicorn, and it fell apart, and you yourself said it doesn't make sense. You saying my argument didn't make sense is you saying your argument didn't make sense because I just changed a fucking word.
Yeah, but unicorns don't tell you that.
No, they transcend. They transcend the laws.
How?
Exactly, dumbass. How does your God transcend
You
laws?
could see that God itself is a.
How does your God
person.
transcend laws? How does your God transcend laws?
What do you mean? How does my God transcend laws? What do you don't believe anything at all? You're an atheist. You have no account for logic at all.
Yeah, I do. They're based in axioms, dumbass.
Yeah, but you're just saying that it is. Why ought I believe that?
Yeah, because if axioms aren't true, then nothing works.
Yeah, but again, in your
That's
worldview,
why.
you said
So
that
you just
logic
asked me to
is
justify it. So if axioms, so be quiet for a little second. Be quiet. Be quiet. I was in the middle of talking. I'm gonna have to mute you if you don't be quiet. I'm gonna have to mute you if you don't be quiet. The mute button is looking really fucking sexy right now. I might need to slap its ass. So, okay, get muted. So,
Get muted.
axioms are what ground my thinking.
What ground my thinking?
So if axioms aren't true, nothing
True.
works.
Nothing is true. I'm saying that humans invented.
I'm saying
if
that humans invented.
logic-
If axioms aren't true, nothing works. So we take them for granted. So we take them for granted. They are self-evidently true. Why? I already explained that. Because if they aren't true, nothing works. They have to be, as at least in our reality.
Say that something's true if it can change.
Axioms don't change.
So if it's human invented, though, it can.
Axioms aren't human invented.
So then what? But you're using your logic to say that axioms aren't
No.
human invented. How not? Because
Logic is
making a truth
based
claim
in axiomatic
isn't-
principles.
here's
Axioms
the
build
claim.
logic.
Any knowledge claim
Is
you
math
use logic.
math true?
You would not have math without logic. You would not.
You wouldn't have
physics
math without
logic.
axioms, brother. What do you think makes something objective?
By the laws of logic.
Axioms.
Axioms, huh?
Yep. So I presuppose the axioms of nature. Why? Because without them, nothing works. They demonstrate themselves to be true, self-evidently. You presuppose an existence of some God without any demonstration. So you presuppose
Axioms are basically
fallaciously.
the laws of logic.
No. Logic is not an axiom.
What are the core axioms?
The laws of nature.
The law of identity.
What do you think
Logic.
an axiom is?
I would say the core axioms are.
What
the law
is
of
an
identity.
axiom?
An axiom is like a starting point of reasoning that cannot be proven, but must be assumed for any rational thought. That's what I'm arguing for.
Yeah. So, but ours are
Yes.
proven. Without ours, nothing works. Without yours, we don't even have a justification that you're. So you're calling God an axiom, right?
If you think that
You're calling God an axiom, right? 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 You're calling God an axiom, right?
And exclude a middle, those things.
You can answer my question like a good little boy. You're calling God an axiom, right?
Question like a good little boy. I agree.
You're calling God an axiom, right? This is a yes or no question. Since you're incapable of answering questions, I'm asking you elementary level questions that require only a yes or no. So are you, yes or no, saying that God is an axiom?
If your definition of an
Okay, go
axiom,
fuck yourself. If you're incapable of having a back and forth conversation, I don't want to even try with you.
Yeah, self-evident truth.
Yes, I smacked the shit out of that mute button. It was just looking too damn fine to be left alone.
He wishes it was me.
Yes, I was picturing the mute button as Evan. The host doesn't shut up. I literally listened to him. I let him talk. And then I asked him questions that he was incapable of answering.
Or unwanting to.
And I'm not going to let him pivot, because that's his number one skill, is pivoting, because he's a coward. Oh, I did give him chances to answer, and then he pivoted. You got to pay attention, Andrew. I know your brain has never worked before. Try to use it. We'll get Christian Lane in here. What's up, Christian?
Yo, how are you? I'm good. How are you?
Hey, man, doing all right. You over the age of 18, brother?
I am.
Wonderful. Which God do you believe in, man?
I believe in Jesus.
Wonderful. Why should I? Should I? I don't feel like I should.
Well, I mean that's the thing. You don't have to, but
Yeah, I
it
do.
says there's no
If I
evidence
don't
for
believe in
God.
Jesus, do I go to heaven or hell?
Oh, if you don't believe in God and you reject, then you would be away from God after death. So
Right,
that
which would be
hell.
what?
Hell. Exactly.
Right. So I do have to believe in God, or I'm going to suffer for eternity, even though Jeffrey Epstein, who gave his life to Jesus before his deathbed and raped and slaughtered many people, is going to go to heaven.
Right. You don't have to.
So even though I'm a better person than Jeffrey Dahmer and Moses, I'm going to go to hell, even though I'm a better person.
Better as in, by what standard?
Oh, my standard.
Kill people.
I'm better than your God.
Oh, you're better. You're better than Jesus.
Yeah, 100%.
Then Yahweh, absolutely. Because even according to the Bible, you know what one of the 10 Commandments, you shall not kill. God does plenty of that.
Well,
Oh,
it
yeah.
says
Haven't done
murder.
that once.
It says murder. And the definitions are different.
No, the
Do
Hebrew
you
is
think
kill.
murder is an innocent?
There was no distinction between kill and murder. They updated it with one of the translations because of people like you.
Actually,
And
no,
let's
there-
and
there
let's
is-
just
there
say,
is a
Christian. Let's just say it is murder. Would you say the murder is the unjust killing of an innocent? Or the
Good
killing of an
argument,
innocent?
Evan. God damn, that was hell yeah, dude. I
Would you
was
say
not
that
prepared for
murder
that.
is the killing of an innocent?
Murder is an unjust, premeditated killing of an innocent. So unjust
Okay.
there.
You're about to get roasted.
Would you say the flood? Who?
Don't use the flood. Don't use the flood.
Really?
Yeah, the flood's not a good. Maybe the Amalekites. If you want to bring up something.
Yeah, I
bring
would
up
say
the
actually, yeah, I'd say the Amalekites, seeing as they were just there.
Absolutely,
And-
completely just. They weren't just there. God gave
According to
them
the
400
Bible, he
years.
was given the Amalekites were given 400 years to turn from their quote unquote wicked ways. The way I use it is Second Kings. Or how about did God say that He creates good and calamity?
Yeah, good and calamity.
Yeah, what is
correct.
calamity?
Disorder.
That would be natural disasters, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah,
calamity.
so
as
it's
in-
God's fault for flooding innocent children in Gaza, or for shooting down a meteor onto some old person's house. It's God's fault for any forest fire. It's God's fault for all tornadoes that rip people to shreds. There you go, because God makes all good and all calamity, correct?
That's not how. Yeah. So
Does
we-
God
we
make
get-
all calamity?
Not all calamity.
What does the Bible say? I don't care what you think. I care what the Bible says. God
Right. The
does.
Bible doesn't say all.
He makes good and he makes calamity.
Yeah, where does it say all?
Oh my god. Semantics. I love the semantics.
But I do have a question.
We're going to go into the Hebrew. Don't pivot.
Okay, I have a genuine
Nope.
question.
No. We're going
I'm
into
not
the
pivoting.
Hebrew on this.
I'm down to go back to this. I just have a question. Is it which one in your view is more morally correct? A society that punishes a master who kills their slave, or a society that doesn't? Which one is more morally in line with your beliefs?
The one that punishes.
The one that punishes.
Because
Okay.
they shouldn't have a slave either
Well,
way.
yeah, but the
Which actually
I'm
your God
glad that
doesn't
you
punish
said
them
the one
actually.
that
Your
punishes.
God doesn't actually punish them at all. Actually commands them and condones it actually.
Actually, no, it doesn't condone. Actually, any
Uh,
master who
tell
kills
that
their slave is to be put
tell
to
that to
death.
Moses, who was told to take the little women.
Where does it say that?
Okay, the verse.
He's going to be very
Remember-
semantical. You're going to have to bring up.
Is it in
You're
Exodus?
going to have to bring receipts.
I forgot what. I think it's Exodus.
So
just saying,
when we
you
look
can-
at the
you
translation, it's
conceded
going to
to
be,
my
I
point.
form the light and I create darkness. I make peace and I create calamity. I, the Lord, do all these things. Now, if you wish to say that he doesn't, it still says he makes calamity, correct?
Yeah, but
Does
what's
he
the
make
context?
Does he make calamity? You
Right.
can't
Does it
make
say all the
context.
time?
You
Does
can't
it say
make.
all calamity?
What context makes slaughtering innocent lives okay?
Are they innocent?
Yes, 100%. An innocent child is innocent. You don't
Okay,
think
if
children
we-
are innocent?
If we want to,
You don't think children are innocent?
use
You
internal
don't think children are
criticism, then
innocent?
let's think about it.
You don't think
internally
children are innocent?
and not
You don't think
presuppose
children
their own
are
subjective-
innocent?
Innocent by what standard?
Wow. He doesn't think children are innocent. That's crazy.
Did I say that?
You need
I'm
some
asking
psych
the
help. Grippy socks are at Walmart for like $29.99. I recommend going to put them on
Also,
and
also,
self.
according to your Bible, children are innocent. So yeah.
Yeah, no, but I'm asking what standard of innocence though?
No, we're using. Let's use your Bible because they're innocent
Okay.
to a certain age.
So you think it's
before
good?
They turn like what is it like?
You think it's good to
13?
drown a 2-year-old?
Good in what sense? There's a context for everything.
So it's good to drown a 2-year-old?
There's a context. There's
Add
a
your own
for
context.
everything.
Make up some context. Whatever context makes you think slaughtering a child is okay, bring it up.
So we can talk about the Amalekites. right?
No, you
They're
can
given-
you cannot pivot like a fucking coward and answer
I'm
my
not
question.
pivoting. This is
You
this
just
has
pivoted
something
to the Amalekites. We're
because
going to talk about
God
calamity.
commanded them
We're going to talk
to
about
kill-
calamity right now. Don't pivot. Don't pivot. I know you're scared. It's okay to be scared, but what we need to do is answer
I'm not
questions.
scared about-
So what context makes drowning
I'm
a
not scared
2-year-old
about
okay?
anything.
Wonderful. Answer the question. What context makes drowning a 2-year-old okay?
It's not.
Good boy. So your God isn't good.
Where what? Give me a chapter and verse.
Yeah, does God make calamity?
Yes.
Cool. So he's drowned people.
Where in there
before.
does it say all calamity? Where does it say God makes every?
Where does it say
single
not all calamity?
disorder? Where does it say all?
Let's use your argument. So your argument is the Bible doesn't say so, so it doesn't necessarily not true. That's your argument right now. The Bible didn't say that, so it did not say that. So
It's ignorant
here's what
to
you're gonna
assume
do
that-
is you're gonna tell me where in the Bible it says that he did not drown a 2-year-old.
Where in the Bible? Where in the Bible does it say?
Where in
he
the
did?
Bible does it say he did not?
Where in the Bible does it say he did?
Exodus. So where in
it
the Bible does it say he did not drown a 2-year-old?
Where in the Bible does it say he did? We can go.
Are
back
you
and forth and
capable?
back and forth.
No, we're not going to go back and forth. You're going to either be an adult and answer the question,
I'm
or I'm
not
going to kick
being
you.
an adult.
No, you're pivoting because you know that you're wrong and you know that you're disgusting and you know that
You
you're
know what
fucking
pivoting means?
pathetic. You are a pathetic
say
human that thinks drowning a 2-year-old is okay.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, so where does the Bible say he didn't drown 2-year-olds? Because it says he makes calamity.
Yeah, but does it say he makes calamity all the time?
It says I
All
do all these
calamity
things.
I mean, you could say the flood was calamity that he did definitely
The
made.
flood in Exodus
Yeah, I
was
mean, we
calamity,
know the
where the
flood was
2-year-olds
a
were
worldwide
the
thing.
unborn and 1 and 2-year-olds not innocent during Exodus.
The unborn? Unborn?
Mhm.
Innocent as in
Make up your own definition, bud. You like to do that.
Okay. Okay. So, yes, they went to heaven. There you go.
Okay, so it's okay to
You're
kill somebody if they
hold
go to
on.
heaven.
You're
Wonderful.
presupposing
Get the fuck
an
out of here,
atheist
you
worldview.
disgusting piece of shit.
That
You heard it from the Christian first. It's okay to slaughter people because they're going to go to heaven. You're disgusting.
Also, it was Deuteronomy 20:14. So yeah, and it says to take the women, the children, and the livestock as plunder. So yeah. Well, I got 60 people. Damn.
Ad hominem attacks don't ruin my argument. Ad hominem fallacy would ruin my argument. Ad homs are not fallacies, though, unless used as a fallacy. I recommend studying before talking shit. I don't have an argument. Yeah, my argument is hurting innocent children and drowning them is wrong. I'm more moral than the biblical God.
And just saying, according to the Bible, we know knowledge of good and evil just as well as God. Zan wants to request up.
Who?
Zan.
They may have said it, but they haven't requested.
Oh. Liar. But either amoral or immoral. What?
Vincent has requested, and you are actually at the top of the list. We'll get you in, Vincent. How's it going, Vincent?
Hey, is my audio okay?
It's a little quiet.
Is that any better?
Can you go higher?
Yeah. I can hear you.
I'll try to speak loudly. Okay, so I am a quote-unquote believer, but my God does not have a name, nor does it have a book or a religion. It's more of a observation.
Okay.
General
what
deist?
observation brought you to that?
So I do a lot of symbolic freedom whenever I think about things because language is very limited. So I use like analogies and metaphors to create or to connect things that are based in evidence. So evidence and axioms, very much I follow along with those. But whenever I use abstract thinking to go further, like evidence doesn't take you everywhere. If you're going to actually create something or invent something new, you have to go one step beyond, which is where you get in the realm of abstract thinking. So I just use that.
Right, but you
so
gotta
I don't
test the
believe
abstracts.
Yeah, and,
Well,
and I'm saying hypotheses.
When
do have
Einstein
evidence
made
behind them.
relativity, it's still aligned with reality.
Also, hypotheses are based in in pre-existing evidence. You
Yeah,
know?
all abstracts, if you're gonna make them empirical, still have to align with reality. Anything logical still has to align with reality.
And if you're gonna make something new, like a new hypothesis,
Thomas
that
Edison
hypothesis still is that hypothesis is still based in evidence, in pre-existing evidence, like the hypothesis of I don't think aquatic ape hypothesis. It's not true, but it's based on we have more subcutaneous fat levels. We're more hairless than other apes. You know that was one hypothesis. It wasn't proven with any more evidence, but it was still a hypothesis.
Right. So when it comes to me and my use of belief, I'm not saying that I've come to like an actual conclusion that there is an actual God. I use belief in the more colloquial, more pragmatic sense where I lean towards it. Okay, I do lean towards that, but because I have no evidence, like you're asking evidence, I have none. I have no axioms. I have not been able to prove anything or write anything down. That's where my brain leads me to go, but it does not tell me to change my life.
That's fair. See, that I can get on board with. You made up your metaphysical thoughts. You said this makes the most sense to me. I don't have any evidence for it to be true, but it makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's it. So if you can get down with that and understand that I'm not changing my life or trying to convince anyone,
Sure.
but
Can
that's
we?
just
I would like to go in depth on that. Would you mind if I try and poke holes in your reasoning?
Absolutely, yeah,
Wonderful.
absolutely.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Fucking
I've done this a lot with some people.
I like
You
that.
won't be able
God.
to tell me I'm wrong.
See, this is
but-
philosophy done right, ladies and gentlemen. This is how you correctly do it. All right, I'm gonna go get my dog.
Any questions of about evolution before we start?
I mean, you can ask me some. I'm very much following along lines with evolution. I'm very much I like the scientific method. I like epistemology. I like philosophy. Those
No,
things
only
are the-
because I study evolutionary biology.
Yeah, those things are the foundations of everything else that we can actually know, right? And how we can move forward. Philosophy and epistemology is like what we've already been through and what we might consider. And then we made up the scientific method to create like a system where we can use those things
Yeah.
and discover new things.
Yeah, and nothing wrong with that.
So I guess the most interesting area of where my beliefs would go, where you guys would start being able to dissect this and tell me where I have some interesting thoughts, but there's no real bridge there, is I've kind of come up with this term called mechanical awareness. It has nothing to do with consciousness. A lot of people try to keep saying that, okay, but what you're saying isn't like human consciousness, and that's correct because I'm not talking about human consciousness. In the double slit experiment, when they're talking about the observer effect, it has to do with like an interaction and recording just on the universal level. Like the human being within the experiment is not actually important. The human being is only there for communication reasons. But
All right. Bring this up to Cody because he's more the philosophy guy. I'm just here in case anyone has questions about evolutionary biology or just to correct people on evolutionary biology because I'm a student of evolutionary biology. So
Okay, I'll wait.
that's why I asked if you had any questions before we began.
Well, so maybe maybe you can bridge this a little bit. I don't know how far you've gone with studying consciousness in terms of biology, but
Not tons, but I mean, I'll give it a crack.
are you aware of any of the and there's not a lot of written down. Like this is obviously a new field, so I this is more of like, do you have interest in this, I suppose. But are you aware of the differences in contextual awareness versus more of a real objective awareness of
Are you talking about like determinism?
determinism
Like the evidence that like our brains actually make decisions before we consciously make them?
Yes, determinism has a massive amount to do with what I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah, I haven't studied much of it, so.
I don't know how I feel about that.
All right, Vincent, go into it, because Cody, you'll like this.
Okay, so where my belief begins to get interesting in the realm of science is when we're talking about awareness. I kind of coined a term called mechanical awareness. It has nothing to do with consciousness. No, human consciousness it's not with that at all. I know when I begin to talk about that, people will think that maybe I'm trying to conflate some kind of consciousness to it, but that's not the case. In the double slit experiment, when they talk about the observer effect, they're talking about an interaction and recording that's just taking place within the universe. The human being within the experiment is there for communication purposes. It doesn't actually affect what's going on, okay? So mechanical awareness in the sense is just the quote-unquote awareness where an electron or a photon or something like that would be able to do something within this experimental framework where a past interaction or even a future interaction creates some kind of change within the experiment. I can't remember what all the jargon they used to explain that, but they didn't use the word awareness. They're trying to, it was like some kind of quantum memory or something like that. But I think that awareness is a slightly better use of the word because I'm not sure memory is quite adequate either. There's a thing called a time crystal where its symmetry is broken up in time. And I think that what we're seeing with the quantum memory is something where something is just broken up in the dimensions.
Interesting. Time crystal. Let me look that up real quick. Is this a philosophical concept or is this an actual crystal?
Oh, no, that's a real thing that we really made. That's a very objective thing.
Okay, let me look that up real quick so I have some sort of fundamental. newly discovered phase of matter that repeats in time rather than just in space. Unlike ordinary crystals like salt and quartz, which have atoms arranged in repeating spatial patterns, time crystals exhibit temporal periodicity. Their structure changes in a repeating cycle over time, even in their lowest energy. That's fucking cool. Time
Yeah,
crystals
so
are
I've
cool.
coined the term mechanical awareness because there's a lot of these things that seem to be taking place in between dimensions. And because of that, I think that's where a lot like whenever we don't understand how like the wave pattern of a photon could exist, right? Or how it might be interacting with itself. I think that it's broken up. I think it has broken up symmetry within the dimensions, like you're saying with time crystals.
That has nothing to do with. I'm looking at the 2025 CU Boulder, which I've chatted with someone about that one. It doesn't have anything to do with dimensions though. It's just quantum particles and ions.
Well, we're talking about how its symmetry is broken up in time, right? How
But
is that not?
not in that way. So it's here. Let me read. Symmetry means the system evolves in a way that repeats. How it works. The clock ticks forever without batteries. It's the analogy physicists use. According to University of Colorado Boulder, they're typically created using quantum systems like trapped ion superconducting qubits, or most recently liquid crystals, similar to those in phone screens. That's according to University of Colorado. The oscillators are stable and self-sustaining, making them fundamentally different from ordinary oscillators that eventually lose energy. So pretty much all it is just a crystal that is never expanding energy nor requiring external energy. So it sounds like they're just trying to produce using already made energy, but produce some sort of an energy that doesn't run out or need to transform is what it seems like. I obviously could be very, very wrong in that. Let me look deeper.
It's a very difficult read.
That's really interesting. So are you talking about the one from Colorado University?
You are reading what I'm reading about.
Okay, okay.
It's just I'm not a college student, so when I read this stuff, obviously I'm going to get a little bit of it wrong. It's very hard to interpret.
No, yeah, for sure.
absolutely
So
correctly.
here's the thing. The only reason I got a red flag when you mentioned dimensions is here's my first question. How many dimensions do you think there are?
Oh, I don't know how many there actually are. I speculate maybe like 11.
Okay, so yeah, no, I hear what you're talking about with the speculation. Here's the thing. There are theoretical physics that showcase there's a possibility for more dimensions, but what we do know for an absolute fact is there's four: height, length, width, and time. Those are our four dimensions, period.
Yeah.
So there's no. So same as like you were saying, like, was it you? I don't know if it was you or the guy before you was saying. I think it was you that abstracts can have breakthroughs, right? Like you have to go into abstract to prove things to be true, and have a breakthrough.
Yeah,
right?
I think it's important to at least delve into that realm. Otherwise, I think
Yeah,
you
I
exclude.
do
possibilities.
agree, but here's where you got to be very careful. What's a good analogy? Fucking analogy. Let's see. Anything. So I'm a natural empiricist. So anything in reality, objective doesn't exist except for math, for instance, right? So what we do is we ground all of our discoveries in nature. Does it align with reality, right? So if I make up an idea that there's a possibility for X, Y, and Z being true, the physics seems to show that X, Y, and Z could be true. It's still not true, though, because it's also possible for many things to be true, but we don't take them as true. Like, it is possible that there's a dimension with Hogwarts in it. That doesn't mean it's true, though. So we have
What
to
if-
align everything with reality.
Well, what if fundamental physics aren't the only kind of physics that could exist? What if
I
we can
agree.
create-
That is a good thought.
What if we can create a framework where within this framework we can kind of change physics to a certain extent?
Oh, interesting. That's a really sweet. So here's my my framework for thinking. So I grew up as a Christian, right? Messianic Jew. My dad's a pastor. I fucking love the supernatural. I love it. I adore it so much. I want it to be true. I'm an atheist, but I practice witchcraft. I'm an atheist witch. I've got here a money jar spell that I did 2 days ago, right? I've got all sorts of jar spells that I do on a daily
I'm
basis.
instantly a mega fan of you now.
So, but my problem with it is there's no justification for truth in magic, MAGIC. So, is it considered magic if I do a ritual that says I'm going to make $2,000 tomorrow, and then tomorrow rolls around and I get a check from the IRS from back taxes that I was supposed to get a refund for 10 years ago? Is that magic that gave me that $2,000? Or is it a coincidence that I happened to be thinking about $2,000 and I got a $2,000 back?
I'll give you a third option. Or is it like that feeling you get when you think someone's looking at you and you turn your head and they are?
Right, you're thinking
and, like,
intuition,
your brain
right?
just kind of, like your brain predicted something. Like you did
Right.
the ritual, but the ritual wasn't needed. It was more like you acknowledged something that was going to happen in the future.
And I've heard that thought as well. Now, here's where I get confusion from this aspect. Is intuition supernatural?
I don't think it is. I think it has to do with the quantum effects just taking place on random levels
you don't.
where...
Okay, you're trying to make sense of the supernatural in an empirical world. Okay. Interesting. I am on board with that.
So while we see like the photon doing things where it interacts with what might happen in the future or what might have happened in the past or something like that, I think that there are small localized events that happen in the brain where your brain does register this. Like it hyper focuses on this little small phenomenal event and it calculates an approximation based on that event.
This is the butterfly effect.
Basically.
Okay, so it's a cool idea. It's a wonderful concept. Is it possible? Absolutely. We would have to find a whole new law of physics, though, that doesn't contradict the others. Because remember, when we discover things with science, especially when it comes to physics, like anything, any theory or law, it can't contradict the other evidences that we have of reality. So if we got, so like the hardship with quantum versus Newtonian or relativity is they all bounce off one another, but specifically for relativity and quantum, they literally, there is a contradiction, but we're able to work around the contradiction with other theories and models. But we don't call them true until it's beyond reasonably doubt true. Right? So is it possible for that to be a thing? But I also don't see how that would not contradict. I could see how that could align with relativity, but how would you make sense of consciously, or would it even be consciously to some degree, observing any aspect of time other than our t equals whatever that we're at right now? Like,
so
how?
I don't think time is needed on the levels we're talking about. So I think that there are really small localized events, and within these localized events, they create like, how do I say this? They'll create a piece of contextual information, like a little phenomenon will happen, and then out of that phenomenon, a contextual piece of information happens where outside of that localized area, everything else in like a propagation wave responds to what happened in that localized area, all right? Like let's say I make a sound, like I'm talking right now. As I'm talking, I'm propagating waves out, right? Information is coming out. You're hearing this. Your brain is changing according to what I'm saying. I'm literally changing the universe as I'm speaking right now, right?
I'm not on par with that one, because
well, hold on. I'm getting somewhere.
Okay.
So I've changed things within this locali, but things don't. Things are always connected, and at the same time, they're always separate. These things are true, right? That's why we can have like the qubit. That makes sense because there's like a kind of probability in between things. It's not like 1 and 2 is a straight thing. There's a huge infinity between
right,
1 and 2.
yeah. Pi, right.
So there's these propagation waves coming out, and then there's the fact that you don't have to completely deterministically go into whatever I'm saying. Like my context doesn't directly affect you, but it still does affect you. So it
But does
leaves
it?
it leaves all of these other local eye processing, because as I propagate this wave, there's an infinite number of spaces where things are changing, also creating a new phenomenon, also propagating their own waves. These things are always happening all around us. So we're trying to figure out within a framework, how do we get some kind of deterministic response out of all this? And what I'm saying is, you can't do it in the most objective sense. Like, you're not going to look directly at the static and get an answer. You have to have a question, and then you create a framework, and then you extract the contextual information from this, from whatever area you're looking at, and then you can get an answer. But you can't look at the universe and get like, this is what it is, because it's always changing all the time, is my theory.
So here's what I like about what you're saying. If this is true, it would mean magic is true. And I will abuse the fuck out of that. Here's where I can't agree with it, though. The argument would come down for me of, do you actually change reality?
Yeah, so it's within a framework. That's what I'm trying to say. The framework is the key point here. You might be missing that. Like, if we make a computer system, right? The computer system does respond to physical reality, of course, but you can create a meta space within the computer where you've created your own framework, your own definitions, and you have your own simulation, your own universe, right?
Yes. But that gets
So
into
that's
modal.
magic.
And then it's not, okay, whoa, okay. Something just clicked for me. Are you trying to say, for instance, if I do a ritual, that I am creating, well, no, but that little framework would not interact with the actual world. I would have to be the
No,
one
yes, it
interacting.
does. Yes, it does. It's a bridge. So do you know computer programming?
Not really.
Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, so I'll try to explain this. So whenever you learn computer programming and you're trying to get one app to talk to another one, you'll go crazy at first, but then you realize there's a thing called an endpoint, or like ever heard of a server? A server is basically just an
I did
address.
finish CompTIA A+.
It's just an address. That's all it is.
I did
So when you have
CompTIA
this
A+.
address, these two applications can use this address point to send information to one another, right?
Yeah, but that's in the system.
Hold on. You have two separate frameworks, right? You could have one computer on the other side of the world that's running on a quantum computer, just a quantum computer. Then you can have a desktop Java, completely different languages, completely different substrates. Yes, they're within the same universe. I'm following you, but hold on a second. Within one computer, you have entirely different physics in a universe that you create on that computer. Then you have the quantum system. They can develop a language to communicate between the two of them where the frameworks do not break down, but information is still shared. That's what I'm
But
saying.
even in those frameworks, they're still bound by necessary laws. So, like, for instance, if you have one framework where you created different laws, they would
In order-
contradict at some point with another framework with different laws, and they would not be able to communicate.
What I'm trying to say is we cannot change the actual meta framework that we live in unless a framework outside of the universe directly interacts with us, and then between those two frameworks,
I see where you're going.
we could create a new one.
So
until
you
we can
think
do
it's
that-
simulation theory?
Well, what I'm saying is, until we can do that, you cannot change baseline physics. You can only create new frameworks within our universe that were within the
Right.
framework.
I can agree with that. I see where you're going with this now. The hard that's presupposing a lot of stuff.
But it's just based on what we see. Like, I don't think we can change the actual framework we exist in on the baseline until another framework altogether is presented to us.
But that other framework would require coming from, for instance, in our framework, another universe.
Yeah, but it would have to be like another. Like, it would be like if God actually interacted with us,
Right.
we could potentially change our universe. But until that happens, we're stuck within
Right.
whatever the meta level is, or the
So
actual meta.
I think the real kink in this is going to be, it literally requires proof of simulation theory to some degree, like whether it's simulation or God's multiverse, whatever the fuck it may be, whatever external causation.
I I don't even really care so much about simulation theory as much as like if you understood the definitions of a photon, like if you understood everything that a photon was, and then you were able to very specifically apply a change to that photon, you would morph it into whatever you wanted. Like that's how coding works. Like you just have to know the definitions, you have to know where the information is, and then you have to know a way to specifically make that change.
Well, energy
That's
can
how
be
gene
manipulated,
editing
but it
works.
can't.
It's like
It can't like. We can take away and add to, but we cannot destroy nor create. And even though we do manipulate said things, it doesn't dictate laws that those things are bound by in of their own essence.
well, no, I think you're, and this is going to sound rude, but I'm not meaning it. I think you're thinking a bit too small here. What I'm saying is we haven't found the definitions of actual physics, the actual
I agree
meta
with
layers
that.
of foundation. Yeah, like we don't know what they are. Because we don't know what they are, we
Sure.
can't change them.
But that, well, no,
If we did
when
know
I
what
say
they are,
change, I'm not. So you're talking about like the actual grounding of the law. I'm saying yes, we will most likely and most probably find further physics and laws that are going to absolutely fucking change everything. But regardless, those laws, whether externally manipulated or not, still are bound. Not because of another physics or another mechanic, I should say, but because of its own mechanic. Its own identity is binding it to its own. It can't go outside of what it is. Like it's contained into what it is. So, a chemical energy is not a photon, but it can transform into a photon through different mechanics interacting and manipulating it. But that photon and that mechanic or kinetic, whatever type, I can't manipulate it to a degree of making something new. It's still bound by the laws.
No, I know what you're saying. I really do. What I'm saying is,
What am I missing then?
I think that we just don't know how to touch those bigger concepts yet. I think that that's all it is.
That is absolutely probably a true statement. Which is why I love the idea. It's a wonderful concept. But another wonderful concept is Hogwarts. Dude, I want to fly on a fucking broom. It's a beautiful concept. But there's
Well,
no...
dude, you need to learn coding. You need to learn coding. You like magic and science, you need to learn coding. Like, literally, think about this. I want you to think about this.
I hate coding, dude. I hate it so much.
Dude, I don't care. I just fucking listen.
I
to me,
learned
man. Listen to this.
HTML and Java, and fuck it. I started learning Python. Fuck that shit.
You're a witch, dude. It's literal spell work. You're using numbers and meaning. Like, don't fuck language. Fuck what you think language is. You're using meaning to change
it's
and create
bound.
operations and functions.
Witchcraft isn't bound. Like, I have to... The only things I have to be careful with is the psychological downsides. Like, if I make a curse, for instance, or if I do a specific spell and I forget to fucking twiddle my thumb correctly, then my psychology will be like, oh, we did this wrong, something's bad is going to happen. Like, that's the only downside that I have. Otherwise, I can write whatever, do whatever, however I want, and it's not bound by any walls, parameters. The coding, though, you mess up one fucking semicolon, you're fucked.
Yeah, that's because you don't understand it yet. I've created my own substrate where I can utilize like over 29 coding languages, and I have an IDE behavior that will essentially turn normal English words into full programs for me.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, Tony Stark.
If you learn coding, you can learn how to fuse everything. The entire universe becomes your bitch because language and meaning and context is what we base everything on. So I can create whatever framework I want for anything. Linux is a goddamn beast, dude. As soon as I get a fucking quantum computer within like grasp of what I can do,
like Linux.
I'm gonna fucking rule shit, bro. Like you don't even know. Like it's
I fuck
fucking
with
crazy.
Kali, but only because of pen testing. That's the only reason I learned it. But again, it's
so
still...
on your phone. There's an app you can get called Termux, TERMUX. It's basically a Linux environment but for your phone. You can just turn any Android device into an ethical hacking thing. Like you can penetration test anything if you know what you're doing. Like it's insane the amount of power you can have if you know how to use language right.
But those languages are still bound. Like
They're not. You just think they are.
They're still like
I'm
even
not
in
bound, no.
code, there's still laws. Even if you make up your own laws, those are still laws. And then you make up laws
yeah, but they're
to
laws that
affect
I
those
make up.
laws,
They
and
only
then
exist when I want.
they still work
Dude,
for those.
your
rules.
imagination isn't bound. Your imagination is not bound. You're trying to
The
say that my
imagination
code
is
bound.
not bound, but I would argue that a code is an empirical demonstration of an imaginative property. So like you're taking your imagination and code in and of itself in like a computer is not tangible, right? But it is manipulatable, malleable. You can still affect it, right? It's not tangible in its sense of picking up a gaming controller, but it's tangible in its framework, right? So it's still bound, unlike the imagination.
Okay, but what if I put on an EEG mind reading helmet? Then I put on some what's called a spiker box, which can send like electrical signals into my body, and then I translate that into stimulus, and I create a three-dimensional world, and then I create my own physics and my own objects, my own world, and I can touch, interact with, and taste and sense everything in that world. Like, how is it
Right.
not
Think
me
of how
just doing
quick
whatever I want in
the
my imagination?
chaos
Like, if my
would affect.
if my literal thoughts create the actual world that I'm in, then how am I bound by code when my imagination is now creating my literal environment?
Right, because there's nothing structuring that world, that framework, and it would collapse. In reality, we have axioms that structure everything. So, like, in that framework, if you make things like that and then you do something that isn't feasible for whatever fucking reason, you could literally black hole the framework. Whereas in reality, that's not going to happen because there's literal maximum parameters that we cannot get external of quite yet.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? Like, there's technologies that exist.
Like, I get what
where
you're saying,
not-
but we are still bound in our actual world, but also the framework is still bound. Like, even if you are able to manipulate it to such a degree with no boundaries, it collapses because the laws are there for a reason, and if the laws are fucked with, the whole thing black holes.
I do know what you're saying, but I still feel like I have to go there to make sure because we never actually know until we go there.
I've been there. You ever played The Sims?
I mean, have you been there? Like, really? Like, you've kind of experimented a little bit, but you don't know coding. I feel like there's a lot of language you don't have for this. Like, whenever I learn quantum physics, like whenever I learn quantum physics, I'm often wrong, right? Because I don't have the actual language. That's all it is, man. I'm telling you.
With that thought, are you an automotive engineer?
Well, I'm a self-taught engineer of many different fields, not a professional of any, so I'm not paid to do any of this. I'm just very interested.
Could you, on your own, build a car right now?
I could build 80% of a car, but not a whole car.
Right, so there's a couple of things, but you can still drive it. So we don't have to have all knowledge on all things to be able to critically think about things. And to critically think requires you to accept reality for what it is. To leave reality and to go into some sort of a psychosis, which I'm not saying you're in a psychosis, but you're not in reality by any means either. Which, again, Einstein was called crazy as well. And there may be truth to what you're saying, but there's no justification to believe it yet. On top of you're throwing laws away. Like you're just throwing laws away. Like, period. Just fuck laws.
Well, I do that for fun. You do get that, right? Because obviously I didn't get to this
Absolutely.
point
I think it's
education.
wonderful.
Yeah.
It's
just my
possible,
drive.
but you know what else is possible is unicorns living in my asshole that made the universe 2 days ago and gave us false memories. Like, that's possible
Maybe they
too.
did.
Exactly.
Maybe you're a Boltzmann brain.
So
Maybe
how do
you're a
I
Boltzmann
ground
brain.
that? I test it epistemically.
Do you know about the Boltzmann brain?
Boltzmann? Like a bolt?
Boltzmann brain theory. The Boltzmann brain theory is that you were, or like there's also last Thursdayism. You might have heard of that. That's very similar, where your brain was created last Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
that you have.
Yeah, I don't. The thing is, these things are testable or not, and they don't align with reality. they don't align with physics, laws, and there's no justification.
But I think that that's the beauty of abstract thinking, because
That is the beauty of it.
as long as you know that there are axioms, as long as you know that there is evidence, as long as you understand the priority and value of those things, I think you should be free to frolic in the abstract land as much as you want, as long as
I
you know how
love
to come
that.
back to earth.
Absolutely. Just right. That's the important part. Come fucking back to Earth. God damn it. Don't get lost.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Don't get lost in space. You're never gonna come back. See, my followers and viewers and haters think I hate philosophy. The way that you are thinking about metaphysics is the way that I love philosophy. It is amazing for seeing how far we can push our minds. What if this technology was... Those are amazing thoughts. But for evidence first reasons, I stick to reality.
Oh, absolutely. When I say I believe, it's, again, like what I explained in the beginning. My mind is leaning towards that, right? Because I want to explore it. I want to explore. I want to play, basically.
And
it's
we
like
need
you're kidding me. Yeah. But at the same time, I'm a computer programmer. I can build real shit. I can make things. I know what I'm doing with math. I love science. I subscribe to being healthy, eating the correct foods. I know I'm not a magical...
Are you vegan?
I can't breathe in air. I can't breathe in air and heal myself. You know, like that's not gonna happen.
Air is actually the oxygen is the reason we age and die. Did you know that?
Wait, say that again.
Oxygen is the reason we age and die.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's very abrasive.
That's crazy. The one thing that we need to survive, and if we don't have it for 3 fucking minutes, we die. That's crazy. It's also the reason that we die. It's like it kills us if you don't have it, and it kills us if you do have it. It's crazy.
We
basically just slowly poisoning us, but also keeping us alive.
It's torture, literally. I'm gonna hurt you just enough so you don't pass away, but you're gonna pass away.
Just like in a couple decades.
Couple? Don't fucking say that about me.
That's right.
Same thing with bacteria too, though. Like, we need all the bacteria and microorganisms to break things down and survive, but they also kill us.
Well, that's different types of bacteria. There's like we have our gut microbiome, gut microbiome, but that's different than the bacteria that's, you know, like, I'm trying to think like that's in like gangrene or something, you know.
What the fuck is mycology?
Study of mushrooms or fungi.
All right. Well, it looks like I lost you some fans. I'm sorry that a lot of people thought this was pretty boring.
They're very used to me being harsh. I don't usually accept philosophical talks. You're one of them.
You're respectful, so
I appreciate you.
I do think it's crazy that I come into lives that are like pretty popular, and then people bow out because like the host isn't getting mean with me or some shit like that. You know, it's just.
Oh, you're nice. Why would we be mean to you? You're nice.
I appreciate you guys. I'll definitely be back in here to listen though.
Love it, dude. You have yourself a great day. I appreciate you.
You too, man.
That was fucking fun. I think that I'm very hard stuck in possibilities. Piss me off, because if something's possible, I want to prove it true or false. I don't want to leave it at possible. So I don't like studying anything that's possible if it's not able to be proven. And since it's possible and not proven true or false, then I don't know if it's going to be or have a true or false yet. So I just don't study it because I don't want to get pissed off. Like it's just a circular trap.
No, I totally get that.
Like anything is possible. And I want things to be true. I want the supernatural to be true. And it's possible. But there's no current way to prove it. So when you just study it, you get super close to that proof. You're right fucking there. You've got all these anecdotes. You've got all these stories. You've got this and this that aligns with physics and is possible, but there's no actual demonstration for each of those minute things to be true, which adds up into the whole thing just not being true. And that is annoying, and I hate studying those things. Tesla was pretty fucking crazy, by the way. He said some wild ass shit.
Oh yeah, he was like pretty racist, but so was everyone. But even for back then, he was decently racist.
Yeah, he was not the greatest guy. He was
Very
not a good
smart.
guy.
Not a good person.
Yeah.
Anyone in the box?
The
or no?
brains, you've brought up the pineal gland. You've brought oops.
Pineal glands.
Voice. That's funny.
Pineal glands a lot of is affected a lot by psychedelics.
I can see my audio is working better with the microphone being right next to me. That's funny.
Good.
Well, when you believe in absolute and objective, it's hard to figure out relativity. That's fair, yeah. Which I don't believe in objective truths either. Like, I accept the possibility that all things, including math, could possibly be false. But there's no point in hovering over that, because if you do, nothing is true, and then there's genuinely no purpose to anything. So we have to have we have to accept something that has possibility for not being true to be true based on the evidence supporting its truth, so that we actually have grounding for literally anything. Because is it possible math isn't true? Sure. But if it's not true, then there's nothing fucking works. Nothing is true. Absolutely nothing. Stop ducking. I wasn't ducking. We can let you in here, though. What's up, Daw?
Dude, I've seen TikToks about you. You got it clicked on every single one of them.
Careful, you over the age of 18?
Yeah, everyone's
Which
clicked
God
you
do
on
you believe in?
TikTok. Have you not seen that one with like 10,000 likes?
Which one?
Yeah, it's like a dude. I think he's running like the pure act argument, contingency argument or something. And then you said a completely random word that wasn't relevant to anything, and you acted like, right, it was funny. You haven't seen it? It had like 10,000 likes. Oh.
Is it full context or is it just a clip?
It's a good 30 seconds of it.
30
and
seconds, wonderful. You're missing all context.
No,
Cool.
but you said some bullshit in there.
Yeah, what'd I say? Tell me.
You said bullshit.
Tell me what I said.
I remember this here. You said the ontological status is valid.
Never have I ever.
Yeah, you did.
I don't even know. I've never
You
studied
know, and then
ontology.
he asked you, what do you mean by...
No, I did
And then he
not
asked
say
you,
that.
what do
I
you
have
mean
never
by that?
studied ontology, and I'm very open about
And
that.
then you said... And then you
So let me
said...
try again. So I haven't studied ontology yet. I've studied the basics of logic and very basics of epistemology. So I wouldn't argue about ontology if I don't know about it. So 30-second clips, buddy, you should ask questions. Because context, I probably said, if I said something about, then it probably is or is not valid. I'm usually pretty good at watching my words. If I say probably, or if I say I concede with you, it doesn't mean I agree with you. And it also doesn't mean I'm saying this is true or false. I don't know ontology. So I wouldn't
Dude,
argue that.
all I know is that...
You don't
all
know
I
what you're
is that
talking about at all. What did I say word for word?
All I know is people have been baking the shit out of you.
Cool. Does that change how my
You
coffee
want-
tastes?
Do you want another beat down?
Nope, my coffee still tastes the same. It's almost like that doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't affect me at all.
Do you want another beatdown or not?
Yeah, what's your argument?
Yo.
How old are you?
I got you. I'm 23, buddy.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, what's your argument?
Yeah. It's gonna be the possibility of the Contra.
What year were you born?
Me? 4. 4. Or 04. Yep. Yes, are you gonna respond?
How many years ago was
That
7th
would make
grade?
you 21. You said 04? That would
Yeah.
make you 21.
I'm 20.
Lying bitch.
I'm 20 and I'm 20 and I'm 05. So that'd make you either 22 or 21.
I love how they hop up here and they're like, "You're so stupid. You're so stupid." I'm like, "How?" They're like, "No, but you're so stupid."
We want
Okay.
you to demonstrate things. Demonstrate that.
Yeah, if I'm dumb, tell me what I'm dumb about. Unlike you, I'm able to admit when I'm wrong and change my mind. There's a video with me that has 10,000 likes. That's cool. Let's go find it. What's it called? Is it on TikTok?
Probably.
Does anyone have that video? I want to see this. Does anyone know what video he was talking about?
It's probably from one like Kiki's groups or something.
Yeah, I'm
Which-
not seeing.
Which just takes all the context out of the videos.
That has 21 views or 21 likes, 43 likes, 17 likes, 20 likes, 390 likes, but that's my video. And then nothing else has anything to do with me. So I'm the first thing that comes up when you type in evidence first, but I don't see any video dog walking me. Huh. Interesting. I think that guy was lying. Yeah, I don't see any video dog walking me. I would have loved to see it. He also said I said something about ontology, which I would not have said because I don't know about it. Guys, I'm fucking ignorant. I am uneducated. If I don't know something, I'm going to admit it. Why am I not studying ontology? Because I'm in the middle of studying epistemology. I don't like studying multiple things at the same time. I like to focus. I'll try to find it. Hell yeah, MJ. If you find that, send me it. Do I deny that we exist? Oh, CGs. Dude, I'm so ready for the new equipment to get here. That 4K camera is going to look so damn good. And then the microphone. Oh, it's got a mixer board with it as well, with voice changers and stuff. Oh, hell yeah. I'm excited for that. Has it shipped yet? It hasn't shipped yet. That's annoying. I also haven't been charged for it yet, which is very odd. It says that it is arriving. It has been ordered. It has not been shipped. I don't get. You know what? ChatGPT, help! I'm so excited that we're getting some new equipment. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so it'll charge when it has shipped. The tracker is moving, which is very interesting. There's already a tracker for it. Very interesting. Anyways, I'm leaving, guys. You learned a lot. Welcome. What? Guys, just turn off your brains and accept Jesus.
Good. Good one.
I was a Christian for 40 years. I could be a really good troll if I want to. I feel that. I don't have 40 years. I've only got 20, but... And Welsh, your protection means nothing. What? I protect
Huh?
Welsh. Wait, A and X, you believe in God, you believe in the supernatural. I'm gonna curse you. Sleep well tonight. Do I think the universe is eternal? I don't know.
I do.
The universe itself being eternal or not isn't proof of a God or not. It's not proof for or against a God. Like, let's say the universe isn't eternal. Unicorns could have made it. Plot twist. Another universe could have made it. You're atheist? Gotcha. I lean towards eternal, but not in... There's just so many models, so many different hypotheses, so many different theories. Until one is demonstrably showcased to be beyond reasonably doubt true, I'm not going to subscribe. And there might be one and I'm just ignorant. So, maybe one day I'll be talking to Dr. Blitz and he'll be like, actually, we learned X, Y, and Z. And I'll be like, oh shit, okay, you're right. I don't know what I don't know. I think that's the most powerful thing about Evidence First is I'm so open with you guys that I'm fucking stupid. What is the topic? Is that the same person with different letters? A N X N A X. It is the same person. It is literally the same person. A N X N A X. Literally the same person. Unfortunately, I was raised Catholic till I was 16, and then I was a Mormon till I was 29 and knew it. Oh my God. Mormon. Damn. Cody, he's baiting. Yeah, 100%. No, it's not. That's up to you, mods, if you want to get rid of him or not. I don't give a crap. He helps engagement, but he's also a waste of space. What if I say destroy somebody's fate? It's not my fault. Bullshit can't survive scrutiny. That's facts. If the Abrahamic God is real, he's a bumbling idiot. Oh yeah, he's also a douchebag. Cody, he says the Bible's corrupt, but he has no mechanism to discern. Huh? I have no problem trolling and disrespecting Christians all day long, paying them back. Facts. I think it's silly that people assume that any God would be their God. That's true too. Oh shit. Looks like I have messages in there. You gonna be on here for another 20 minutes? Oh yeah.
Yeah. Not doing anything today. Had a test today, so I was dancing. Some rest now.
Now that I've got some decent visuals, I'm gonna have to start bulk making a bunch of YouTube videos. Oh my God, Why am I having such a chewing fixation lately? That's crazy. I'm turning into my dog. I'm becoming one with Odin.
We all are one with Odin.
You sound tired as shit, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I am.
I don't think I've ever heard you be quiet.
Yeah, it's also because I'm a bit far from my phone. I'm also just a bit tired. Just some tests and stuff that I'm studying for, so.
Nerd!
Yeah, Nax, come on. You've been in the chat the entire live. And I've been wanting to talk to you, so that's the only reason why you're not muted.
Oh shit,
I've been
Dan, did you
wanting to talk to
purposefully
you.
request that? All good, brother.
Nax, I don't care. Nax, just like request up. That's the only reason why I didn't have you muted. Don't mute him. He's good for engagement. Just like, unless he doesn't request up in like the next 10 minutes, just block him. Nah, don't block him. Nah.
Serial killer looking? I look like a serial killer?
No.
Oh, looking guy came here yesterday.
Yeah, we do have to have standards. Zan, don't if you're not gonna request in the next 10 minutes or next 5 minutes, actually, just leave, and we're just gonna mute any of your alts.
All right, we got a requester. Can't even pronounce that name though. What's up, Jewel?
Hello. Just call me Juju, because a lot of people get my name wrong.
Juju, bet.
Alright.
Julesum.
No, it's Jewels.
Damn. Are you over the age of 18, brother?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Wonderful. Which God do you believe in?
Jesus Christ.
All right. What's your best evidence or argument, brother?
All right. So my question for you is: do you live your life off of evidence?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
all do. So, what's your best evidence or argument for your God?
Well, I gotta keep asking you questions. Like,
No, thank you. So
No,
what's
you
your
can
best
provide
evidence or
evidence.
argument?
my evidence. Well, can I not ask you questions or no?
No, there's no evidence for God. Do you have evidence for God?
I'm asking you. I'm asking you right now.
Cody, let me take him. Sure, I live my life based off of evidence.
Okay, so every time you drink something, how do you know it's not poison?
You don't, but there's no evidence to believe it was.
Why you gotta be so rude, brother?
Because you're
I can't-
fucking stupid.
This is a stupid argument.
I'm stupid.
Yes,
why-
very.
No, this is a stupid
So
argument.
the prompt is there's no evidence for God. You hopped up in
Okay.
here because you wanted to talk evidence for God. You can answer now or fuck off. What is your evidence for God?
All right, what am I for? The mathematical equations that come into the universe, making everything. There you go, bro. There you go,
You
my
think
friend.
math makes things?
No, an intelligent mind had to have made these mathematical equations to have everything made perfectly for life to live.
No, it's not made perfectly for life. It's made perfectly for suns and stars. Life adapted.
Nothing except for humans.
Look,
made
I'm
math.
I'm asking you. You know, you seem like smart
So
people.
let me
I
fix.
apologize.
Let me mix
Life
your, mix your
adapted
thoughts.
for the universe.
You just said
The
God made
universe is not
math.
fine-tuned for life.
Well,
You just said God made math. False. Man made math based on
I'm
axiomatic
saying
principles
God
of
had-
nature. So nature made math, if you want to think of it that way.
Yeah. So I'm saying the universe had to be made up of, made by an intelligent mind.
Why? Who said it was made?
The universe?
Yeah, it wasn't made.
I mean, if you can tell me what made the Big Bang, then I'll
The hot
believe
dense
it.
state.
Energy has
I'll
always
believe-
existed, brother.
What always existed?
Energy.
Energy. So where'd
And-
that energy come from?
It
It's
cannot
always
be created
existed.
nor destroyed, and it exists, so therefore it always existed.
Okay, so it's infinite, right? It's eternal, right?
Sure.
Not necessarily. But
Okay,
sure.
so
And according
energy.
to that, yeah.
So you could say that energy is God.
Nope.
You could call it God, but it's not a God. It's
I can
not
call
all
my
powerful.
shoelace
It's an
God too.
It's
intelligent
certainly
mind.
not intelligent.
It's
There's no
intelligent.
sense.
You just said
How do
energy.
you know
Have you
that?
looked at the universe?
Where's
Yeah.
energy's
It's near
brain?
perfect. It's near
It's
perfect.
not.
That's due to
It's near
physics.
perfect.
That's due to
It's
physics,
not
brother.
near perfect.
It's not due to
Do you
intelligence.
know?
It's due to physics.
Do you know galaxy? What a galaxy? It's like galactic cannibalism is. It's a very violent process of two galaxies, one cannibalizing the other. It's not perfect.
So can you explain evil to me?
Evil is
Well, no, we're
subjective.
not going to pivot, bitch. Where's your evidence
yeah.
that God made the universe?
Bitch, what? Why you gotta be so rude,
Because
bro?
you're a dumbass. Where's your evidence God made the universe?
I'm a dumbass. All right.
Well, yeah, because we've heard these
Is
arguments
this
1,000
what
times,
people?
and they're all
This is what
like,
atheists. All right. This is how atheists act.
This is
Y'all
where I
some
would click the
Juju,
crybaby
Juju,
button.
Juju.
Where's your
What's good,
evidence for
brother?
your
What's
God?
good? I ain't no crybaby. I'm being a
Cody,
grown ass man. You
Cody,
being a
I'll take him. I'll take him.
Juju,
you a childish
where's your
grown-ass
evidence for your
man.
God?
Tell me your facts. Evidence? I literally just told you. Are you?
What's your
Are
evidence
you
for God?
okay? I just told you.
What, that the universe exists? How do you know God made the universe?
No, I'm talking about the intelligent mind that exists.
How do you know
beyond
there's
the
an
universe that
intelligent
made
mind
the
beyond the universe?
Look at the universe. Look at it.
Yeah, how
Have
do you know that
really
anything
opened your
exists outside
eyes?
of it? Can you observe outside of the universe?
Can you?
Can you
live
observe outside
space
of the
and time?
universe?
Yeah.
Can you observe outside of the
Time, yeah.
universe?
Space and time, yeah.
Yeah, what tool do you use and what mechanism to look outside of the universe?
Proof in the faith.
That faith is by definition belief without evidence, so you're stupid. You believe everything by faith,
Thank you,
which is
bro.
belief
Thank you
without
for calling me
evidence.
stupid,
You're
bro.
indoctrinated. Best of luck. Go fuck yourself and enjoy it.
God bless you, bro.
Odin bless you. That dude would have went in fucking circles. Evan, you are way too fucking nice.
I know.
Stop trying to teach these guys. They don't want to fucking learn.
I know.
He was trying to pivot, and you taking the fucking bait.
I know.
I'm gonna
'Cause I
teach
was
you how to
gonna
be
able
mean.
to disprove. I was gonna, because I was gonna be able to prove him
They
wrong in every
don't.
single account.
No, it's not how they work, dude.
I know, but still.
You're not going to be able to prove anything. They don't give a fuck about your degree. They don't give a fuck about your evolution. They don't give a fuck about what you know. They only give a fuck about their indoctrinated horse shit. And anything you say that is true, you say 2 + 2 is 4, they say, nuh-uh, I have faith that it's 5. And you can't prove faith is false, therefore I'm true. That is their fucking argument. They don't give a shit about us.
I could just put that
God,
back
it's
on
annoying
them
as
saying
fuck.
I have faith that God does not exist. Absolute,
That's fair.
unconditional
That could work.
faith that God does not exist.
Oh, man. If trolls are going to come up, at least swear at them more. We have someone that requested up before you, Brian, so I'm going to let them up first.
Bryson, actually.
Nope, never mind. It's Emlo. He's just hopping up again. I didn't know you loved me, Emlo. Let's get Bryson up. What is up, Bryson?
Can you hear me okay?
Hey, how's it going, Bryson?
It's going good. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can. You're over the age of 18?
Yes, sir. I'm 21.
Wonderful. Which God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
All right. What's your best evidence or argument for him? Why do you believe?
Well, do you believe, or not, I guess it isn't really do you believe, it's proven that that matter cannot be created nor destroyed, correct?
Energy.
Yeah.
Matter emerges
Energy.
from energy.
Energy. My apologies, energy.
That's the first law of thermodynamics.
So it kind of ties to. So do you believe in the Big Bang then?
Yes.
Why wouldn't I?
I don't believe in the Big Bang. I know it happened.
Okay.
That's
So
like
I
asking
believe
if
in
you
it
believe
too.
in germs.
Now, I think it's true as well. However, I think that God created it simply
Sure,
because I don't
why?
think that's something. Because because it can't be created nor destroyed. I think the only way that it can be created is if it's by a higher power that's outside of our. No.
Well, can I just say something to that?
You just said it cannot be created or destroyed, therefore it must be created by a higher power. You just
Yes,
contradicted yourself.
something that's
Well,
outside.
brother,
here's
brother,
the thing. Here's the thing.
brother, let
The
me say
Big
it one more
Bang
time.
was not created. The only thing it was created by was another thing called the hot dense state, also known
Bryson,
as singularity. But
Bryson,
we
pay
just call it
attention
a
to
hot
this.
dense state.
You just said it cannot be created, therefore it was created by God. You just contradicted yourself.
Well, not necessarily, because God is outside of
Necessarily,
our
quite
understanding.
literally. That's a claim. It means nothing to me. Unicorns made the universe. Prove me wrong.
I can't, brother.
Exactly.
I mean,
But it's a claim. Just because you can't prove it wrong doesn't mean that it is true. I can't prove you wrong, same as you can't prove yourself correct. What I do know is energy cannot be made, and you have zero justified evidence pointing towards something making energy. Energy can't be fucking made. So why would I believe it was made?
I guess you don't have to, brother.
There's no justification to do it. It's called indoctrination.
Now, I do have a question, though. You don't hate Christians, do you?
No.
Okay, I didn't know, because you just cussed at the last guy.
Oh, yeah,
enjoying
'cause
life.
he was-
I don't
he
know
was
if
an asshole.
disrespectful or not. Okay, I didn't know. It just sounded like you were
Oh,
just hating on
I
people who
am an
believe in
asshole.
God.
I 100% am an asshole. I'm a dick. He didn't. I didn't think he deserved my respect, so I disrespected him. Easy as that. Simple as that. Like, for instance, for you, you agree with the first law of thermodynamics, and then when I brought up the idea that you can't prove unicorns didn't make it, I of course can't prove God didn't make it. Neither of us can prove either of those claims true. There's no justified explanation for one of them to be true or not. Your good faith argument was, you're right, I have faith, basically. Oh, you left. Oh. I was complimenting you. I take what I said back. I take it all back. I take that compliment back. He went through a tunnel.
I think I'm going to start my dinner.
What, beans?
No, I have some like pre-made stuff.
Ha! One of the YouTube chatters said that he has more subs than my channel. He's got 26 subscribers. 546 subscribers. Wait, is Prelate? Prelate, you're a friendly? My bad, bro. Queer Sunflower. Fuck yeah. What's up, Yowie? Yo! Crazy. Thank you for sharing with 10 people. That's awesome. Every single one of you needs to share the stream right now, like it, and hit the follow button. Every single one of you. YouTube, you need to hit subscribe. If you don't hit subscribe, I know where you are. I kind of want to watch Star Wars. Not gonna lie. That was a nerdy thing to just randomly fucking say. Evan, you don't
I just said live with 15
You don't
people. Fuck you.
What's up, Aaron? On the bell.
I sent him the live.
There is nothing to debate or prove. He's just streaming for money.
I mean, this is your job. So I guess. But I mean,
I don't get why people are like, is there a fundamental purpose for video games? No, don't stream them. Is there a fundamental purpose for politics? No, don't talk about it. Don't debate it. Is there a fundamental purpose for talking about religion? No, don't talk about it. Don't debate. We fucking debate opposing opinions so that we can learn as a society and grow. Shut the fuck up. How much money towards the jet so far? Absolutely zero. I need everyone to give me all of your money. Right now. How much does the jet I want cost? A few $100,000?
yeah, we can get that in a few years.
Totally lucrative since you're only doing this for money, right? Yeah. Yeah, this is my only job. I'm a full-time streamer. God, I wish. W. Satan.
All right.
Trump ruined the economy, so now we have no monies. Facts! Fuck those tariffs.
Yeah.
Dude has a video called No Content and is complaining about the point of this channel. Have you guys ever heard of True Devil Worship here on TikTok? Dude is a genius. Yes. Yeah, we're friends. New camera? No. Lighting. See if it'll show.
Yeah. He actually, got a light too. Actually. Inconceivable.
We have professional lighting now. I've got a backdrop now. I've got a 4K camera, a XLR mic, and a XLR mixing station coming on Saturday. Yeah, this is all because of lighting. I turn my lights off, it gets fucked. I am missing batteries for my other remote. I have two remotes for each of them has a remote. I got two remotes. I'm missing batteries for one. I found batteries for the other one. Teehee. Who the fuck says teehee? What the fuck?
You apparently.
I don't know what that was. I think the closet door was slowly trying to open. After he roasts you fully, I'm happy to do that as well on my
You do
channel.
not fear God. You fear yourself. Nah.
Anxious little child. I'm not a child. What?
I don't fear God. I don't fear myself either.
Uwu, Teehee, Oni-chan. Oh my god. Cody is going to be hooked up. Yeah, Chixie. Chixie donated all of the equipment.
Yeah. $500.
I mean, I'm not going to under as well because we've also had $100 donations from Aaron and some other people as well.
Yeah.
You guys are all the reasons I'm able to upgrade any equipment.
Z Sterling, what are you talking about?
Do you think I came here to waste my time? You waste your time. Then why are you watching me wasting your time watching me wasting my time?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
The
having
streams will
fun.
be so much better
because-
when we can hear everything clearly and the guests aren't muted or muffled. Yeah, I went with the dynamic microphone, so it's not, because this is just a condenser. The dynamic will cut off sounds from the sides, and it's also XLR plugin, so I'll be able to affect the gain and whatnot manually as well. So super excited for that.
I'm prepping what I'm gonna.
No, Trixie's mine. I already called dibs, MC. Cody's becoming Sundere. Who's Sundere? Or T Sunder? Who day? New phone. Who dis?
It's an anime thing, I think.
Don't mind if I do. Takes a bow.
Tsundere.
And then sister. Crux of your stream. Yeah, you all are my best therapy. It's definitely worth it. Your therapy. The crux of your stream is that there is no evidence for God. And I'm saying, of course not, because it's just one of those unfalsifiable toxic topics. I am not a believer in a God. Yeah, we don't talk about just God, though. We also have people that believe in aliens. We have people that believe in pagan gods. We get a lot of philosophers in here that we talk about the supernatural and witchcraft. Anything's on the table. Tsundere is a popular Japanese character archetype, especially in anime, who acts cold, harsh, or aloof. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm an asshole. That's all I heard. I need to turn that down a little bit. There we go. Cody, I just threw my shoe at my TV. Don't be throwing chanclas. We talk Hogwarts, veganism, and the list goes on. Oh yeah, if you're not a vegan, what are you doing?
Not sustainable for me. I have a metabolic issue.
Then die. I'm kidding.
I have metabolic issues.
What
I
is up,
metabolize
Reiki?
things too quickly.
How's it going, girl? People be weird, I swear. Oh yeah, I'm 100% weird. I need meat protein for my brain. That's what. We have a
What was that?
guest.
And my chicken just exploded, almost exploded.
What is up, Sterling?
What
What
is
is
going
up,
on, dude?
my guy? You over the age of
What's up,
18, brother?
Huh?
You over the age of 18, brother?
Yeah, I'm 30.
Wonderful, old man. I'm kidding. Which God do you
Yes,
believe in?
sir. I am old.
You're not old yet. Which God do you believe in, brother?
Well, I just came across here and I was like, man, I like what you're doing, and all I want to say is something inside of you wants to seek something, right? Like you want to know
Truth.
what the truth is. Yeah, you want to know the truth, right? You want to know, like, why are we here, right? Like you look at the stars and you're like, why are we here? You know what I mean? You can laugh. I mean, it's funny, right? But like you get what I'm saying. So I understand what you're saying. Like you're seeking something.
Nope.
You're seeking why.
Not really, no. You're trying to make it seem as if I am secretly, subconsciously seeking God because God is calling me. No, that's not what's going on. What's going on is I fucking love philosophy and science. So I like to debate science. I also grew up as a Messianic Jew. My dad is a pastor, so my entire life has revolved around religion. So now as an atheist, same as I did as a Christian, I like to debate religion. That is all it is. Nothing more, nothing less. Where's your evidence for God?
Right.
If
So
you want
have
to
you
preach,
ever,
I'm just going to kick you. If you want to have an argument or a
No,
disagreement of
not
some
gonna
sort,
preach you.
absolutely.
No, it's nothing like that. So yeah, so you grew up in an environment, so I got all that. So have you ever like seen little signs like? Have you ever saw him for yourself? Forget your dad. Forget your upbringing. You know what I mean? Like you think it's funny, but like if you're
It's hilarious because you're trying to make something appear out of thin air.
But,
Yes,
like,
dude.
do it
And
for
the no
yourself.
true Scotsman
Like,
fallacy
he-
doesn't work on me.
he said
I was a
seek,
true
not
Christian.
found.
I was a true believer. I was more of a believer than you'll ever be in your entire life. Have you ever read this thing front to back? because I have multiple times. I studied it like a motherfucker, and I preached it on a daily basis. Okay,
And
but
that's
reading it doesn't
good.
make it real. Same as reading Harry Potter doesn't make Hogwarts real. Okay, so what evidence do you have to justify a belief in this unicorn that you call God?
Well, I just think that I think he said seek.
I don't give a
Keep
fuck what he
seeking.
said. The Quran says the same thing. Do you believe the Quran is true? Is the Quran true? Oh, he ran.
Dan.
You done tried, bud. Have you ever had a dream where you are like in the dream you think of, and you dream and you know? I know what meme we're talking about. Toodles. Oh, Toodles.
That's originally from Hercules. Have you had a dream when you
That's from Hercules? Seriously?
well the kid it was trying to recite a line from Hercules because they had like
Oh, okay. Listening to you don't make it real either. Facts. I want to go vegan. I know it could be cheaper too. Absolutely. Someone said something about veganism and protein. Guys, I'm 6'4" and I weigh about 200 pounds. My goal is 230. I'm a pretty fucking big dude. My last real job, I worked for the army. I was not a cop, but I was a civilian, and I worked with the MPs in the fire. Before that, I worked in security. Like, I'm a big dude, and I promote veganism like a motherfucker. So I get enough protein. I am healthy
I
as
just can't
fuck.
feasibly do it because A, I'm a broke college student, and B, I have like I have a metabolic like disorder where I
100% of them
metabolize
converted.
really quickly. I metabolize food extremely quickly, and so it's recommended by my doctor.
I feel
to
that, brother.
eat
When I bulk, I have to eat 4,000 fucking calories. It's disgusting. Whenever I'm in a bulking
5'10"
stage,
and
I eat,
140
I
pounds,
puke,
dude.
and then I eat more.
I'm 5'10" and 140 pounds.
Yeah, but you look good. You're lean.
Yeah, but it's not healthy. I need to get like to. I'm trying to get to 160 pounds because that's healthy for me.
That's valid. Eat,
Because
eat.
yeah, I eat 3,000 calories at least a day.
Damn.
Yeah. I also
Damn.
homestead. I eat goat, chicken. I bow hunt.
That's fucking badass.
Yeah. But
I
that,
don't condone it,
yeah, I need
but
to
that is
find
cool.
places to bow hunt in New Jersey. Shit. Because
I'm not gonna talk about bow hunting because I do think that that's kind of immoral. Amoral.
Well, I do it because I feel like if I'm gonna like if I'm gonna eat an animal, I
You wanna
want
do it
to
natural.
show I want to eat natural. I also want to show respect it deserves.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely. I feel that, and
use
I
use their
respect that.
skins. I sell them. Like I turn like for chickens. I and turkeys.
You muted yourself.
Sorry, I had the notification. Like I use their feathers as like for the arrows, and I have my native friends make the arrows. So.
Oh, that's really sweet. That's dope.
Yeah.
That's dope as
They
hell.
should- yeah, I live like close to a reserve, and
Oh, really?
I'm friends
Okay.
with a lot of them.
That's
Yeah.
cool. I love that.
They're really nice.
I know I've talked about this before, but I'm kind of tempted because I do have a lot of Cherokee. I'm kind of tempted to go sign up for my card so that I can get some housing. I think that'd be a good cheat code. Anyways, I'm gonna run to the restroom. We've got callers, and then we'll accept a new caller.
Yeah. I also homestead, guys. So any meat I eat, I have raised or have seen it being raised. I have butchered it myself, or has had someone very close to me butcher it. You know, I want to give it the correct respect it deserves. Now, I do think that cannibalism consensually is okay. So, yeah. Look, consensual cannibalism is okay. I'm an organ donor, so if someone's gonna use my liver not to eat and not to use it as an actual liver and just use it to eat, I have no problem with that. Exactly, in my subjective opinion. The dog wants the chicken. No. Yowie, I'm not hinting at something. Where's my, you need consent. Especially if you're in a survival situation. If I was in a survival situation and I died and I was with someone, I would want someone to use my body up as needed. Yeah. My body needs to be used to sustain a life. So. I don't eat much beef. Yeah, I mean, I bow hunt and I eat the entire deer. So. Haven't examined all possible evidence. Can you present us with I'm sorry. There are definitely psychological side effects to it, but I have none. I have no quarrels with it. But I don't know how to say that name, but we haven't seen all the evidence. Find it.
You know what I'm also curious about? What kind of videos, regular videos, I should be making. I don't have a lot of ideas.
Is this a confession? No, I'm just saying the consensual cannibalism should be allowed.
I'm sorry? What?
Consensual cannibalism should be allowed.
Anywho, Austin wants to join. What is up, Austin? That's a damn good looking PFP, brother.
Nice.
PFP?
Yeah, your profile picture.
Oh, thanks, bro.
Yeah, I love that. That's fucking stylish as shit. I love your everything. Yeah, you over the age of 18, brother?
Yes.
Wonderful. Which God do you believe in, man?
I'm actually a Mormon or an LDS guy.
Ooh, shit. Okay, cool. What?
The way your face just contorted into like 7 different.
I went through all the phases of grief. Fuck. Okay, cool. What's your best evidence or argument, brother?
I think there's 2 pieces of evidence that are pretty convincing. I'm curious on what your thoughts are, but I think the first one is, I think the creation of the world, or just creation in general.
How do you know it's created?
Sorry, say that again.
How do you know it's created? Because I can tell you how the Earth came to be.
Well, science says that the Earth had a beginning.
Yes, it was gravity. It was caused by gravity.
So, okay, Earth had a beginning. Sure, it was made by natural causes. The expansion of the universe as well was natural. What caused the expansion? Well, we don't necessarily know the exact model that is true because we haven't demonstrated all of them or tested them all to be true, but we know that energy cannot be created or destroyed, but matter emerges from energy fields. So what we had before anything, seemingly, was quantum and energy fields, of which expanded and inflated into what we now call our observable universe. Before that, I have no idea. There could be a God, but there's no evidence to suggest that there is.
Yeah, so how I see it is if you take, like, for example, I'm eating spaghetti right now, like pasta.
Without me? Rude. God, that sounds
It's not
good.
that good, bro. I made it. It's not that good.
I'm sure it's true.
But it's like you could tell that when you look at pasta, it has a creator or like a chef or somebody who cooked it because there's
Right.
very specific ingredients that make it.
But let me
intentional.
pause you there.
Yeah, go ahead.
There has to be a creator for pasta because it doesn't emerge naturally in nature. We have to have people make it. Buildings do not naturally emerge in nature. People build them. And we have evidence for chefs. We have evidence for farmers. We have evidence for engineers. What we don't have is evidence of a god nor a creation.
So would you consider like the creation of the world, like, for example,
I
if
don't
the
accept
Earth
it
was
as a
little-
creation, brother.
So if the Earth was a little bit closer to the sun, then we'd all burn to death. If it's
It
a little bit further away
changes.
from the sun, we'd all freeze.
It changes
If
on a
it was-
yearly
the Earth,
basis, brother.
the Earth's the relative distance to the sun changes about 3%.
Let me get the
which is
actual
about
number.
3 to 4 million miles.
Right.
So the Earth
So-
is quite close to the sun and quite far. It gets 91.4 million miles away. Is the closest it gets, and 94.4 miles away is
3.1 million miles
Yeah.
of distance change per year. So no, that's not true. And even if that were true, let's say that if we were any closer to the sun, we would die. Congratulations. Natural phenomena, gravity, keep us in a seemingly perfect position in the Goldilocks zone, right? That is not evidence for a god, it's evidence for physics doing natural things due to energy and matter. It has nothing to do with a god. If you wanted to say God controls energy or matter, or made energy or matter, you'd have to demonstrate that because there's no evidence for that. What we do know is the first law of thermodynamics, which energy cannot be created. So there's no reason to believe that energy was created.
Right. So what's interesting about Mormons is actually we believe that chaotic matter existed for eternity, and God organized chaotic matter, and that's what creation means. to
Sure,
us.
you
And
can
so-
say
so-
that, but I
so,
could
like,
also say that unicorns are the reason that gravity is true. I need a justification to prove that, though. You have no evidence to support that claim.
Yeah. So another piece of evidence is that life comes from life.
Okay.
All the time,
Let me
100%.
get into
All
this.
you, Evan.
Abiogenesis. Yeah. So hi, I'm Evan. I'm a evolutionary biology bachelor's. Okay.
Shit, see, I love chili.
Okay. So abiogenesis is one of the most well-studied hypotheses. It's not fully proven yet, beyond reasonable doubt. It still has some reasonable doubt, which is basically how does amino acids and nucleotides form into homochiral bands. But from homochiral RNA bands, we know every single step of the process to protocells. We have demonstrated those in labs. It's one step that we haven't figured out.
Right. So my question is it possible from
You're talking about the law of biogenesis, which does say life comes from life, but that is talking about life already being there. It does not talk about the beginning of life.
Right, so-
Abiogenesis does.
So my question is it possible that something that's not alive produced life?
Yes.
Through natural processes and millions of years, yes.
Yeah, what makes
Yeah.
something live? Do you know what humans are made of? And what all life is made of? Because this is quantifiable.
So what's different about us is that we have consciousness. Like we
You don't
know-
think animals have consciousness, brother?
Well, they don't know that they're animals. They don't know.
Elephants do.
They do.
Ravens do. Crows do. Chimps do.
Animals are extremely
Coco's
smart,
gorilla
brother. We
literally
are
had an
animals.
existential crisis about death.
So elephants understand that they are alive and that they
Yeah.
are breathing and eating and
Yeah.
or they,
Oh, brother,
most empathetic
dude,
creatures in
they're
the world
they're
because
amazing.
They know that they are alive.
We have so many like dolphins and whales make they compose music, dude. It's fucking gorgeous.
animal. Wait, hold on. You said elephants produce music?
No,
And elephants do too, actually.
they do, but what I was saying was whales and dolphins literally compose music. They literally make and compose music. They are smart as shit. We have a different communication standard because of the way that we have evolved, but we're able to communicate with animals as well. Like, for instance, my dog knows English words because I trained him. Monkeys can communicate with sign language very easily.
Yeah.
Elephants
gorilla-
remember your
So,
faces.
let me bring up.
Wait, hold
one
on. So
di-
you guys think that life can? Is it possible that something like a rock can produce life to like?
It doesn't have
something that's
consciousness.
alive?
So consciousness
No.
is in the brain, brother. You need a brain for consciousness.
Right, or just produce life, just in general. Like can
we
a
didn't
rock-
come from a rock, brother.
Itself, no.
We didn't
Rock
come from a
itself,
rock.
No, but we didn't come from rocks.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about life in general. Like
Life
like
did not come from a
cell
rock.
Cannot come from a
okay.
rock. No, but
Right.
molecules.
So where did
molecules that that can form naturally on Earth, like amino acids, and also can form in space like amino acids, and
What can?
nucleotides. The five nucleotides that are used in RNA and in DNA. Cytosine, guanine, thymine, uracil, and adenosine. Uracil and thymine replaced each other. Well, uracil loses an oxygen molecule and it becomes thymine, becoming DNA in RNA. You know.
Okay, so
So-
what is the very, very first thing that's ever been alive? What was it?
It
Ever.
was a thing called fuca. It was a protocellular organism. It was
Where
alive.
did that come from?
It had DNA.
Chemicals.
It had a loose cell wall.
Where did it come from, though?
Chemicals.
It came from amino acids. It came from DNA self-replicating and over time turning into a protocell.
Wait, so are the things that made that alive?
DNA are organic molecules. I wouldn't.
DNA
consider them
is not
though.
alive.
Yeah, DNA is not alive, but it is an organic molecule.
DNA is a building
So,
block.
so
but
you-
it's
you're
not
saying
in
that
itself
at one.
alive.
So you're saying that at one point that something that was not alive and that was.
Well, brother,
that
we
had no
know we
life?
know this to be
the
true.
it
DNA
didn't
is
go- it
not
didn't
life.
it didn't go molecules life. It went molecules, amino acids, which are a bigger type of molecule, nucleotides, bigger type of molecule. They coalesce into RNA and also ribose. Ribose acts as the enzyme which combines with and coalesces with RNA, turning it into DNA, which over time is a self-replicating molecule. It has instructions in itself to be able to effectively make another one of itself, and slowly those DNA
Well, it's true.
combine.
Elephants
combine,
hold
and
funerals.
yeah, true. And eventually, over time, I'm not a microbiologist. If we had Dr. Ravis in here, he'd be better.
Oh,
at this,
Ravi,
but
are you
over
in here?
time,
If you're in here, hop up.
if he is, that'd be great. But
So,
over
I don't-
time, over time, the DNA
Hey,
turns
don't push me,
into
man, bro.
a protocell. So it
Don't-
takes
don't
millions
push
of
me.
years, but it happened. We have
Don't-
we have
don't push
evidence
me,
of
man.
we have DNA layers we have layers of literal DNA, and before
on,
that
let
point
let me
and
finish my
right
point.
after that
Let me finish
DNA,
my point.
there is layers
Let me
of
finish my point.
lymphocyte
So not in once in life. So not once in life. Life has never came from non-life. It's impossible for a rock.
He
produce
just
life.
explained it!
Evidence of it.
Yeah,
I
but
just
that's
explained
not, that's
it.
never happened to one.
Brother!
That's never happened.
Yeah, 'cause
Which-
it took early Earth,
Pause.
So you're
early Earth
saying that,
conditions
so you're saying that your
generated
great
life.
great great
Evan.
great 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 great
This is
grandpa
where-
not alive?
Early Earth, because
Evan,
early Earth.
This is where you
generated life.
ask
So you're
questions
telling me that your great
to
grandpa's
poke
not alive.
holes. So,
He gave
Austin,
birth to
What the fuck are you
Austin,
talking about?
pause.
You're saying that at one point that
Austin,
something
Austin.
that was not alive, life comes from life.
Austin,
Yeah, that's the law of
pause.
biogenesis, and it presupposes life being there.
Ladies,
so
I'm
that's
gonna
why there
mute
has to
you
be-
both
It
if
does
you
not
don't
talk
shut
about
the fuck up. Austin,
trying to explain this to you,
which
Austin.
part of Evan's fucking sentence said that a rock made life?
Well, no, the principle is that
No, shut up. Answer this. When did Evan say a rock made life?
he said that DNA created life.
Did he say a rock made life?
But that's not.
Did Evan say a rock made life?
But that's.
Did Evan say, this is a yes or no. Did Evan say, okay,
That's ultimately what
good.
he's
So
saying.
do not bring that up again. Because you're talking to someone who actually fucking
DNA,
studies this.
under the right circumstances, which we've done and replicated in labs. Okay, turns into a protocell.
I fucking love you.
Okay. Okay. Then let me
Austin,
bring up.
what are you
another,
not getting about this? Life does come from non-life. It can come from non-life. Did it? I think so. Most of biology says so. You don't, because you're
you
not
ever
a
witnessed it?
biologist.
Have you ever witnessed
And you
it with
don't
your
understand
eyes?
this stuff, which is fine. You can learn.
Yes, we can observe that.
Yeah,
It's
we
done
have
in
to
labs.
in
He said
labs.
that like
I have another
5
piece of
times.
evidence.
He said so many times that it has been replicated in labs. Bro, we grow fucking brains in labs today.
So I'm going to bring up another piece of evidence that's.
No,
I
you're
think-
not going to pivot. And
gonna
you're
try and
answer
pivot?
that question.
So I am. I actually I'm not too educated. Hold on.
Clearly.
So I don't. Yeah.
I was
so-
trying so hard not to say it. God damn it. I'm
So
a bad
how about this?
influence.
So about this evidence is hard for anybody to debunk, even Christians. Christians. So is the coming forth of the Book of Mormon, which is a miracle and supernatural.
The Book of Mormon was made by.
Wait, pause. I'm going to show you how the Book of Mormon was made real quick. Give me a second.
That is the golden plates, which no one else was allowed to read, by the way.
So no, actually there was 11 witnesses that had held the golden plates.
Austin, check this out.
Are
Austin,
you gonna-
check this out. God
I've
gave
read
me.
the Book of Mormon.
God, I have to. God gave
I've
me.
studied the Book of Mormon.
God gave me proof of his non-existence. Okay, it says right here he didn't
Hey,
exist.
hold on. Yeah, I get your joke. It's actually pretty impressive if you can come up with a whole religion with a rock and a hat. It's very, very impressive, actually. But
It happens all the time. They're called cults.
No, hold
You
on.
ever heard of
Listen
Scientology?
Listen to my argument real quick. So Joseph Smith produced 4,000 words a day on one single draft with the Book of Mormon, when the average professional author who wrote The Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter have produced about 100 to 400 words per day. But Joseph Smith produced 4,000 words a day. And the Book
Says
of Mormon
who?
also has-
I'm writing a book right now. I produce 5,000. Not 5,000. I produce about, I think, about 3 pages a day. I try to do, usually more. And
How
I'm
many
a
words
college
is that per
student with a whole workload and having to study. I do 3 pages at least every day.
Right, but you gotta also understand the ancient. not
In my
ancient,
notebook.
Shh, let me talk. So Joseph Smith, this was 200 years ago, and he didn't have any literature in front of him. All he had was a rock and a hat, and he produced
Yeah,
4,000.
because he was thinking.
So
of
average
like I
pace
do.
of Joseph Smith
but
was a
also-
total of 270,000 words over 65 working day, which is 3,500 to 4,000 words per day, comparable to dictating a full novel every 2 months. Witnesses reported he dictated without notes or manuscripts. So witnesses reported that he dictated. So it's a report. It's not true. Many of his words were spoken and recorded by scribes in journals, diaries, and later compiled into the Doctrine and Covenants and History of the Church. His Nouveau Discourses in 1839-1844 were preserved by multiple contemporaries, showing frequent and lengthy sermons, but not daily written output. King Fellow Discourse, 1844, one of his longest sermons, around 6,000 words, delivered in a single session. So now what we're going to look at, unlike authors who write a set number of words per day, Joseph Smith's production was episodic, dictated revelation sermons. Much of his output was oral, captured by others. He didn't write it himself. So daily averages outside the Book of Mormon translated are difficult to quantify. So basically he was talking and people were writing it down, multiple people. That's pretty fucking easy to get 4,000 words out of. And
Well,
then we're going
that's
to
not,
look at...
that's for the sermon though. That's not for the Book of Mormon.
And then let's look
That's a lot different. So, but have you all heard of what voices are when it comes to writing, for like your writing patterns? Have y'all heard of that before? Like, for example, if I read your text messages, I can tell it's you. That's your voice. Have you heard of that term?
Sure.
So Joseph Smith produced 30 different voices in the Book of Mormon all on one try, and they are
Yeah.
all consistent within each other. And all he had was a rock and a hat. He didn't have any books in front of him.
Dude. I have characters that I write in from their perspective, and they have completely different literary things. I can do the same thing.
Wow.
Yeah,
so it's
but
actually
this is-
true that he wrote that many. So here's the thing. If I write for 5,000 words per day about unicorns making the universe, does that mean it's true?
Well, you also have to.
No,
You have to
that,
have
that
it
was a yes or no.
It
If
just
I
means he was a talented writer. Like
if,
good
if I
for him.
write 5,000 words
Yeah,
a
but
day
also-
in depth about Klombadrov making the universe in 2 days, does that mean it's true?
No, but you also have to understand
Right.
that
So him writing 4,000 words doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, but you have to understand the content of the 4,000 words. It's not just 4,000 words. So he also
Give me a claim he made.
A claim that he made. What do you mean?
Give me a claim of the Book of Mormon.
A claim of the Book of Mormon? Would you like be more specific? What do you mean?
Oh, I know where Jesus actually came to the Americas.
Yeah, Jesus Christ came to the Americas.
Okay, demonstrate that. How do you know that's true?
Well, there is evidence in the Hispanic culture that
No,
has
I-
been passed on from generation.
How do you
to
know that it's true that he said Jesus appeared to him? How do you know that's true?
To in the
How
Book
do
of
you
Mormon
know
that
that?
Jesus. Well, it's multiple things. It's reasonable logic. It's also revelation. It's also
It's not reasonable logic.
Yeah, it is.
No, it contradicts the laws of nature of people dying and coming back to life. It's literally illogical. It's logically unsound. It requires justification based in evidence for it to be logically sound. Have you ever studied logic ever?
You mentioned Hispanic
okay,
culture.
Wait, hold on. So with logic,
Austin, quickly. You
I was gonna
you
answer the question.
mentioned Hispanic culture.
Right.
Do you know where Hispanic culture are?
What do you mean? Elaborate.
Spain.
I'm asking
Hispanic
you to.
means Spanish.
Yeah, like I'm talking about in like the Guatemala area.
I didn't know that.
So, I'm talking about like in places like in Guatemala or in Mexico.
So you
there-
mean Latin American,
Yeah, so that's
not
what I'm talking about.
Hispanic, because Hispanic is Spain.
Well, them too. Like this is all their ancestors and Native Americans, and Tongans too. So their ancestors all told a story of a white, glorious, like white as
Yeah.
in.
Dude, my
purified,
ancestors
white,
my
glorious
ancestors told
God.
stories about Zeus.
Right, but
Should I
you
believe
gotta,
it?
You gotta hear me out. But
I
also,
don't
kinda
gotta
wanna
hear
answer
you out.
your
You
question.
keep on telling me
Listen,
anecdote
in
about
the
someone
Christian
having an
tradition,
anecdote.
Part of mythology, dude.
Sorry, hold on. Both of y'all are talking about two separate things. I'm trying to like approach one at a time. So, what did you say, host, about you said just because you write stuff about horses or like show me evidence for Jesus Christ visiting the Americas. So this is what logic is. Oh yeah, we were talking about logic. I want to go back to that real quick. So, you know,
What are
it's
the
like
laws of
logical
logic?
for somebody. It's like an equation.
Right,
But
what are the
I
laws?
actually don't know on the top of my head. Can you remind me?
Yeah, let me get them up.
Law of identity, law of non-contradiction, and
Identity contradiction. Identity, and then you have contradiction and excluded middle. Okay, so it's illogical because what is logical is that people die and don't come back to life. And yours is saying that a dude that died 2,000 years came back. That's a contradiction
Right.
to science and biology. So you have
No,
to
no, no,
demonstrate
no,
that to
there-
be true.
There are plenty of people who've died and come back.
Resuscitated,
me.
they have not been dead for 2,000 years and then came back to life.
No, he wasn't dead for 2,000 years. He was dead for 3 days.
You're really,
But,
really slow at this. How do you know that he came
no
back
one's
to
been
life?
dead for 3 days and come back.
Yeah, but this is.
How
the
do you know
part
that he
that's
came back?
logical. No, this is the part that's logical. There have been multiple eyewitness testimonies of people witnessing him coming back to life, and they've
Okay.
died for
How do you
it.
test that? So have Muslims.
So-
Muslims die daily
so
for
this
their
is-
beliefs. Does that mean that the Quran is
No,
true?
but- No, this is
No,
the
but
part
does
that's-
does a Muslim dying for the Quran and their belief in the Quran mean that the Quran is true?
So they're dying for their beliefs, not dying.
Yeah,
for
so
religious.
Muslims die for their beliefs and believe that it's true, and they wouldn't die for something that's a lie, right? That's your fucking argument. It's a piece of shit argument. So they're dying for something that's true because they wouldn't die knowing something that's false, right?
So you could die for
Do
believing
Muslims
something,
die believing that it is true?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Do Christians die believing things to be true?
Yeah, but they don't.
Wonderful.
die for
Do
things that-
Hindus die believing things to be true?
This is different. This
No,
is,
it's
you're
not.
bringing up yeah, it is because.
How is it different?
I'm talking about eyewitness testimonies for something. that they
Muslims
claim
have
to
eyewitness
seen.
testimonies, dumbass.
For what? Eyewitness testimonies of what?
All of it, Muhammad included. We have
They have
contemporary evidence for Muhammad. You
eyewitness
have zero
testimonies of
contemporary
Muhammad.
evidence for Jesus.
Wait, hold on. I
In
think-
accordance
hold
with
on.
evidence, Muslims are more right than you because they have actual
think that's what
evidence
I'm
for
saying.
Muhammad. You have zero contemporary evidence for Jesus.
No, this you're not understanding what I'm saying.
I know
So
you're
you
not
could die
understanding
for
basic
believing.
logic. I know you gotta. I'm trying to teach you how to think critically
you
here.
don't
You're
understand what I'm
highly
saying.
indoctrinated, and I'm trying to teach you.
You're
You're trying to
also-
talk about logic,
Let me finish
and you have
this.
no
Let me finish
clue
this
how
sentence.
logic works. So you just said that it is logical to believe somebody's hearsay word of mouth anecdote
that's
about
not
a
what I'm
dead
saying.
man coming back to life and showing
not what I'm
himself
saying.
with zero
Okay.
evidence or
Well,
demonstration
Austin,
for that
just
to
let
be
me talk.
true.
Can I just finish
No,
my point?
you're gonna be a
No,
good
you-
boy.
you-
You're gonna be a good
Give
boy,
us
and you're gonna pay
contemporary
attention.
witness, actually.
So you have said that eyewitness testimonies claim that they have seen a dude from the dead come back, and it is logical to believe. Demonstrate with a logical syllogism how the fuck that is logically sound.
Okay, can I answer your question?
You can answer my question without fucking pivoting. If you pivot, I'm kicking you because you're gonna go in circles. So
Bro, I'm
don't
not
pivot.
pivoting.
You're gonna provide me an argument that proves that seeing someone come back from the dead and having visions is logically sound to trust from word of mouth.
So there's a difference between defending what you
That is a
believe and
pivot.
defending-
I said exactly what you needed to say and how to say it, and you were incapable of doing so. I'm not going to run in circles, let alone with a Mormon.
And I explained abiogenesis so much.
Oh, yeah, he wasn't listening to anything we said. He was just waiting for his turn to talk.
Yeah. He also just didn't understand because he didn't study biology.
I never let
He's
you
a
talk. Are
Mormon.
you stupid? You made so many
You
stupid
talked
claims.
plenty.
You got to learn
you
how to
said that
listen.
You said that I believe we came from rocks.
Yeah, you didn't
Never
listen
said
to
that.
shit we said.
Never said that. You know. Never said that. Never said that.
I literally didn't let you speak. Yes, I did. I cut you off at the end because you were making fallacious arguments. And I was trying to showcase it, but you were incapable of providing a logical argument and then saying it was logical. So I was trying to teach you something, but you're incapable of learning. Keep in mind, Mormons are not even allowed to question their religion or face exile of church family. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I know you're arrogant and ignorant and dumb and stupid and uncritical and illogical. It's okay, Austin. You'll grow up one day. One day you'll stop believing in Santa Claus and unicorns. I know it hasn't happened yet. Just give us some time.
You'll grow your curly hairs one day.
I can't get jiggy. What diet Pepsi? I believe in things that are true. Yep. I like justified belief. Yep. That which comports with reality. Yep. I can finally watch your stream in peace. That's hilarious because I'm about to end it. Because it is 6 p.m. and I'm ready to eat some
We don't
dinner.
insult you for your belief. We don't care that you're Mormon. Well, Mormons are kind of crazy, but we don't
Yeah, your
care that
belief
you're-
is stupid, so I'm going to call you out for it. Especially when I'm on a debate show to argue beliefs. Your belief is stupid. You are incapable of proving that it is logical.
By the way, how's your pajamas? Oh, nice, Nate. Nice. How's your pajamas, Austin? How's your white pajamas that you have to wear?
Well, it is time to end the stream, guys.
All right.
Mormons see
I
us
will
from
see
a
you
distance. That's
tomorrow.
hilarious. Yep, I will see everyone tomorrow. Don't forget to send me all your money. We're going to be getting some videos out. I would love to see some DMs or comments about some videos you guys would like to see. So keep me up to date with that. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Adios. And to you too, YouTube. I love you guys. Appreciate you being here. It's been a good time. I'll see you guys tomorrow.